events of all time. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. So much pressure on these players.
This should be sensational.
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
How in the world did Skyz just win that?
Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Literally from the sky. It's Huke Skywalker.
Drazah gets the first, gets the second. Drazah deliver.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go.
nothing only. Ghosty finds 1 kill. Time ticking. Ghosty finds a second. The clutch of Ghosty! When you need him the most, he arrives, but he falls! 8 seconds. It's a sprint. It's a run. It's a Shotzzy to dive. He has to get into the point with 2.1 seconds left. He does it. They are in. OpTic still alive, still breathing, still Shotzzy! It is done. Surely they spawn out. Seattle Surge have broken and melted into nothingness. OpTic Texas with the control. Oh my God!
That was Dan Ghosty, Rookie of the Year potential plays coming out of the guy after he clutches up for OpTic. They get the 3-0 over Seattle and are now in prime position to be our #1 seed heading into Toronto. Let's talk about what we saw yesterday. It wasn't just Ghosty's performance. OpTic was looking clean across the board. Nameless, what have you learned this week?
I mean, I learned that OpTic is still rolling. These guys look absolutely incredible, getting a big win over the Seattle Surge, a team that has been seriously struggling. We get to see them once again today to see if they can bounce back.
Big matches all day long, Allie, and that, of course, is because this is Bounty Week. For anyone who's missed out, how does it work?
I mean, there's just $10,000 up for grabs on whoever wins their match today. All 3 matches will be bounty matches, and they're going to be bangers.
It's going to be great games, and it all starts here in about 15 minutes. Let's break down the action here, starting with the scenario. Where are we at? Well, we're 2 weeks away from heading up to Toronto for the 5th Major of the year. But we're just 2 months out from COD Champs, and you have to be in the top 8 if you are going to play for that $1 million first place prize. Currently, you can see the teams on the left mostly locked in, but 6 through 9 still in the mix, with Legion trying to upset one of those spots.
Listen, Chris, today is the biggest day of Vegas Legion season, okay? They have to play the Minnesota Røkkr to gain some ground on them. They're currently down 20 points. This is a must-win situation. They can't afford to lose it.
You're playing the team that is ahead of you. So must win there for Vegas Legion. A squad, though, that is playing for money today, well, I feel like it could be said about Toronto or OpTic Texas. Both teams are perfect right now in Major 5 qualifiers. 2-0 for Toronto, 3-0 for OpTic. Let's start, though, with the Squirrel Boys, because Toronto has been on a roll. Scrapz and crew, after struggling in qualifier 4, back on fire. Allie, what's changed here in the Toronto camp?
What has changed is I learned that it is a squirrel in the Toronto Ultra logo, and I did not know that for the past couple of years. But besides that, for the Toronto Ultra,
got ears, man.
It feels like Major 3 all over again. Excuse me, Major 3 qualifiers all over again. Toronto Ultra looks like they have completely forgotten about Major 4 qualifiers, as they needed to do. Have completely turned on their head and look like the dominant team that we were hoping them to be. And no better time, right? They're heading into their own home major, and then Champs following that. No better storyline set up for them.
Yeah, with Toronto Ultra, I mean, this is the best respawn team in the game that sort of lost their way during the last split, and now they're back on point. And the big difference is they're clutching up in their S&Ds, winning the last 3 that they've had. They look much, much better. Everybody's starting to pitch in now. At times we saw it was Scrapz sort of taking the helm, taking over games, and them losing in the very end. Well, no, it's not that anymore. Everybody here is providing in these games, and for Toronto Ultra, last time they played OpTic Texas, they beat them in a grand final. So they're feeling very, very confident they can take down the current top dog that we have.
If you outslay your opponent, you can win games, and that's exactly the game plan for Toronto Ultra today. They did it to LA Thieves. They've done it to Seattle Surge. Can they make it 3 in a row as they take on the Green Wall? Let's talk about that squad representing Texas. OpTic has been red hot. Everyone questioned the pickup of the rookie, Dan Ghosty. He now leads this team as the IGL, but everyone contributes to the numbers. Dashy, one of the strongest ARs, doesn't have to shine nearly as bright as he used to. He's letting the sub shine these days.
I think what's so great about OpTic Texas right now, and that I've learned during this split from them, is that statistically they've lost their way a little bit fundamentally, just because they were so dominant in respawn. They were top in every single category, and they faltered a little bit, but you can't even tell. Why? Because of the talent on this roster for OpTic Texas. Players like Dan Ghosty stepping up in the ways they did. We saw it happening yesterday to try and push himself now into that Rookie of the Year conversation, dropping numbers like 1.4 in Search and Destroy on the entire qualifying season. So OpTic Texas looking to possibly take home the chip here at Major 5.
Yeah, I feel like for OpTic, they just came into this stage with a very simple goal. We got to get better at our control. We need to win a championship. That's what's held us back for some of these teams, and they've now rattled off 2 in a row against Atlanta and Seattle, 2 very good teams. So that's huge for OpTic Texas. They know what they have to work on, and now they're 3-0 right now. They win today, they guarantee themselves a top 4 seed.
OpTic takes on Ultra and Mutineers as they are trying to finish with a perfect 5-0 record once again going into Major 5. A team, though, that is desperate for wins right now is Seattle Surge. The team is struggling simply flat out on LAN and online. They're in a tough spot, and they're coming off a loss of yesterday, going up against a team like Boston Breach. Let's start here with the Seattle team.
It's uncharacteristic considering the amount of talent that Seattle Surge has on their team right now. This is a team that was supposed to contend championships, and obviously we're kind of used to the roller coaster that can be them sometimes, but recently it seems like it's all just been down. Not only just by the strength of their schedule this split, but also some serious blundering mistakes that we have seen in some of these series. Seattle is running out of time. They are technically a little bit more comfortable than the other teams on the bubble right now, but they are still in the bubble and they need to start winning matches soon.
I mean, guys, you know, you look at Seattle Surge and you're like, okay, solid roster. They've been decent at respawn. They're 2-10 in their last 10 respawn games. Like, that is unacceptable when you are harboring talent like with a guy like Fred who can take over games, Simp who's electrifying. Like, this camp is in turmoil every single time. When you're losing games like that and you're losing series that are heartbreaking, it just compounds and it's so hard to get out of that rut. For them, I mean, you got to try to make it into winners. You're not going to make a losers run, so it's a huge match today.
No one has looked good on Seattle yet in our Major 5 qualifiers, but we should point out, you played Toronto, you played OpTic, two of the top 3 teams. It has to get easier from here on out. Boston Breach, though, no slouches. Let's take our attention over to the squad representing Beantown. Boston up 2-0 right now in the qualifiers with 3 matches to go. What is different this time around going into Major 5?
It's their respawn. This was a team historically whose respawn was kind of their identity. They lost their way for a little bit in the middle of the season and now seemingly to pick it back up in the series that we saw against Minnesota and we saw yesterday for the Boston Breach against Florida Mutineers. So I'm glad they found their way in respawn again, but also I want to tip my hat to the ARs during this split. They have severely stepped up in the likes of Beans and Giga Wake. I mean, the numbers they have been dropping. Vivid and Kremp don't even need to be the high engagement subs because these two are putting up numbers.
Beans, of course, showcasing his sniper and search and destroy as one of the biggest threats in that game mode. But I think there is one man who has been the best all-around player since the start of the season, and he is now finding his peak, Owakening, a 1.44 in his first 2 matches here in the Major 5 qualifiers.
Absolute monster. When you talk about Big Wake, though, he can't do it on his own. He needs role players around him, and that's what happened when they bring in Vivid. He's the guy, like we said, he's selfless. He's going to set you up for success, and this is the direct result of teamwork within this Boston Breach camp and why they're winning hard points.
Yesterday, it was all mismatched matches. Today, we have tight battles all the way. Let's take a look at the schedule. It starts up here at 3 o'clock with Las Vegas Legion taking on Minnesota Røkkr. We've got Toronto Ultra facing off against OpTic in our monster matchup. And, of course, Seattle, Boston. It's going down at 6 p.m. Eastern, all here on Call of Duty. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, is Vegas alive? Can they play at chips? They got to get through the Røkkr. When we come back.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. Bottom to bend, a few more points, and then will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
It's Minnesota Røkkr taking on Las Vegas Legion, and this one is so important. If you've been watching this season, you know that Minnesota currently is holding the door in 8th place. That is the bottom spot you can get into champs with. Vegas, right behind them at 9th place, is 2 matches back. You have to win this one and then steal at least one more win between now and the end of Major 5.
Yes, this is a massive win. You're not even thinking about anything besides we need to take down Minnesota and stop them from getting points. You know, you're already sitting there kind of angry. They had their 2 home field advantage games. They went 1-1. You're okay with that. And you had a pitiful performance at the last major. Now's an opportunity to right the wrong, put yourself in a good spot to get in winner's bracket. For the Las Vegas Legion, they've been way better at control throughout this stage. That has been the gameplay that they have improved from the major. It's been getting them wins. They're going up 2-1 in these series and not having to rely on that search and destroy. If they come back with that same strength and control in this series, they should be able to take a win.
Nameless, this team, though, is 4 out of 5. Their last matches are all losses.
Yes.
1 out of the last 5 is a victory. What's going on here?
I love that you brought that up, but they've been 5-2 online. So at least online, they have been absolutely incredible, and the gameplay has been a lot different throughout this.
All right, hold up. Monster Energy pregame. We got to get through some of these points. One, because I want to say that they need to return in strength and SD. I love that point because now that they're starting to win some of the respawns, they're starting to lack in the search and destroy. And the reason that's such a big problem is because in the head-to-head when it comes to Vegas Legion versus Minnesota Røkkr, Legion has always won. They're 3-0 over the 3 times these 2 teams has matched up. But Vegas Legion is 5-0 on them on search and destroys, meaning there was a lot of game 5s, and Vegas Legion did not drop a game 2. So for Vegas Legion to be struggling in search and destroy right now, they cannot allow Minnesota to capitalize.
We know Vegas' strength is their ability to play up to their competition. Today's competition, though, is an interesting matchup because you're going up against a Minnesota Røkkr team that sometimes matches up really well against aggressive squads like Atlanta FaZe, but then can pull off an unpredictable bomb and just fall out of a series. What have you seen from the Røkkr so far, though? They're coming in with a 1-1 record after their home series.
Man, I mean, with Minnesota, it's just one of the most inconsistent teams that we have. When you look at these guys, sometimes they're taking over, they're playing good in search and destroy, or sometimes they come out and they're extremely predictable. It really always comes down to the players that are supposed to get kills in this team to turn up. When Afro has a good series, if Cammy has a good series, these guys find success in the respawns. But you just have to be consistent. You have to be consistent in that control. You have to guarantee that and find success in the SMDs.
And now when it comes to Monster Energy pre-games for Minnesota Røkkr, must lock in and find success playing online since stage 3, 0-8 in online matches where they are 5-5 and land. So maybe some Lanimals on the side of Minnesota Røkkr. I'm looking at you, Afro. And also they can't let Vegas steal LSELO control. Minnesota is 10-2 on LSELO. That is going to be our map number 3. And I also love that point because that's where Minnesota Røkkr has been falling short in some of these series is when it comes to that control. I'm specifically going to call out a player named Fame because he had done so well plugged into this roster, but right now is rocking a 0.6 in control during this qualifier.
0.6, Fame. Those are bucket numbers. Let's take a look at the maps and modes here. Fame is going to pop off today on LSELO. Why? Because I think I just saw a stat that said Vegas is 1-9 in that game 3. Name was Cody8717 says this is going to a game 5. Do you agree?
I think Vegas locked this up at 4. I'm gonna be honest. I think these maps are way better for the Vegas Legion. The S&Ds for Minnesota have not been good. Either one of these maps, and there are 2 strengths for Legion. Even the respawns, like when you talk about aBeZy hardpoint, that is Legion's best hardpoint.
Yep.
They're comfortable playing any team in the game on that map. So if they play like they have been, I got them at 4.
All right. It looks like my desk is feeling Vegas today. I think everyone is cheering on the underdog as we are finishing up the qualifiers. We got Lando and Study, though, for match number 1. Lando, the show is yours.
Thank you so much, Chris. I'll tell you what, this is going to be a show. That is for sure, Jay.
Yeah.
This is it, man. Vegas versus Røkkr, number 8, number 9. So much is going to be on the line in this matchup. We've talked about both these teams throughout the season. It's been a victory here for the Legion, but if you ever needed a W, you need one right now. The desk has touched on it. This series, Jay, more than likely decides who is going to get the 8th and final spot for champs.
Yeah, this is the most important series for both of these organizations this season. It all comes down to this. We know that currently Minnesota Røkkr, they're up by 20 points. Vegas Legion is sitting in that 9th spot at 140. So this matchup is, like you said, basically for that 8th seed, man. You give yourself a better chance. For Vegas Legion, they're currently sitting at 1-2 in this stage. You get this W, you're sitting at 2-2 and have a really good chance at potentially earning yourself a winner's bracket spot. You lose this one, you start in losers, and your road gets a lot more difficult. So everything on the line right here for Vegas Legion. I know they just came off a very difficult loss versus Atlanta FaZe, but you gotta shake that one off because this is the most important one of the year.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It feels like for Legion, I know, like we said, yes, or rather it was on Friday when they faced off against Atlanta FaZe, had that restart in the opening hard point. It's easy to get tilted. In this matchup, though, you've got to be focused the entire way through, whether you start down 0-2, whatever it may be. Few kills aren't going your way. You have to be focused from start to finish, as this is surely going to be an incredible game. One of the, if not the most important one on the year, when it comes down to who can be at the final event of the season. Into HyDra Hardpoint we go, and it has been a very solid start here for the Legion, Jay. Early time at P1, and they still have the spawns for next.
And I already love the gameplay that I'm seeing out of Vegas Legion. They start off on the better side going into this P1. They hold strong on their setup, though. You're probably going to see a couple players running around the P1 area, trying to play for a couple kills. Standy was sitting inside P2, holding that bottom water cross the entirety of the time. And eventually, once he finds the kill, it leads to them controlling the spawn. So, flawless already in this hard point, Vegas Legion, to chain that P1 to the P2. Minnesota Røkkr forced to break in. Everyone's sitting at a breathstick so far.
Yeah, this is not great at all. If you are a Røkkr fan, kicking things off here on a HyDra is
oh my!
Off to a monster start, 6-0. Only player in distance of the HP was Afro, and he gets wiped away too. Don. Oh, now at 8. Give me a break. This is a guy who was ready to go to champs. Finally falls, but my God, has his impact been felt?
Without question, man. That's 2 back-to-back flawless holds on some hard points that are very difficult to hold indeed. But now, you find yourself up by 90 points. Vegas Legion playing some perfect COD to start the game off. Let's step aside. Let's hear how the comms are sounding with Legion.
I'm gonna top down here.
Yo, Bance was P5.
Weak dead. Another one. Stunned. I'm looking over. I'm looking right window.
Nice
too. I'm looking over top down. You can go top. I have a trophy front. I hear you. I'm gonna jump top. He's right window. Right window, guys. One shot, Clay. One shot.
And he'll
red room.
Front left, lane down.
Afro is absolute. Keep holding right. And on the pillar, he'll dead. Afro, take your time, guys. Take your time.
I'm deep.
Out of windows, guys. Windows got me. Yeah, did it. Windows. Doing awakening shit. On me right side windows. Cammy weak, pushing up. Right. Left side cubby, one shot. He's gonna be close, cubby. Yeah, I'm camping. That's one in the back.
Cubby in the back. Toolbox and cubby. Right? Toolbox and cubby.
Camping P1. Front door, one shot. Front one shot. Tommy in the back.
In the back, one shot, Cammy. Cammy, one shot in the back.
P1. 2P1. Right side, left side done. Nice, I have a streak.
Go left and just attack over.
I'm gonna swim right and climb up broken, okay?
I'll go over. No one's going left. We just said go left. I'm gonna just get right control.
He's mid, ruins.
Coming for weak. That kid's weak as fuck. One shot. Dead. I'm gonna go. Is shooting me from curve or something? I'm streaking. I'm gonna go right. Come here. Yo, one's behind us. P5.
Alrighty, a check in there with Vegas Legion up big. However, Røkkr starting to make their presence felt when it comes down to HyDra Hardpoint. A nice hold on the last hill, and now are prepared for next. Jay, did you take anything away from the comms there of Legion?
Yeah, I was expecting the intensity to be a little bit more, but I actually love the slow and steady comms right there. Yeah. No one was being a little bit over-aggressive in the communication, having people play frantic. It was all clean. Everybody was saying one-lines, reassuring in certain situations, and that was what you want to hear, but it hasn't been in the gameplay because Røkkr haven't been able to win broken so far at this P4 hard. They were able to keep P3 scrappy, rotate over towards P4 with great plays coming out of Afro, and now they have gotten themselves right back into this game. It's only a 20-point difference now.
Yeah, it's what you feel like if you're a Vegas fan. Like, all right, like you kind of feel that sense of momentum. It's almost like going up by like 15 or 20 points, almost like in a basketball game. But this match, as we said, is equally important for the Minnesota Røkkr, the rest of the team doing what they can alongside of Bance as the streak will come on forward. Leaves a crater in the map. That's really about it. No slays really come off of it. A huge rotation. Legion desperate to get back on the board as they've gone a decent amount of time without accruing a bit more of a lead, but into this hard point we go. Bit of a pinch established for Minnesota. We'll see what they can do with it, as they have yet to really make that much of a dent.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind that Bance used the streak. he was using it off the old hill. You probably want to wait for a better situation there because all your teammates know where they're going to be set up. They're also inside a generator building, so you're not going to be able to pick up an easy kill with the crews, especially with players having trophies towards the back. So I felt like that play was kind of rushed right there for Minnesota Røkkr. They had an opportunity to find a perfect break, but eventually at least the Vegas Legion holding down that first wave, dodging that cruise missile, and getting a full 60 hold on the P5. Now we're all the way back over to P1. Vegas Legion blew this game wide open again.
Yeah, that's it. Swings back and forth, but as we said, based off of the early 2 hard points, that's the reason why Vegas hold the lead that they do. 2 players who are absolutely dominating right now, and DJ looks to be one of them. Ends up finding a crucial 2. Does he have the 3rd? Not going to happen. Actually gets team killed in the process, but Standy has taken everybody down. 14 and 10 for him, as well for Temp, 15 and 6. Your main slayers going off right now if you are Vegas. And if they can lock down the remaining 20 seconds today and have at least somewhat of a fun time over at the next hard point, this game could already be over.
Yeah, Vegas Legion doing great work at the P1 hardpoint where you usually don't find a lot of success. They're keeping Minnesota Røkkr off, and Røkkr know in this situation, we don't want to apply that much pressure because we do not want to flip spawns and get that P1 to P2 chain to happen to them again. So they had to cut their losses. Vegas Legion opened up the lead by almost 110 points. And now potentially, if they have a couple cruise missiles to work with, they can find the break easily. So Røkkr with Afro currently sitting at 3 and 13. You have to start to turn this game around, and it all starts with this hold here.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot have a performance like this from any player, let alone one of your main slayers. Supposed to be the star of the team. Ends up hitting the deck again. Røkkr struggling mightily. Because right now for Vegas, they're just looking for a lifeline. Another massive hold from Minnesota. It's Bance who's able to find 2. Afro, in the meantime, trying to get things going. By no means is probably going to finish off this game and anything close to positive, but if he can have a decently sized impact, make a play in the back, maybe lock up some time, win a rotation, that could be exactly what Røkkr needs at this stage of the game. A massive rotation inbound. Afro able to find 1. 2 players strong here for Minnesota, already at new.
Yeah, this rotation has to go their way because they were so aggressive finding all the kills at the old hill. They allowed Vegas Legion to get the free back spawns and get that final 20 seconds. But they're just going to soak up that junk time. They know that they have themselves a nice little comfortable lead. Once they find that kill on Clay off the rotation, it allows Minnesota Røkkr to block the spawns, stay pushed out towards P1, build those layers as they are slowly doing that as Fame finds 2. That's so far 20 uncontested seconds. Vegas Legion have not been able to find an angle in.
Yeah, you can already see like what that does to the scoreboard already. These last 30 seconds end up going Røkkr's way. They're within 30 points. Such huge swings so far in this game, and it's not been great hardpoint from Røkkr, but they have locked down hills. They have absolutely locked it up for a full 60. 20 more to go, and Minnesota are in prime position to lock up the final scrap. And now into path we go. This is just now turned into a very tight game. An early break from Røkkr would be huge. Clay finding some massive transition kills that is going to free things up and now allow for Legion to take a decent bit of map control. The hard point where the game can come to a close is right here.
Yeah, Vegas Legion do a great job, though, off the rotation of no one dropping. Everyone making sure that they get those players from Minnesota Røkkr so no one's going to potentially be spawned out. So now they're fully set up off this P4. 35 seconds until they're able to call game. Minnesota, they're going to put a lot of pressure onto the front, though. Cammy's able to find 2. You got one player going for it. Swim route. Spawns are still in the back for Vegas Legion. So this is an all-out mix fest at the Big Rock.
Oh, Bance is still alive. Clay eventually reads, and veterans continue to go back and forth, continue to battle.
Big win.
Another massive win. Afro sent flying, and the time still remains vacant. Spawns will flip, so it's Minnesota who are now in prime possession of the hardpoint time. It's really 20 seconds that they're fighting for, but that 20 seconds gets them right back into it. DJ and Cole with some backside spawns. HyDra continues to be interesting, but take a look at that mini-map. 3 players all around it for Røkkr. You've got Clay on the outside. Can he make enough of a noise to end up swinging the game his way? He ends up putting 1 from the back. That's 2 in a row. 3 here for Legion.
And that's the veteran making the play, being the sole man on the rotation, puts himself in a nice little spot, reads the player coming off spawn, and his teammates eventually collapse on the hill to find all the kills. And now 10 seconds away from closing out this map number 1. Vegas Legion looking to close this one out.
Looks like it's going to be done here. Only a few more points. Røkkr, one last push, one last contest. It's Bance, Standy, come here, and there you go. Map 1 going the way of Vegas. And it's just a sigh of relief. It is just focus on their faces. Not ready to cause too much of a stir because they know, Jay, still have 2 more maps that they got to win.
Yeah, series is far from done. Job is not done yet. But already into the map number 1. That's exactly how you want to play some HyDra hardpoint if you're Vegas Legion. You start off the game basically 68-0 because you had such a great P1 hold and you chained it to P2. Didn't even allow Minnesota Røkkr to get even close towards that hill. And that eventually is the turning point of the game, man. So much success for Vegas Legion at that P1 hardpoint. Røkkr were just forced every single time to cut their losses, but every time they were doing that, Vegas Legion, they were just racking up a bunch of that time. Now, when you had Røkkr slowly start fighting back into the game, win a couple rotations, chain the ending of that P2 to the P3 to get themselves back into the game, they were just too aggressive in a couple moments where you allowed Vegas Legion to get a free back spawn, break the hill for the final 15 to 20, and just keep themselves consistently growing that lead. Just such a slow start for the Røkkr, more specifically out of Afro. We do not see numbers like that, especially in hardpoint. But you gotta shake this one off because Vegas Legion just got the better of you, and now they're up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, you really want to see him have a much bigger impact in Search Destroy, which is really where he has had a majority of his impact so far throughout this season. At one point was like top 3 in S&D KD, but I'll tell you what, man, that's a tough way to start if you're a Minnesota fan. Like I said, it just feels like after the first 2-3 hard points, Jay, HyDra pretty much becomes HyDra from that point. Massive 60-point swings either which way, but Legion, they just ride the advantage till the end. A few close moments, a few interesting moments, but it is Legion with a solid closeout here to game number 1. And as you said, with Clay making some massive plays toward the stretch, big gunfight victory. I believe that was on Cammy in the back, just to make things more secure. You could just tell from Bance to Clay, both teams dealing with a lot of emotion already here after our first map.
And if you go back to when we were in the Listening with the Vegas Legion, it's about the communication that they were having throughout the map. You can just tell everyone was so relaxed. Everyone was calm. Everyone knew what they had to do, what 25% they had to give as soon as they come off spawn. They weren't sweating, man. And this is when Vegas Legion are at that different level. We know that Clayster, all time, even when I played against him, he's always gonna roar at his opponents. But right now he's so locked in because he knows how crucial this is for his roster that he's making sure that all the young guys, everyone is level-headed because you need this more than you can just get hyped throughout the one map. One map is not enough for the entire series.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. I was curious, like we were either going to see Clay just absolutely erupt, get his teammates up, or it was going to be a more calm, composed, that as you said, it kind of goes more based off of how the comms did sound. We went for the listening, but tell you what, man, loaded into the LSCLO Search and Destroy. We kind of talked on it for a moment. I know we instantly got into the HyDra, but we were stressing how important that opening map was for both of these teams. Given how the vetoes went, talk to me about it, stress to me about the importance of this next LSCLO Search Destroy, the records, all the fun stuff.
Yeah, so we know the vetoes online during these qualifier matches are all coin flips. This time, it was Vegas Legion able to win that coin flip, but they decided to be Team B. And the reason why I love that mind game play is because they're able to choose their best, one of their best search and destroys in the game 2. But the game 3, LSCLO Control, Røkkr was actually Team A, so they decided to veto a hotel. You're probably expecting Vegas Legion. They are awful at everything besides Expo, so they're going to come out and try to play us on an Expo Control. They actually decide to get rid of that because they know Røkkr like themselves some Expo, and with their new roster, they have been struggling on LSCLO Control. And even though they have a 1-9 record on that map number 3, they still have been putting up some tough fights versus some of the top teams. So for Vegas Legion to take Team B, you choose your best search and destroy. The mind games in game number 3, and then one of your best hardpoints, if not your best hardpoint in the game 4. After you win that map number 1, Vegas Legion, you gotta be feeling like we have set ourselves up to close out this series.
Yeah, you got to feel on top of the world. I think it was Nameless who was touching on it. It was like, hey, if Vegas come out, look good on the opening break, they absolutely have the chance to lock this one up in 4, especially considering the way that the end of the series begins to look. But all the focus now comes in toward Minnesota. How will they answer? You saw the map records Loading into this LSCLO Search and Destroy, not great if you are a Røkkr fan, but the positive, Jay, is that lately for Minnesota, Search and Destroy has been good. They're currently on a 4-game Search and Destroy winning spree. However, none of those wins come on LSC, though. They'll look to add that to the column today.
Yeah, none of those wins also come versus Vegas Legion. 5-0 in the mode are the Legion versus Røkkr. But the biggest thing that stood out for me when I was looking at the numbers for Minnesota was their first blood percentage. They are 11th in first bloods, and whenever they don't find first bloods and they find themselves in a 3v4 situation, they only have a 19% chance at winning the round. So that paints the picture perfectly. Minnesota Røkkr cannot get picked off early.
Yeah. Can't afford for that to occur. Cammy, try to be the guy who gets that opening fight his direction. Clay does not spot him. Has to be careful with the footsteps. With that, Vegas look to make their way in through middle warehouse, checking behind every single corner. Where are Røkkr hiding? As the bomb looks to get planted, that will allow for Cammy to be sent on forward, but how close are these two? Afro and TJ, somebody about to make the play. Around the corner he goes, waiting for the timing of Minnesota.
Oh man, at least he's able to spot Clay, gets that first shot, but TJ's instantly there for the trade. The rest of Vegas Legion win their one-on-ones, and now you force Cammy, the guy who was trying to be the flanker, to be put in a 1v3. He takes down Standy, but with only 20 seconds left, a lot of ground to cover.
A lot of ground to cover, and ground that will not end up being found toward the end. Vegas hold strong. You can see it, Jay. Minnesota, they had their pushes prepared. They had Afro waiting. They had Cammy on the flank, but just not the trades that you were looking for. Vegas holds strong after what was a very, very interesting start to the round, a very passive one. It was chaos throughout the remainder. Round one, going to the Legion.
And Vegas Legion on LSCLO S&D, they are the highest plant team at this A site at 54% of the time on their attacking rounds. Whenever they get it down, they have a 75% at winning the round. So that's one thing that you definitely got to put your focus on if you are Røkkr. Don't allow that bomb plant to go down for free. As Famous opens up with the first blood, Afro with the second. It's already a 4v2.
It is. Now Bance is going to make it into a 1v3. Up to Teach. Now brings into a 1v2. Problem for him is that he finds himself in a very narrow position inside a mattress. Challenged and bagged. It is Bance here who erupts in round number 2.
And that's a big round right there for Røkkr, to gain some confidence on the attacking side, because they are the worst team at winning rounds when they have to get that bomb down. But they say, screw it, we're going to do it with aggression. Fame gets the first. They eventually find the second, and then nice little stun to get TJ to be trapped in towards that corner. You go for the chow, you secure the round. Røkkr with the aggression, tie the game at 1.
You just feel it, man. This game just has a different level of pace to it. You can just, like, I don't know about you, Jay, it just feels like every round feels impactful. Like, we'll just kind of jump into some search destroys. It's like, okay, every round feels like it means so much to both of these teams. Every kill, as a matter of fact. As we jump quickly into round 3, it is trades early. Cammy and Clay wiped off the board. As now it is up to the 3 versus 3. TJ looking to try to help babysit the bomb carrier. However, he is the one put to bed. Now the pressure comes on to Standy. Stun is out. Able to tag up onto Afro. 2v2 now.
2v2. And Standy's also about to earn himself that dead silence. But Bance invests his as well. And he finds himself in a position towards bottom pool. I don't know if Standy's going to be aware. He's this close, and he's not going to be. Bance finds that kill. 1v2, all left up to Don Don.
Oh, Temp knows. Temp knows. Able to get away. No, not going to happen. Temp saw the door close, went for his opportunity. And thankfully for Røkkr, that is the reason why when you are up in numbers late in a round, you need to have players close to each other. The rookie coming away with a clutch kill. If Temp escapes that, it is a totally different round. Røkkr back to back.
Yeah, it goes back to Afro winning that one-on-one in towards the site, forcing it to a 3v2. But then once he finds that kill, you see Bance was in a perfect trade scenario. He invests that dead silence, puts himself in a great position towards bottom pool, finds that trade, and then eventually sets up his teammate to find the final kill. Røkkr now up 2-1, back on the attack. It's looking like a slow pressure up towards the B bomb to try to flip the play.
Oh, and that shot is one that you need to hit if you're Cammy. Clay eventually does fall, so he at least gets the information. Clay taken out of the fight as he has started off 0-4. here in the search destroy on Elisilo. TJ in no man's land, also getting picked apart. This is looking like 3 straight rounds from Minnesota. Standing in Temp now left to try to clutch it out.
Yeah, Røkkr found another first blood. They don't get over aggressive up through the field side. They wrap back through white, catch TJ with his pants down. And now in the 4v2 scenario, just want to play these trades, try to get the bomb down, and try to get some information. Is Famous going to be able to spot Donnie Temp? But he hits him with the frag grenade. Famous one shot. You got to stay down.
You got to single him out. Great teamwork coming in from Standy and Temp. Temp tags him up. Standy finishes off the kill. However, 3 more members to go, and a bomb that he have to defuse. Dead silence pop from both players. Standy not able to win it, and now it is all down to Don Don. His position is known. 25 seconds. It's going to make this round that much more difficult. Lovely shots onto Afro, but as we said, enough bullets, but not enough bodies. If you are Vegas, Røkkr make it 3 straight.
Yeah, that's just a perfect play call. You solo out a player on the Vegas Legion, more specifically Clay, sole main who likes to play over towards this B site. Even though you missed the sniper shot, you're able to gain the information, set up Fame to open up with the first blood with the frag. And then you don't try to be aggressive. You wrap back to your base. You're able to take down TJ, catch him off guard, and then just trade efficiently in the 4v2 situation. 3 rounds in a row for Røkkr, now up 3-1.
Jay, as we said, Clay, 0-4 start. Rest of the team doing what they need to. How do you want to see Clay adjust moving into this next round?
It's just sometimes he's getting some bad timing on some island plays. Usually when you catch yourself in a scenario, when you're being that island player, it's either you're going to win that gunfight or you're going to lose that gunfight. Fortunately, everyone pushes him in that situation, so try to recuperate with your team. Try to get more team plays involved and solo out that slow play.
See if Mr. Eubanks can put that strategy to good use. Afro and Bance hanging out over at the bar, ready to deliver some pain. Is Clay tossing out some shots? As we said, he's got to be careful because he's got 2 players who are not too far away. Temp eventually arrives. Clay found out, so he drops again without a kill. Regardless of it, it's still a 3v3. Bomb still yet to get planted for Vegas. They are all around each other. We'll see if they eventually elect to get more involved in the objective game.
Yeah, Cammy knows where the pressure's coming in. He's going to invest that dead silence, go for the chow, and he's able to win it. So now in the 3v2, up to the SMGs on the side of Vegas Legion. There's not enough time left. You have to get on towards one of these sites. And by the time they get there, all of Røkkr are going to be set up for the pinch. Cammy gets 2. Bance on the flank finds the final. Røkkr just playing these rounds slow and steady, just figuring out what the game plan is for Vegas Legion, and they have been able to counter it every single time. This has been textbook search and destroy so far from Minnesota.
I know I've been asking a lot of questions, Jay, but like, what do you do if you're Vegas? Like, what has been going wrong specifically that they need to desperately change up moving into this next one?
I think you just got to play for the first blood. I know Clay's playing for the information. He's the island guy. He gets picked off apart again back in the base. But when you guys are going for a 3v4 scenario, just put him in a situation where he's able to get a kill and try to be more aggressive because these slow rounds are not working.
Oh, moving into this next one. Must win if you're Vegas. Cannot afford to go down 5-1. Very seldom do we ever see teams make a comeback. It has happened, but you definitely don't want to put yourself in a position where that is a necessity. Both the SMGs inside, or rather for Vegas, inside a mattress, they're prepared for a hit. Will Røkkr decide to hit them on that is the question. It is Temp who is established on the top side of the minimap over at field. Could turn that into a flank. Røkkr have yet to really get moving.
Yeah, and Bance gains all the information. Once he spots Standy is able to close the door, that's why you see them go for a couple wall banks to try to eliminate these players in towards the site. But they take so long trying to set up that play that Donnie Temp finds the timing, pushes up through Keg Alley, gets the first one onto Cammy. So now Vegas Legion have the man advantage. You just got to trade.
For 3 versus 2, Vegas with numbers. Temp actually ends up getting found out. Clay with a kill. Standy ends up finding the final. Clutch plays coming in from Legion. It is Temp on the outside who finds that first blood and really pretty much sets up his teammates. Somewhat of a pinch established from Legion here on the site. A little late to the party are Røkkr. But as we said, it is one that you had to have if you are Vegas. Swing round about to be on the cards. 4-2. Still in favor of the purple team.
And now if you're Vegas Legion, you're down 4-2. You're able to find the first blood in that last round due to Donnie Temp's great aggressive play up through Keg Alley. And this is where I continue to keep that pace, man. Let's just try to get in towards the same site. Let's get this bomb down. The best team at doing it. Let's just play for the post plan.
Clay trying to get going in Vegas, looking to utilize that strategy that Jeremy Stud is telling him to do. Play fast, get aggressive. We know you love to play it. Might as well do it. Standy able to do that, punches in the digits. Early first kill from Cammy. However, Standy able to answer. SMGs continue to be a factor, but it's Temp on the staircase that says bye-bye to Bance. Fame, 1v3, the all to do in 30 seconds to do it in.
Yeah, at least hits him if on to Donnie Temp. But Temp is not an easy guy to take down. He throws the tacticals, gets him to move around a little bit, but then snaps with the Vaznev to close out the round. Vegas League just stepping up in the pace. You get that bomb down, you find another first blood. Standy with 2, Temp with 2, but this was the biggest gunfight right here. The fact that he's able to win that up close to personal with the TAC 56, Bance flew around that corner with that silence. Those are gunfights that you have to try to secure. But you see Donnie Temp with the heart on his face. He's locked in. Vegas Legion now down 4-3.
He's trying to go to his first champs since MW 2019, the first year of franchising. He has not been at a COD champ since then. Can feel that hunger. Here, the 23-year-old veteran is into the next round we go. Huge one for Legion, and you could argue that it is a much bigger one confidence-wise for Minnesota. You cannot allow for 3 straight to go the opposite direction. Sniper has been brought out. Nobody yet to really do much, as it's another slow-paced start to a round here for Minnesota.
Yeah, once Clay was able to get that information onto his Bance, towards White, he knows he's throwing that shoulder just so he can play it slow to see if anyone is going for that commitment up through field. But he backs them down, and that eventually keeps Minnesota trapped in towards the middle building. Temp finds the first. Bance there with the trade. 3v3 now with only 40 seconds left.
At the very least, Temp, that kill at least gives some information over to the teammates. You can say the same thing for Minnesota, but really, it just continues to make Røkkr have to move on forward. TJ with some sound cues, jumps on in. Can he actually find this kill? No! It is not great teamwork there for Legion. Both he and Clay had the same thing in mind, and that could be what punishes them. And yes, it will be a gift given to Minnesota.
Yeah, that just can't happen. Communication has got to be better. We know that TJ, he has the SMG in hand. Clay has a sniper pistol, so he wants to put himself in a situation where he's able to bait with that pistol. But TJ goes for the chow alongside Clay. You shoot Clay in the back of the head. You set up Bance to find the kill onto you as Fame puts down a couple shots to make you weak. But that's just a communication collapse right there out of Vegas Legion. So now put Røkkr at game point.
5-3. Legion cannot afford the waiver. And this next one we go. When you see Bance and that player cam, he is barking comms like crazy. Veteran on this team. Trying to get the proper communication over to his teammates. TJ, aggressive, ends up falling. When you cannot afford to lose, your scout is out of the play, and now for Legion, they will go for the retreat.
Yeah, you got to back up. You gain that information that at least 2 players from Røkkr are over towards that B site. So all you have to do is trade efficient in towards the A bomb, and Standy starts it off with the snap onto Afro. So now in a 3v3 scenario, let's just try to get this bomb down. Don't challenge these one-on-ones.
A little late to the party. If you're Minnesota, the rotation a tad slow. Big kills coming in from both Standy and Temp. And Temp, another with them. Fame, quick 1v3, bomb planted, knows that he might have an opening, goes for the quick turnaround. Player just toward his left. Can he snap? Not gonna happen. Temp again. Absolutely delivering for the squad. But it is in that 4v3, Jay, when Vegas go for the retreat, where it is both he and Standy who win massive gunfights that allow for them to have the man advantage toward the end. Vegas stay alive, but just barely.
Yeah, it all came down to Standy winning that one-on-one. Once it turns to a 3v3, Standy, I know he didn't find the kill into the second player, but with the movement, he was able to set up Temp to pick him off. Then in the 3v2, you get the bomb down. Don's feeling himself, sitting at 13 and 6. He's going to be able to challenge these last couple of players and win those one-on-ones. Vegas Legion stay alive a little bit longer in this search and destroy. Into the round 10, Standy starts it off with the first blood, and that's massive.
Oh!
But Cammy's there for the response.
I actually thought that was a shot for Vegas, I'll be honest.
Same.
I thought we were on the POV of Vegas, and I was like, okay, looks like we're going to around 11. However, it is Cammy bringing out the SPX. As now we find ourselves in a 3v3, and it feels like these last 50 seconds are going to be crazy. Oh my god, how about that 1v1? That would have been fun. Have to wait to see that duel, maybe for another time. Save it for another episode. Bance, does he really decide to go for the challenge without a whole lot of teammate support? Looks like it could be here. Footsteps are out. He found the information on it. TJ, no, he doesn't. I thought he saw Teach, but he does not. Fame nearly caught out as Cammy delivers another snipe. 2v2. Daddy popped.
Daddy popped all over the map. Only 15 seconds left. That bomb's going to be down in towards the site. All you have to do is take down TJ. That's going to be that player playing inside, but Standy takes down Fame. Cammy already lined up 2 shots with the sniper, but he's not going to be able to find anything else. Great patience out of TJ Halley. When he heard all those footsteps on the backside of that door, he did not budge, which eventually led to Bance thinking no one was in the site. He thinks no one, especially when he threw that stun in there. He doesn't get any information, but TJ plays it so patient. Unfortunately, is not able to spot him as he turns the corner. But Vegas Legion stay alive again and force the round 11.
A game of inches, a game of pixels. Bance so close to spotting TJ there. However, he doesn't, and just like that, into round 11 we go. Our final one. Here to close out what has been an electric LSCLO search and destroy. It's Vegas on defense, Minnesota on attack. A lot of dead silence invested in the last round. And Standy, oh! He gets over aggressive. He does not find Bance. It looked like that fight was going to go his way, but it ends up going to the veteran.
Oh, the Semtex was on the front side of the pillar. If it's on the back, you force Pants to hit that reposition, but he hits the shimmy, and he's able to get the first blood, and Clayster cannot win the one-on-one versus Cammy. 4v2 left up to Temp and TJ.
And now it is all on to Temp. It's been all about him all game long. Now makes it 14-7. This is the last guy that you want to ask to come away with a clutch, but he's your only hope. He's your only chance. Røkkr, an incredible round 11, and there it is. Cammy cannot believe it. Bance with some early heroics over at the pillar. It looked like Standy had it, but Bance, shifty as you like, comes away with it, and the rest of the team follows suit. A huge round 11 dub here for Minnesota as confidence is restored, and confidence at the same time is diminished. 24 kills combined for 2 members of Vegas, and it does not get the job done. 1-1 through our first 2.
Oh man, that's gotta suck. It's gotta suck on the side of Vegas Legion. They were trying to be the aggressors up through the mid alley. You put Bance in a position that's very difficult to get out of. But that Semtex is not going the backside of the pillar. Bance is able to hit the dance, find the first blood, and then Cammy is able to win the one-on-one versus Clayster. I know Clay stats are sitting at 1-8, but if he was able to win that one-on-one versus Cammy, it's not about how you start. It's all about how you finish. It would have been a 3v3 situation, probably plays out completely different, but he gets guns out of his socks, turns it to a 4v2, and then Minnesota Røkkr just get the bomb down. They clutch up in the search and destroy, finally able to beat Vegas Legion in an S&D, and that's a much needed one. Now going into an LSCLO control where they are 10-2. They are the #1 team on defense, but Vegas Legion, they have been fighting as of recent on LSCLO.
Yeah, it's as weird as it sounds, it almost feels like there isn't really a favorite, even though there absolutely should be a favorite in this next control. We'll have all of that discussion and more coming into our next map. But as we said, ladies and gentlemen, it's really the biggest game of the day. We talk about the standings. One last spot for champs, and it really feels like it's going to be one of these teams, Minnesota, answering in the round 11. What will LSCLO control have for us after this break?
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Howdy friends, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League on this lovely little Sunday that we've got brewing for you. Minnesota taking on the Las Vegas Legion, number 8 versus number 9 in the standings. The reason why that's significant is because only 8 teams are headed to COD Champs at the end of the year, and it feels like it's going to be one of these rosters. Røkkr currently with the slim advantage, but it only builds if they come away with this game. Legion with a W today would be within 10 points of overtaking Minnesota in the process. It is a 1-1 series up to this point. As we head back to aBeZy for some control, Jay, talk to the viewers about it, because the records are interesting. 10-2 for Minnesota, 1-9 for Vegas, but Vegas decided to pick this map.
Yeah, all the numbers, just looking at the screen, tell you that Vegas Legion should get absolutely curb stomped on some aBeZy control going up against Minnesota Røkkr. And I'm pretty sure that defensive side is actually switched around. It's 72% on the defensive side for Minnesota because they're the #1 defensive team on the map. But for Vegas Legion, as of recent, this has been the control that they've been trying to add to their map pool. They've been playing a lot of teams tight. Atlanta FaZe goes all the way to round number 5, all attacking rounds. They beat OpTic Texas for their very first W all the way into round number 5. And on the opposite side for Minnesota Røkkr, I know they're overall sitting at 10-2, but with this team specifically, the thing that they struggle with is defense. 3-5 on the defensive side with only a 35% win rate. You cannot win aBeZy if you're not clutching up on defense.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Minnesota 10-2. However, their most recent 2 games have been losses, and as you said, it's been because of the defensive struggles. We'll see if Vegas can gamble their way to a W, as Vegas always tends to like to do, and so far it is working out quite nicely. On the A zone, done and dusted. A quick minute added on to the clock, and not many lives have expired in the process. 3 to be specific, as Standy looks to keep his spree alive at 3-0. 1 more to go, and that's now 4.
Yeah, he's just roaming. All of his teammates are dropping around him. He's just trying to find a couple kills to open up a lane, but loses that one-on-one to Bance. Now all of Vegas Legion forced to play slow out of back white. Minnesota Røkkr with full map control with 1:40 on the clock. Vegas Legion have multiple chances to try to break their way out.
Play starting to get things going, off to an 0-3 performance, but able to put away 2 kills to help lead the charge for what is ultimately going to be a late game battle over toward the field. Did not have a great performance in that search destroy, but we know Clay, he's going to put that on to him and try to brush it off for the 31-year-old veteran. First push for Vegas does not equal out to much. Clay still in the back as to watch a few of his teammates continue to fall. Now on 3. Here comes Legion again.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Clay in that scenario when your teammates are pushed up on the map. Pushed up with them. I know you're watching multiple different angles, but in that situation, you're probably able to help them in a closer position. But once they fall, eventually Clay knows it's time to go, because time is starting to tick. There's only 55 seconds left. You have no field control. You have no white control. You're forced to overextend. And this might play right into what Minnesota want them to do. Look at the positioning right now from Cammy. He backs all the way up. He's ready for the flank.
Oh, but Sandy ends up finding 1. Cammy does not clean him up. At least gets the stun off. So Vegas smell blood in the water. That is now 3 straight kills here for the Legion. 4 as a group. Cammy with another crucial kill. Time continues to become a factor. Røkkr off a spawn. Those tacks are firing well. Cammy continuing to be a problem. Standy, who's been alive for such a long time, eventually is sniffed out. A great looking push for Legion. But it is a Røkkr.
Wait a minute!
He is claimed!
Oh!
Gently goes for the highlight real-time moment. I'm not sure if that was intentional. It absolutely was not. And because of it, his team will pay. Legion, a frustrating way to lose this opening round. They still at least get 3 segments on the board.
Yeah, that's so tough right there if you're Clay. You find yourself in one situation where you're playing too slow. You probably want to get pushed up on the map. Then when you push up on the map, you're so aggressive that you accidentally assassinate a player when you were trying to play for that map control. That's so tough. Hit him with the Kimbo stick to the head, to the leg. Bow. Can't believe it. But that's awful if you are Vegas Legion. You're supposed to be able to walk away with that round. But Minnesota Røkkr, they clutch on up. They hold strong. Cammy was finding clutch two-piece after two-piece to secure the defense for Røkkr.
Just felt like Clay in that moment was just getting rid of a bunch of stress. Like, obviously, the play is not intentional. I know I said that, but this feels like in a moment like that. That's actually what you would love to do on the map, just to release a bit of frustration after, obviously, as we said, a slow search destroy, a slower start to that control. But Clay and the boys now left to try come away with the defense. And
What?
Work for Minnesota as TJ is, well, caught sprinting. The entire team for Røkkr is here, and TJ, well, is completely out in the open. He is found, and Cammy will continue to take advantage of a few Legion mistakes.
There you go, TJ. Way to come off spawn and actually look at both sides of the street before you cross. He's able to find that trade onto Cammy, but Minnesota Røkkr able to get onto the point. First segment already done at B. You're throwing proper stakes if you are FaZe, but the wall bang comes in from Temp. So with the SMGs currently roaming around middle, a trade happens on the map between Bance and Clayster. But so far, Vegas Legion, they're able to weather the storm, hold strong in their setup, and keep that clock rolling.
See, Jay, I think it was a strategy there from TJ. He just wanted to run out in the open to make Minnesota feel more confident, and then when they push up, the rest of his teammates do what they need to.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it worked out perfectly, I guess, right?
I mean, hey, you know, this game's, it's a weird game, Jay. You know, you got to come up with some crazy plays from time to time, trying to play the mind games versus Røkkr. As finally, it feels like for the first time for Minnesota, they've been able to jump onto an objective and really start to build upon it. Over at that A zone they go, and really it is Bance and Afro back-to-back looking to make some plays. Dead silence pop.
Oh,
There's one. There is not two. Two more players in his sights, and he cannot find either. Bance says bye-bye, but Fame and Co. still alive, still thriving. Big kill for Afro. He has been the sole man at this objective. Can he get it all the way there? He will. Another minute added, 2 ticks to go.
Yeah, Afro wins the one-on-one. He's able to complete that A capture, and Cammy across the map is able to find 2 kills up through the field side. So your main focus on where it's standing, you're able to take care of him. Now the stack is going to be in. All of Vegas Legion spawning across the map.
And every kill here is huge. If you're Røkkr, another one picked apart. Afro making great use of the tack. Back and forth we go, but it's Vegas who desperately need a body. They desperately need some bullets. TJ trying to make something happen. He goes for the long route. He eventually gets sniffed out. Afro and Bance on the point. So locked down, right behind the box. Clay tosses out a nade, but it doesn't matter. Minnesota come away with the round. And it was wild plays through the entire time, Jay. It was like Afro winning really massive 1v1s over at A. It was he and Bance locking things down at B. That objective wasn't moving that fast, but it didn't matter. Vegas could not get on it.
Yeah, Vegas just couldn't cross to that side of the map. Once Cammy opens up with that 2 kills in towards the field side, I said that they're so focused on where is Standy. Cammy also found that kill as well. So now you know 3 players are coming off spawn. You block the back right spawn, so they're able to spawn all the way towards A Street. And by that point, you just slow and steady work your way up. You get your players that are coming off spawn to watch the crosses. And that was the perfect setup for Minnesota Røkkr to eventually walk away with the round. Now up 2-0 in the control. They're not slowing down. They find 3, making all 4 kills in the feed. Vegas Legion off the reset already.
Yeah, I mean, you are a few seconds into this round and you're already wishing that maybe the next map was already starting to load up. But still with some fight, Clay ends up finding 2 kills, pretty timely ones at that, to instantly get out of the base. So it looked like to be a great opportunity for Røkkr to really start to put the pressure on that much more. Has now led to Legion really just kind of avoiding it and instantly getting right back in the objective. Great work for Legion as they've got bodies on both A and B.
They got bodies on both. But what can they get from both? They at least complete 1 segment over towards A. The B segment does get broken into. So now your commitment is just try to close out the same point. And it been Standy, the sole man here making the plays happen around the box area. He eventually does get traded and all of his teammates drop. So Minnesota do not allow that second segment to come in. Now they can get pushed up. With only 50 seconds left and try to keep him in that track.
Yeah, the issue there for Legion is that we said they have 2 players on both A and B. The player that they lose at that B zone is the one that they were more interested in trying to capture. So Slays just didn't really seem to mean as much. Standy back to the A zone. He's been the guy to do everything so far over here on the bottom side of the map. Eventually does get found out, and now the pressure starts to fall on Temp. He's been so good throughout this game, but does get dropped. And now with that, time starts to become a factor. 30 seconds to go. And for Legion, they desperately need to pause the time. Clay cannot drop in this power position.
Yeah, he cannot. So far, he's playing it great. Throwing your shoulders, challenging when needed, but staying strong in this position while your teammates are winning those gunfights across the map. But his teammates are pushing towards B. Clay's just trying to keep him steady over here towards the A point while his teammates are going to the opposite side. And it potentially might work out. You just have to win a couple gunfights versus Bance and Afro. They find the trade. TJ's there for the help. And this has been a perfect rotation on the opposite side of the map while Clay's just simply causing a distraction.
That's what this whole round has been. It's just been an entire distraction over at A, keeping Minnesota on their heels. But it's been TJ and Simp, the longtime duo that came into the game together, and they're trying to use that chemistry towards the later stages. Big battles either which way. Clay, he's by himself. He eventually falls. So close for Vegas to getting that B objective. But Røkkr, so excellent. They will hold, and they will lock up aBeZy in a 3-0. A gamble that does not pay off here for Legion. Decided to go to Minnesota's best control map, thinking that recency could maybe be the difference, but it is not. Vegas, a hard pill to swallow here on aBeZy as they get nothing at all. 0-3, and Minnesota more momentum again.
And if you're Vegas Legion, man, you just played that terribly. Like, we're thinking about the round number 1 where Clayster is playing super slow upfield while his teammates are finding kills. Like, that situation, just speed it up a little bit. And you also find yourself in a scenario where you assassinate someone on accident. And obviously, that's not going to play into your head because it's an easy trade for Røkkr. But then when you get into that final attacking round, I know that A is a lot easier to capture. You're holding that side of the map, Clay's holding down top radio, but you gotta show some teamwork, man. Even though it was a perfect distraction, if your teammates don't find the kills on the opposing point, then it's all for nothing. Because Clayster loses his one-on-one, the teammates eventually get traded out on the B point, and you have no more time to at least make another play. Just the game plan right there from Vegas Legion was not the best. Minnesota Røkkr capitalized on every single moment. And now find themselves up 2-1 in the series, winning their best control map. Like you said, I thought it was Vegas Legion playing the mind games, but mind games don't work. Now you're down 2-1. You have to try to win 2 in a row to win in the game 5.
Yeah, well, we talked about gambling, folks. Really, you don't do that all that often, but
please don't, please.
Legion had the chips, and they just threw them all away. Out of sight, out of mind. You got to focus up this next aBeZy hardpoint. Really, if you're both teams, for Legion, of course, given the frustration, but the confidence has got to be flowing for Røkkr. Still 1 to go for them. But it just feels like a lot of mistakes. So the reason for why that aBeZy goes the way of Minnesota. Confidence flowing through them, but now with this aBeZy hardpoint up next, Jay, what do we got? What are we thinking?
I think if you're Vegas Legion, you're feeling really confident on this map. This is your best hard point, even though you're sitting at an 8-9 record. A majority of your losses are within 50 points. And you're also playing a team in Minnesota Røkkr who haven't touched the map since February 26th. Not even with their new team. But you know these guys are putting in the practice. They're definitely scrimming it, so it's not like they don't know what's going on. But if you're Vegas Legion, you just gotta find something. Like, this is a team who pushed that aBeZy control yesterday on Friday versus Atlanta FaZe all the way to round number 5. They were playing it flawlessly. They made a lot of mistakes and now have to try to win all the way into game number 5, and it all starts with this map number 4. They found themselves in the last time in the same situation when they played against Minnesota Røkkr. But it wasn't the opening hard point. They actually lost the opening hard point, clutched up in the search and destroy, and lost to the control. So it's familiar territory to be down 2-1 versus Røkkr. But just the mistakes that they have been showing so far, it's not going to be able to get you back into this series. Minnesota Røkkr, they're taking their time. You see the breathing exercises coming in out of Bance. They have no worries right now. They are in control of this series. And if you are Vegas Legion, I said it, they play every single aBeZy, always down to the wire. It's just going to be a battle off the rotations. Just like it was on map number 1, Vegas Legion can get the better of them there. If they do it here in this map number 4, they have the opportunity to force the game 5.
Yeah, they do indeed. I know you're talking about the breathing exercises for Bance. How about Afro, though? Just stoic.
He was so locked.
He was, dude. Very locked when it came down to the LSC. Had some great numbers, and now he's ready to just light it up here on Embassy Hardpoint. Absolutely love our man Marcus. But Jay, I mean, I guess kind of on topic with player-specific stuff. Who are the players you're looking out for coming into this Embassy Hardpoint? Potentially the final map of this series, one that has so much weight, so many eyes on it. Who do you think from Vegas can help force the Game 5? And on the flip side for Røkkr, who can lock up this series here? One player for both teams.
I think there's no doubt in my mind on the side of Vegas Legion, the guy that's got to bring it this map and bring it for the rest of this series if you continue to force it at Game 5 is Clayster. He hasn't really had the best performance so far, losing a couple key gunfights in the search and destroy, couple slow plays in the control, but obviously he's a 3-time world champion for a reason. He knows how important this game is, so try to rally the troops behind him. And on the opposite side for Røkkr, I think you want to go back to Afro. Didn't really have the best performance in that map number 1 hardpoint, and he's a guy that can definitely get it going as fast as he gets into the map.
I mean, it just feels like on a map like this should really be his playground. I know that Røkkr are not ones to play it very often, and maybe we're already seeing why. But you hope that Afro can maybe put up a performance like TJ is doing right now. A quick turn and burn has now led to a 2-0 start. Early time goal the way of Legion as both teams continue to look to the bottom side of the map for spawns.
And that's a perfect break off if you are Vegas Legion. You get Minnesota off of that P1 because they spawn on the preferred side. You're potentially going to put yourself in a scenario where you can flip these spawns going in towards the next hill, but a couple of spawns come in for the side of Røkkr. They're going to spawn out towards the backside of parking lot. Cammy wins one, Fame wins another. So it should allow Vegas Legion to walk away with this final 15 with Røkkr fully set up for the next hill.
Yeah, for those that may be a little new to Call of Duty, we have certain hard points that are worth technically more than others given their positioning on the map, and really these next 3 are going to be a doozy. These next few are going to be important. P1, early time going the way of Vegas, that's great, but these seconds are more guaranteed. That's the reason why we continue to highlight it. Røkkr currently with spawns, currently with favorable positioning. What can they do with it? Bance on the hottest of routes. We'll see if he can get here in time to hold this off. Not going to be outstanding. Great read. Ends up finding Bance off the flank, and now Legion have got numbers, continuing to fly, continuing to fry, and a few team kills along the way as well.
It's all good if you're able to win those gunfight versus your opponents. So you're able to find the break and now keep Minnesota off of this hill for now. But Afro and Fame, they spawn close to the middle of the map. They maintain back gas control, and they're able to find the break for the final 20. Now you're going to force it, Vegas Legion, off the rotation. It's going to be a huge one-on-one between TJ and Bance. And Bance knows that TJ's in that position. While it's going to be a one-on-one, the rest of Vegas Legion, they win those gunfights. And now it's time for TJ to strike. You still got to locate where Bance is.
Huge when Bance wins this, his teammates can get here in time. TJ, if he's able to win it, stay up. Now his team has got the numbers. A current 3v1. Bance tagged up, but we'll see if the trades continue to favor. Oh, I thought Cammy was closer than that. No, he is not close. So Vegas will win the early seconds, take a slim lead, one that they're looking to try to extend here at the ACs. Afro presence felt. Massive W. Can he come away with another 1v1? Teammates arrive. Great coordination for Røkkr as they come away with the massive teammate there, or rather team fight there.
Yeah, that's a big opportunity right there for Minnesota. You didn't win that rotation early on. You didn't win the key couple gunfights, but there was only 2 players from Vegas Legion on the point. One in towards orange, one on the hill. You trade out both of those gunfights, and you're able to walk away with the remaining 35 to 40 seconds, and Bance is feeling himself right now. On a 4 spree, they're trying to think about that rotation. Vegas Legion have 3 players towards the backside of the street, but Bance is timing this perfectly with the dead silence. He makes another play, and Røkkr flips the spawns.
Oh my goodness, he actually does drop it along with 2 teammates in stride, so it's a quick 3 down. As Fame looks to try to dance, both teams waiting for reinforcements. Fame, lighting him up. Oh, does he have the 4th on the cards? His teammates do. Massive swing there from Minnesota as we'll check in with their communication now.
One god, hit the back, Kev.
Yeah, back, one shot. Hold your back.
Yeah, playing back in a state. One's front of me, Back 2 forward. I spawned you, always open, I've open. Always staying open, that's one more, it's not God. Nice, I'm looking, it's one maybe.
Nice!
Yeah, they're come new. I'm one shot, someone. Oh, Marcus, skip. Yeah, in new. You want me? Red, spot the red, gas, run on gas. Yeah, yo, listen, Tem's gonna spawn tennis. Yeah, there's one tennis.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
The door's closed.
I'm gonna
give it this fight.
Yeah, you can. I've got your laundry. They cannot come laundry, okay?
Yep. I want to see Temp tennis, boys.
Yeah, at least 2 gas.
Go P1.
Yeah, one's like jump box, and that's a shoot.
I need it, Kev. Yep. I don't see jump box.
Dead. One more.
Nice. Yo. Missing one.
I'll push
Get your laundry. I'm one shot. It's on time. He's gonna hold. Just 5 for a second. Hold cross cam. Yeah, crossing.
I spawned out.
Everyone's in this now.
Time. Dead.
Nice, they got audio on you, Marcus.
Okay. No laundry road. Two laundry road.
Play back. Yeah, just believe with equipment. Trust. Yeah. Everyone spam. Yeah, he needed. Let's go. I didn't hit him.
I'm waiting laundry. I got needed.
In time. Go straight. You got
How about that check-in there with the Minnesota Røkkr getting loud, getting hype at times, and I'll be honest, Jay, at times it felt Thieves-like with the, very fast-paced, but at the same time very well-coordinated small talk. Yeah. Røkkr, they were on top of everything.
Yeah, the communication was clean. The intensity is obviously there, but when you allow Bance to find 3 kills off the rotation, you have to find some good time off the kitchen. They do not. They allow Simp to fly in, find 2, and then Vegas Legion are able to get themselves right back into this game. The great kitchen break. Now we're into our second set of rotations. Glacier holding the power position towards top AC, but it's at the P1. Everyone is playing for these kills before they decide to hop this time.
One thing to keep in mind for Legion, as we said, this map means everything for them. The most important map of their season. Ted talked about it on the Friendly Fire podcast, Jay, with you and Nameless. He was discussing early game is so important for us, communication-wise. We can get down in hard points. Our comms can really start to deplete if we go down early. They were, but they have started to fight back, knowing the value that this hard point is set before them. They cannot afford to lose the hype, to lose the momentum, to lose the positivity. As we've got ourselves a neck-and-neck game. Next hard point, prepared. And it's Minnesota currently with the spawns. Can Vegas find the break, or can it be another massive lockdown here for Minnesota?
And TJ's trying to work this flank. He's trying to find the timing onto Cammy. Cammy was checking so many different angles, but once TJ wins that gunfight, now Vegas Legion is set up for the pinch. You got street control, you got back parking. Glacier now finds himself on a 5 spree, does get shut down before earning that cruise missile, but what a break comes in from Vegas Legion to almost tie this game up until Afro snaps onto TJ. What a win.
What a win indeed. Who ends up firing back with 3? Bance, the sole man alive, and the objective is about to get swarmed. It's a nade that ends up landing there for Standy, and all 4 members with the last 20 seconds are on this objective for Legion. So, while they do get awarded with the final few seconds, it's now going to be a rotation without question that Røkkr have got on hold. As we continue to exchange blows back and forth, a tie game as we head in toward the AC's. Simp now on the 5 spree, eventually found out. No cruise missile for him. And that is a lovely sign if you're a Minnesota fan.
And this is the turning point of the game right here. Vegas Legion are 10th in break percentage on this map. And now they have to break one of the more difficult hills sitting at top AC. You just have to find a timing. TJ at least is able to spot Fame in towards bottom orange. Temp also is on the flank as well. So there's multiple different angles that Vegas Legion have. They find all the kills. The last player on the point is Bance. You're able to take him down, and Vegas Legion successful on the break.
And finally, it's a break, Jay, where there's tons of time remaining. That is 30+ seconds that Legion are going to look to accrue. Røkkr, they're chalking it up. They are chalking it up. They're going to then to go for the rotation now at office. Legion are going to have a sizable lead, 200 points moving into office. Can they find another break early on? Not going to happen. DJ trying to cause a bit of a stir off the start. However, he eventually does get found out. But take a look at Vegas. Take a look at those arrows. It's currently a 3v2. Trying to play the numbers to their advantage. Can it be a break? It looks like it. It is another break. Vegas fight 3. They're grabbing the early time.
Vegas Legion get the close spawns up towards the street side. They're able with the numbers to win the trade and now hold on in towards this P4 hill. Slowly getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. All of Minnesota gonna attack from the back. They find all the kills in the feed. They just haven't found the trade on the Standy. He's trying to do it all. He takes down 3. He goes for the snap, but he gets the assist from TJ. And Vegas Legion, they hold on.
All right, Eli, have yourself a moment, my friend. Legion now 25 away. These last few seconds are going to put them so close to locking up aBeZy. Røkkr, an uphill battle. But it starts with the kitchen. It is definitely doable for a team like this. They've made crazier comebacks before. And can they do it again? What's the scoreline going to be? 245. 5 more points, and we've got ourselves a game 5.
And they're trying to force it. They're trying to go for the bait and switch. Great teamwork out of the SMG duo on the side of Legion. Temp finds another one on the pitch, so there's only 2 players here from Minnesota. You just have to trade officially, and the game's yours.
And it looks like it will be. Temp, maybe one more battle. No, Clay is there to save the day. And there you go. Back and forth we went. But Standy, give me a break. And that word really is the name of the game, Jay. Late here for Legion, it was all about the breaks. What they were able to do over at AC's, what they were able to do early over at the office. And the one moment where it's like, okay, Minnesota's right back in this game. Standy saves the game, puts 3 and an assist down. And from there, Legion ride that advantage all the way home. 250 to 193, our final score, as we will see that Mercado.
And I said at the beginning of the map, that map was going to come down to who was ever to come out on top in a couple key rotations. When you hit that second half of the hard points, Vegas Legion dominated at the P1 again. We're able to keep P2 scrappy, find the break on towards P3, and then get a blessed spawn over towards P4 with Standing popping 3, almost 4 kills in the feed for them to chain all those hills together. I told you, man, every single time Vegas Legion play aBeZy, it's always really close to within 50 points, but they clutch up, and now they force the game 5.
Yeah, and it's impressive, like we said in that interview that you guys were able to have with Temp. He was talking about how we can go down early and we can start to lose the vibes. They go on a 157 to 58 run to close out that aBeZy. Massive props to our stats guy Temp, as we've got a game 5 locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us as it's Mercado Search to Destroy up after this.
The 2023 CDL Championship Weekend will be live and in person June 15th to 18th in Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, UNLV. You don't want to miss this bigger-than-life weekend, and we're almost sold out, so don't wait. Scan the QR code and get your tickets today. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL Team Packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information.
How's it going, friends? Let's go ahead and take a look at the scuff play of the game coming in from that man, Eli. Some unreal plays here on aBeZy. Gets 3.5 kills here for a highlight reel type of play that pretty much called game here for Vegas.
Yeah, because if you're Minnesota Røkkr, you're thinking 3 dead, our last player on the point. All we have to do is trade out. But you weren't ready for the snappy stand man to be in towards the point. He finds 3.5 kills, like you said, gets the last one assisted by TJ. But when Vegas Legion needed a play, it was Standy doing it time after time on that map number 4. He could potentially do it again going into this Mercado. We previously saw him drop an ace in 12 seconds. And the way that he's feeling right now, you can just tell all momentum on Vegas Legion's side. But both of these teams are locked in, Lando. Everything on the line. They're all in at the table. It all comes down to this game 5.
Oh, baby. All the marbles, all the cookies, all the chips. I'm getting hungry, by the way. Into the game 5 we go. And this one's going to end on a Mercado search and destroy. So far, this series has been all about this guy, Don Temp. Been with the Legion for such a long time, moving into his 3rd season. Looking to make his first COD champs. Since the first year of the CDL. As we said, Minnesota up by 20, looking to extend it. Legion trying to get ever closer to catching Røkkr in this battle. 8 versus 9. Into the game 5 we go. Bance starting things off nice. A quick double there for Bance Boo.
And I was about to say, Vegas Legion, they just played this map on Friday versus Atlanta FaZe. They got steamrolled, and the reason why is because Atlanta FaZe kept doing a lot of B looks at them. So they were just going to take a page out of their book, but it does not work out because you can't trade bans efficiently. So now it's left up to Clayster and Temp. Temp already puts himself in a great position towards hedge. He gives all the information to Clay. I have this side of the map. You can potentially get this bomb down. Just don't get seen from tunnel.
Clay and Temp in such a dynamic duo since they formed together. Can they come away with a 2v3 clutch? Get momentum on their side here to kick off this round. Down in numbers. These are the veterans that you want to see in a situation like this. Bomb planted, and now it's time for the Røkkr retake. First player to enter in toward the line of sight. Oh, it's going to be FaZe and Afro, both falling. Clay and Temp, position known now for Cammy. Problem being is that he's got the sniper out, pistol in his back pocket. Gets the information, he's not going to find it. Vegas with a huge 2v3.
And that's ice. That's serious ice right there out of the vets. On the side of Vegas Legion. When Temp puts himself in that position towards hedge, communication is flowing. Clay knows all I have to do is get this bomb down, make the play come to me. Gets it planted, finds the timing. Minnesota Røkkr tried to be aggressive through tunnel, but the crossfire was perfectly set up on the side of Vegas Legion to take down both of those guys. Lead Cammy in the 1v2 with the sniper pistol. Not the best gun for the situation as Vegas Legion cuts up and take the first round.
I believe Clay already with more kills in one round than he had the entire game number 2.
Fantastic job already.
You love to see that already from old man Jim, 31-year-old, looking to light it up here in the game 5. From old school now to new school fame, looking to get his first kill on the board, and maybe versus Clayster. TJ, well, he has made quick work of great patience there coming in from the rookie as Minnesota now have got the numbers.
Yeah, Fame was throwing shoulders at that window. He thought that he's potentially a spot us player that close. And he ends up working out perfectly as he finds the first blood, but none of his teammates are able to find a trade. Temp with one, Clay with another. The AR so far for Vegas Legion taking over, and Minnesota think they have a free rotation, but Standy is here.
Oh, and Temp ends up finding both of them. Set the trap. Røkkr run right into it. As you said, Jay, they felt like they had a perfect rotation prepared. But no, it's just because of how noisy, how dominant Clay and Timp were over at Cantina that makes them feel like they're ready for the pinch. Legion all the smarter. That is now 2-0 for Vegas, despite not winning the first blood.
And that's insane because I'm pretty sure so far in this series, Donnie Temp, Mr. Don, Mr. Make It Rain has been making it rain in Search and Destroy. Drops 14 in the game one and the game two, and already in the game five, sitting at 5-0. One off for earning that cruise missile. As Vegas Legion are going to go for the 2-2 split, but the SMG's being super aggressive in towards 10 again. They're trying to play for Bance.
Every sound cue that you earn if you're Bance is huge. The earlier you can call your teammates to get here, the better. However, brought down to 9 HP, not going to matter. But does know that this is a full-on push for Vegas over at this B site. How early can Røkkr arrive? How early can the cavalry get?
Big nades.
It doesn't matter. It's a massive nade over the top from Afro that brings our numbers even. And now it's left up to Clay to plant the bomb. Does so. Here comes Minnesota.
Minnesota trying to find their timing. Pushing through dark. Cammy takes down TJ, the guy who's going to go for that late flank. So now it's up to Clayster and Temp again to try to clutch up into 2v3. The timing is not the best, but the engagements are about to come in.
Clay and Temp left up to them again, Clay. Oh my God, it is so close over here.
Oh my.
In the elephant room. Why is it called that? Who knows? Clay, still alive. Here comes Temp. Oh, he's not able to take it. Clay eventually is there for the trade, but he will fall in the end. And it's Minnesota at the last minute who end up finding the kill that they have to and do get on the board. My word, what a round it was. How many close situations that there were toward the stretch there.
It's just a patient play right there from Røkkr. They knew that they were in the 3v2 advantage with about 35 seconds left. Eventually, someone from Vegas Legion has to check the bomb. They waste a lot of that clock. But when they go for the child, Minnesota still did not bite. They were playing for the gunfights. They catch Temp on the fly out, even though Clay gets the trade. They take care of him and have enough time to stick that defuse. Minnesota Røkkr stopped the bleeding, even after getting first blooded in that situation.
It's full-on aggression here for Afro, giving the green light coming into this round. Work out Clay, all the smarter there to read the play, and that is a tough play to lose. Arguably one of the most important on the map if you're Minnesota. Sending Afro forward, get nothing for it. And now the 3 versus 4. They do have full control over A, but by no means is it going to feel safe.
You have all your bases covered, though. There's no need to budge. You know that the pressure eventually is going to be known as that bomb is going to get planted. So it's time for Standy to hit that little speed run on the deep flank. Try to set up the pinch for your teammates as they're slowly working up the hedge. Bance in a great position to at least slow them down.
Oh, can Bance escape with his life? You bet he will. 24 HP. Brought low. Goes for the dolphin dive. Cammy on Overwatch. Taking down another. Cammy turret-like. Now leaves it all on to Temp. 1v2. Oh, first. Oh my God. Cammy's not there for the instant challenge. He will hop on the defuse. Don. Did he just come away with it? Did he just come away with it? Cammy ends up dropping him. My God. It looked like Temp did everything right. And Cammy recognizes it's a little too quiet. Jumps out, and there's maybe a second where if you're Temp, you have longer, and that is a clutch round. But it is Minnesota in the last stages, locking them up back-to-back now for Røkkr.
And that's back-to-back 3v4s as well.
Who cares about first bloods, Jay? Goodness sake.
Who cares? I thought Temp put himself in a great position to clutch the round, but with no dead silence, he knew that he cannot run around for free. You had to stick the defuse, but Cammy finds the timing. So Røkkr able to clutch back on up. All tied up at 2. Vegas Legion going back to this B push, and they are already inside 10. Bance, unfortunately, is going to lose that gunfight to TJ. Another first blood to Vegas.
I felt like Bance had that, but not today. However, first blood.
Oh!
Okay, now it matters. Now it actually matters. Afro 1v4. What this would mean for Minnesota at this stage. With 32 HP, it's also going to be on that B site. And yeah, that is a nade that's going to take him down. Vegas eager to reply. And that is a massive answer there. I tell you what, man, if Bance finds that opening kill, who knows how this round goes.
Yeah, if Bance finds that kill and potentially is able to get out with his life, you're definitely in a better spot if you are Røkkr. But once he loses that fight, Clay finds a second 4v2. You play it patient and towards bottom tip because you know the rest of Røkkr are on the opposite bomb site. There's no way in hell there's going to be 3 players stacked over towards B. So you play it slow, you play your trades, no one eventually drops. Vegas take back control in this search and destroy. Up 3-2. And now it's time for Cammy to whip out the boomstick, and Clayster has one of his own. He finds the first blood this time around.
Already now at 7-2 is Clay. As we said,
look at the push. Look at the aggressive push, though.
In the opener, but take a look at the push already in the barbershop. Look, you've got Fame ready for the flank, but he has no idea.
Oh, my.
Full-on collapse in the middle side of the push. Røkkr get eaten alive from the middle. And from there, Fame, who was really the player to watch the flank. Now it is all on to him. A 1v4 and a round that looks to go the way of Vegas. Some very crucial plays as Clay lighten him up again with the snipe.
And that's a veteran play call right there. Whenever you pull out the sniper, you know your SMGs are currently filling themselves. They've been playing great all series long. But Clayster definitely makes the play call. I'm going to snipe through mid. You guys have the freedom to push right up through the flank. Once he finds that first blood, that's the guy watching that angle. Fame tries to back up, but unfortunately, he's only looking at Ghost through the middle of the map. Both the SMGs are already by you. TJ finds 2. Fame into 1v4. It was a perfect play call right there from Vegas Legion. 2 rounds away from taking the series.
We talked about a lot of mistakes there from Minnesota. If you're Cammy, you also got to get out of the way of the sniper. Like, you're already tagged up. Play again. Oh, my God. Tip and TJ. 5-2, and that round is over in record time.
I feel like Vegas Legion are playing the same exact way that Atlanta FaZe played versus them. We're talking about a lot of B pressure early on into the map. When you're finding success there, now you know Minnesota have to switch their setup. You have to have someone playing over there by 10. When you find that much success, you call the play call this round and just super aggressive over towards Hedge. You win all the gunfights. The round took at least 15 seconds. And now Vegas Legion find themselves at game point with Clay on a 5 streak.
They close it out here. Or can this be the start of something special? We've heard of 5-2 advantages previously. And now it is Røkkr back at B. The first blood would be huge. Cammy with the beamer. Takes Stanny down in a millisecond. That's what you want to see from Røkkr early on. Dead silence invested. Plant is inbound. Overwatch there for Fame as Clay actually earns the cruise missile. It is up to him and Temp again in the 2v3. And Temp's already made his way into the bomb site.
He doesn't even have dead silence though, so Cammy's gonna get a couple sound cues. He's able to find Temp. Now it's Clayster in the 1v3. Job already done though, if you are Vegas Legion. You get TJ to make perfectly for Clayster to earn that cruise missile. He knows that a 1v3 with the bomb planted over towards B. So many different angles you have to check. It's basically chalked up. At least he was able to get that one. To earn himself that streak that can be crucial as this game goes forward. Minnesota Røkkr stay alive for now. But how does Clay call this play going into this round? You got the cruise missile. You probably want to slow down on your attacking rounds. Use your cruise to gain the info and then play with that after you call it in. That might be the perfect play call to try to close out this game.
He's going to put in a position. Yeah, he's going to rock the cruise. He's going to say, here it comes. Over to B we go. Minnesota eager to take shelter. And that one really just gets information. Bance already called upon. Has to do something, but he gets overwhelmed. And now it's on to Cammy to the first line of defense. Takes down Clay. Brings it into the 3v3. Goes for the chow. Tips there to drop him. Advantage for Vegas still.
3v2. Just try to get this bomb down. Afro and Frame have a tall task ahead of them, but Vegas Legion, they're waiting for the pressure to come in. They're trying to play for these kills before they go for the plant, and one player has their gun down.
Fame tagging him up. This is Afro. Afro does not know what player's behind him. Oh! Not gonna matter. Fame now left in a 1v3. Is this it? Or can the rookie pull off something special? No! Vegas! Come away uncensored as Temp. And Vegas can't believe it. Rewriting history one series at a time. They tell the CDL it's about time you start placing your bets on us. And for Røkkr, they know how much that series means. Vegas on their heels, and now just 10 points behind them.
Vegas knew that they needed this one. However, you had to get it done. Clean 3-0, 3-1, all the way into Game 5, Round 11. Did not matter. They knew they had to close out this series for how important it was. The team in 9th seed going up against the team in the 8th seed was a 20-point difference. Now it's a 10. But Vegas Legion was so locked in on that game number 5. When you play Atlanta FaZe on an S&D, you're definitely going to take a couple strategies when you play that map the next time around. And that eventually is what leads to the Game 5 victory for the Vegas Legion. That's now 4-0 versus the Minnesota Røkkr on the season. 10 points behind them in the standings. Now you're sitting at 2-2 in the stage with a potential to get your winners bracket. Minnesota Røkkr at 1-2 with LAT and Toronto still remaining. This is the best case scenario for the Vegas Legion to clutch up in this series. It was great from start to finish, Lando.
Yeah, it was a wild series. The way that you hoped that a matchup like this could go. You got to get a lot of love to Temp as he's able to have a phenomenal series. Clay has a massive turnaround from Game 2 into Game 5. 10 more CDL points and also $10,000 richer. You love to see that if you're a Vegas Legion fan or even a player at that. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. A wild game. Yes, take it away, guys.
Yo, Vegas, save that money. Let's put it on red when we get to Vegas because they are now just 10 points back, still in the running for champs. This was a must-win series, and I'll be honest, the green room, we were nervous for Legion. Game 3 did not go their way. Game 4 looked a little bit murky. You went all the way to your final search and destroy. This is now 3 Game 5s, and they've won 2 of them.
I'm going to be honest, where I felt most worry in this series, at least on the side of Vegas Legion, was when they lost that game number 2. This is a team that, again, like I had set it up, was 5-0 in search and destroy against Minnesota Røkkr. They hadn't dropped one, and they lose Game 2 in this series in round 11. We knew Vegas Legion wasn't strong control going on Minnesota's best map, so obviously we kind of lean in the fact that Minnesota's going to win that one, and then we head into the game number 4, where Vegas Legion could have lost the series. They clutch up in the end. Heading to the Game 5, it was masterclass out of Vegas.
And Nawas, can we just touch on what Temp and Clayster did here? The veterans deserve the spotlight after that performance.
I mean, unbelievable performance in the Game 5. I mean, Chris, when you talk about setting the tone early on in that round number 1, you find yourself in a 2 versus 3 situation where you need to get that bomb down. They end up planting that bomb and playing one of the best chemistry rounds we've seen. Clay gets that first kill in the tunnel. Temp turns around to find the second, and then they instantly form a setup where they can cover every angle for the final kill. That sort of set the tone, and then strategically, let's talk about how on point Vegas Legion was in this game. They lose to Atlanta FaZe on Mercado. What do? They take some of that and bring it into here. They hit B twice, 3 times actually, overwhelming Bance every single time, getting that first blood and giving yourself the advantage, which then allows you on one of your offenses to full-on smack at A and win that as well. So for Vegas Legion, offensive prowess leads to a victory. Just some beautiful plays on the side of that squad.
Real quick, Allie, what do you got?
I just want to say Vegas Legion won another 2 hard points in a series. This is a complete turnaround from the beginning of the season. This is certainly a team that is slowly and surely getting better, prepped for champs. I just want to tip my hat to those 2 maps.
They are digging deep and staying alive, and right now Temp joins us from the winner's circle. This is our monster winner spotlight. Temp, congratulations. We were nervous for your crew. The whole community seems to be rallying behind you as you are in 9th place, knocking on the 8th place door. But what was the pressure in that Game 5 for you?
I actually played pretty pressure-free. I feel like the whole lobby besides me was playing with a little bit of pressure on them, and I feel like I noticed that, like playing against the other team. Like, we lost Silo Search with them literally camping their spawn. Like, they were so nervous. And I just took advantage of that. You know, I just was like a shark that saw blood. I saw that everyone was nervous. Even my teammates, like Clay, was very disappointed at himself when he went 1-8. And I just felt like, you know, I got to be there for my team today. And my coach, McGee, shout out to McGee, told me to be calm going into today and just focus on myself. And I feel like, you know, that was a major reason why we won.
The leader. That's what we love to see, Don.
Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, man.
Also, okay, so like you said, Clay going, 1-8. He did have a huge turnaround, so shout out to him because both of you you took the lead in that game number 5 as the vets on the team. You played around each other beautifully. And you guys also talked to us when we talked to Clay last interview. He talked about the fact you don't really feel the pressure and you feel like you play up to your competition, considering you have the 3rd strongest strength of schedule during the split. Do you agree to that sentiment that, when you guys are put into a high pressure situation against top teams, you hit your ceiling and you play better?
Well, for us, it's not really about who we're playing against, It's just about being a team consistently, Clay had a struggle map 2. I was there for him, our team was there for him, and then he showed up game 5. It's about being there for your teammates when they're playing a little off or they're not being themselves. So I feel like that's just our biggest thing, just staying a team at all times and staying composed at all times. Like, even that game 4, right? Like, say if we were like tweaking, we could have got overwhelmed in that game 4 and just let it get out of hand, but we fought back. And whenever we're fighting, no one wants to play against us. Like, I promise that.
Don, you guys have a pretty tenacious team coming back. You put yourselves in bad spots and then just get the dub time and time again. I want to ask you, it seemed like you did have a little bit of extra energy for this series because that celebration, what are we talking about, man? Where'd that come from, man? You got some beef with Minnesota?
No. I got no beef with Minnesota. I mean, I don't know if there's like numbers, but check the stats. I've been kind of slamming them all year.
Okay.
But my team just needed me. Like McGee, I felt like they called my number. Like, I felt like today they called my number. I was talking to my homie. I talking to Reem, Reem. I'm like, yo, tomorrow I'm gonna put on a show. Like, I promised to multiple people that I'm gonna put on a show today. And I just made sure to focus on my own performance. Like, sometimes when I have like these bad or inconsistent series, I'm too worried about what's going on like around me.
Yeah.
So I just made sure I was locked on my own gameplay, and it paid off. And we clutched up, and we got a massive win.
Huge win.
Don, I love watching your evolution from the UMG days, 16-year-old Don, to where you're at right now. Before you go, though, the community's been asking, so I have to ask it. Last week, it was a star. This week, it's a heart. Are these face tattoos? Stickers?
Nah.
Are you trying to look like Shotzzy, Cindy Crawford with them? What are we doing here?
I got a little pimple, so when the pimple goes away, I'll take it off, but I kind of like it. And today, I like the star better, but today I went heart for Mother's Day. Shout out to all the mothers out there. Shout out to my mama. I felt lovely today. I feel lovely right now, so shout out to all the mothers out there. Shout out to Mama Eli. She was rooting for us. All the mothers out there, man. You guys rule the world, man.
Hey, we love it, Don. Great games today. Great matchup. Still in the running is Vegas with 1 to go.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me, guys.
That is Don and Las Vegas Legion, who are now 10 points back of the Røkkr, and they have Seattle Surge left on their schedule. When we come back, though, we have a second matchup. It is going to be your Monster Energy Spotlight match of the day. And, of course, we want you to stock up on your gear. Start your digital collection right now with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck. Scan that QR code on your screen and get in on the action. And while you're doing things, why don't you head on over to this website? We've got some gear for you, Nameless.
Shop.callofdutyleague.com. Go ahead and get yourself a jersey. We got some fresh ones up there. Vegas Legion. I'm expecting there to be a surge in purchases right now.
Both of these teams are already locked in for champs, but 10 grand is on the line. Number 2, OpTic Texas takes on number 3, Toronto Ultra when we come back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Nothing less, and the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Lock in, because this may be one of the best Sundays we are going to have here at the Call of Duty League. Already a 5-game series in the book as Vegas gets ever closer to the Minnesota Røkkr. But right now, we turn our attention to the top of the standings, number 2 versus number 3. And this is a rematch of a grand final that we saw at Major 3, where Toronto walked away with the $200,000.
Absolutely. This is a rematch, and it is an absolute banger, because when you talk about Toronto Ultra, they went into the depths. They had to improve, and they've done that. But so has OpTic. The individuals on OpTic, particularly Ghosty, has gotten better since the last time that these guys matched up. So I'm interested to see how they look going up against each other again.
Two controls went to Game 5. We saw a round 11 search and destroy. If Toronto wants to make this one short and sweet, though, Allie, how do they get it done?
I made Scrap. That's it. Literally, Scrappy. This entire stage, he has been an absolute monster. Number 1 in every category. He has a 1.46 in hardpoint, 1.78 in search destroy, and a 1.5 in control. Dude has been an absolute monster and proved you're the best hotel respawn team. Combined 28 and 13 on hotel, hardpoint, and control. We're going to see both of those in the later half of this series.
Last time they met up, it was Toronto taking the hard points. OpTic looking to turn the tides today, and they have found new life from Dan, Ghosty, Huke, and Shotzzy on the front line. Let's talk a little bit about what this team has been able to do and how they can take Toronto down today with our Monster Energy pregame.
Yeah, figure out Ultra and Hardpoint. They are 0-3 with Ghosty versus Toronto, and they are 30-7 versus all other teams. Ghosty has a 0.5 against Toronto on Hardpoint, a team that certainly gives him a lot of struggle. The ARs on that other team are very disciplined and also have a ton of skills, so it's a lot to deal with. And start the series strong on Mercado, 10-1 with a +65 differential, one of the best Mercado teams.
Both of these teams are undefeated so far in a Major 5 qualifier, so this is for the top seed at the moment. Allie, as we take a look at our best of 5 series, who do you give the statistical edge to today?
Neither team, to be honest. I think their map pools are very, very similar, and both of them have a very, very deep one. They're both playing top 3 of their best hardpoint maps. Texas is playing their best control, and Toronto's playing their best search and destroy. So this is definitely going to be a battle all the way through.
We have 15 million channel points on the line. 74% of the community is going with OpTic. Do you agree? Yes or no?
I'm going with OpTic.
Going with OpTic?
I'm going with OpTic.
I'm going with the Squirrel of Toronto. Let's get weird as we send it over to the big Ross boss and his little friend Chip.
Whoa, things are going to get weird indeed. Right, Chance, we've got a lot of action ahead of us. A really exciting series. 2 of the biggest rookies we've got, you know, right now in the CDL, maybe in CDL history, both of them having outstanding years. Both of them looking to, you know, maybe turn things around a little bit here. Ghosty, if they can win a major, he's my rookie of the year. Scrap currently in the front running for sure. Either way, this is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think on like the rookie of the year front, Scrap has the clear-cut edge, but plenty of potential with 2 tournaments left, and Ghosty has been top-notch for the team. But in this specific matchup, OpTic against Toronto, Scrap has been dominant. Like, as good as that hardpoint record is for OpTic, I mean, with these 2 rosters of like these actual 4 players going head-to-head, Toronto's like 3-0. Had their number in the grand finals, have beat them online as well, and Scrap has been throwing up ridiculous numbers. Has a 1.5 in hardpoint compared to Ghosty's 0.57. Now Ghosty's had a lot more time, a lot more experience with the team. I mean, he has, what, 2 grand finals under his belt at this point, so you expect to bounce back.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a good one, folks. Strap in. Mercado up first. And it's the boys of Ultra who have got the opening time. The kills going away at Ghosty and Huke, though. We're going to keep an eye on these battles all map long. This series is going to be a long one indeed, no doubt about it. Huke, though, in the point chance so far is all good for OpTic Texas. They've got P1. They've got P2 control as well. Ultra making a move, though.
Yeah, Shotzzy has a lot of pressure on him. Couple players there to take him down, and that is the patient play coming out of inside. And just like that, Ultra at least halfway have secured the bottom spawns. They got to make sure they stay alive, though. Dashy picking up a couple in the feed. It looks like that's a lot of P1 scrap time that OpTic are going to collect. And Ultra is starting to spawn out, so a delicate moment. Scrap going to be in a bit of a pinch. Trying to be a bailout, though. Takes down Dashy.
Tactical retreat. Huke's on the hunt. He hasn't found a single thing. Will they keep counting those players, though? It's Scrap, the last man up for Ultra in this position. He's managed to stay alive longer than I thought he would. The reach out. There we go, though. Teamwork makes the dream work. OpTic Texas, control of this side of the map for now. Hixie's got a deady play happening right behind him, though. That might prove to be a problem. The front line all sweet. That's going to be Shotzzy taking care of business. The rest of the crew, though, aha! A sneaky Hixie. Can he get any more out of this one? Great tags from Ghosty. That's going to be that. Hard point OpTic.
And that's a big rotation just straight off the rip because you had Ultra putting so much emphasis on the Brodo, but guys like Dashy there to take him down, picking up extra kills, and even Huke 6 kills already to his name. But the final hit coming through from Ultra, but they are just getting funneled into a blender, and have to be careful. If Shotzzy had gotten that kill, he would have gotten out for the rotation. Could have been a big moment for OpTic, but big nonetheless. All 15 seconds of scrap time going to go their way, and plenty of time to try to break this next setup down.
Ultra have cut their losses. They've hit the next hard point as hard as they can. All of them in position now to watch this one. 2 on the inside of what we call Elephant Room Lando. I found the elephants. There's about 4 of them. They're stuffed full of drugs. I don't know what they do here in Los Alamos, but it can't be good. Into the point now. OpTic fly. Ultra on the outside. Scrap managing to catch one. Trades are down. The bat are now brought to the inside of the room. There's Huke. Hixie on the table. Great coverage. Ultra with a point.
And I like to play from Scrap to jump out, try to find a freebie kill, and even though he gets traded, just there to set his teammates up. But Shotzzy, maybe last man standing for OpTic. You never know if he's about to go crazy with the movement and try to break in by himself, or if the stunts can get it done. Hixie, though, able to win the gunfight, battle between the SMGs, but Shotzzy has stayed alive such a long time. Eventually taken down in Toronto. Nice and secure. Get the scrap time, and they will be right back in this game as Kleenex maybe trying to get that hot hand, little force spree before he falls.
Back over to Hixie. Route man. Over to the barbershop now we go. Everyone looking for a fresh fade. Of course, the Toronto Major on its way around the corner. We're not quite there yet. We're looking at the barbershop first and foremost. Hold true with that time. They've got the rotation sweet. That scrap's going to be all theirs. Here comes the hit from OpTic up front. Nades and attacks just to slow the approach. Over the top rope. Ghosty! Oh my! Hixie gets 2 of them. It's Kleenex as well in the feed, so the last man alive for OpTic is going to be Ghosty. Can he find anything here in this life, or will he just buy some time? Good hold out of Ultra so far.
Well, and now it's Ghosty just almost chasing the ghost, right? Hixie on the force spree. He's the main player, and they've yet to root him out. Another 2-piece looking for number 3, but it's Kleenex for the cleanup kills to get it done. A perfect hold so far, as Hixie simply cannot be stopped. OpTic has still been chasing him around Cantina.
Wow.
Finally taken down, but that time is so secure for Ultra. OpTic are chalking it up.
Wow. Hixie hit the substitution jutsu right there, kids. Managed to stay alive by a lot of time for the squad, and Ultra have now got a bit of a lead. 14-7. With the madman here on Mercado still kicking. Insight following him up. 100 points now across for Toronto Ultra. We're going to see that hard point on barbershop close out. Barely saw the action get on the inside there. Over now we go back to Tin. OpTic are in. Hixie's trying to make a case for the entry, though.
And he's got a lot of help as well. That's actually a close spawn for OpTic, so it's a 4 versus 4 around the point. Ultra at the time first, but Shotzzy's got the flyers on, so from the top rope he goes, but it's trades out in the bound where it looks like OpTic gonna come out on top. Early advantage on the point.
Heads up. Doesn't amount to a lot, but for now, OpTic, this is great coverage. Insight looking to peel the player off the top, and it's not helping the boys whatsoever. No one distracted whatsoever. Ultra still on the approach, still with the lead. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Yeah, last 2 subs. I'm 1 shot, fuck it. He's dark side. Back alley, yep. Let's go in time. Like right corner. Yeah, close start on time. Let's see right corner. Nice, can be palace, yep. He might just roll. Yeah, already top. I have a streak if we want to. We'll save P7. One spawn hedge, he's going to be long.
I'll be alright.
Yeah, me P4, Jamie.
Put Trevor down.
One's long. What's back alley? We add in him. Sheik shorts back alley P4. Yeah, one team. God hit his grab, God hit him. You could have pushed him P4 Toby, if you don't see him. Not here.
We're still close outside the door.
Really close right then.
Yeah, close right in the door, I'm sure. Wait, it's not. Close left now. And in the door. In the door.
Yeah, behind me, tunnel. Close right, Jimmy dead. One's tunnel right now, one's top. Yeah, I'm waiting for you guys.
One's close out, one's in the door still. One's top time.
One shot. He's close. Door dead.
One was up.
Don't shot it. Close side. Nice, good wins. One top, Charlie guy on spawn. Hedge. We hedge in hill. Dead. Nice, that's good time. Last one up, P4.
Lane in the doorway, dead.
Hedge got one shot, hedge got weak. One's long, really weak, and one's hedge got. He's okay.
I got your hedge. I died. I got one.
Nice, one's hedge. Long.
I'm staying on hedge. I got your hedge push. I'm holding. Hedge, both hedge, hedge. One's one shot, Charlie. We have time on the roof for me, boys.
Continual masterclass in the communication department there from Toronto Ultra. OpTic now on the approach. That looks like a good break. You should be able to get in the point. Ghosty, big win. That's going to be a decent chunk of that scrap going the way of the boys of OpTic. Rotations down. We go to the parking lot now. He's the first man in. Watching these players on the cross. Nice attack.
Yeah, you know, we talked about Rookie of the Years. Maybe Hixie wants to inject himself in the conversation because he's the main slayer right now. First got to get past 20 kills, and he's got back alley on lock. CleanX might have his eyes closed, but open him up for that one. Back alley completely secure. You got the cruise missile coming through. That was Shotzzy's. At least gets a player out of the hill, but OpTic still have a long way to go if they want to get the break, and they're about to be in a pinch. Insight just got a god spawn.
Oh, that's a god spawn, and he's got tags. Oh no, they've got to turn, and now Ghosty is trapped inside the T, and that is going to be that. Oh god, CleanX catches that player out. See you later, mate. 30 seconds remaining here on the open parking lot. We've still got lots of time to be grabbed. Shotzzy now through Barber. Hixie reads it. Gets them both. Hixie is on one hell of a game so far. 23 and 14 chance.
Yeah, I mean, a splash of chaos, a mixing moment, and just like that, Ultra come out even further on top, and now trying to set themselves up long term. You got guys like Scrapz, they are taking a route. Ultra want bodies all over the map to set up around this P1 hill, and I mean, if you're taking a route, be taking your time to see if you can find the errant kills. OpTic, this is pressure time. You cannot afford to give up those bottom side spawns.
Oh wow, inside big win. Trade's good. Shotzy's there for it. Still keep an eye on the bottom side spawns, folks. That's what we're looking for right now. OpTic, all good for now. All green, but the time not theirs yet. Here comes Hixie once again. Huke, good reads. Holding it down. CleanX, though, trying to make the break towards B2. No one has really gone for that opening P1 time here in the second set, aside from Ultra, and it is paying off so far. Can Shotzzy get any more out of this life? Hixie back at it again. Into the trades. It's Ghosty. Nice work out of him. That's 25 here on P1.
Yeah, looking to be the bailout and keeping things stable. So OpTic still have the bottom spawns and now collecting a little bit of time as well. So they were down by about 60 when this hill started. We'll see if they can make it dead before new. Obviously chopped it down just a little bit, but you see Ultra 2 in the feed right now, applying that pressure. It's a flood through tunnel.
Cracked over 200 points now. Ghosty, the low man on tunnel, holding it down. Hard point about to pop wide open. OpTic in position. Nice 3 down. Gonna make it 4. All of Ultra taken care of. They're gonna be spawning far, far away. Not so much a galaxy. It's just across Mikado. In we now go to the time. OpTic Texas need this bad.
This is the moment right here. This is sort of the opening salvo fight. If OpTic can stabilize, they're getting the kills already to slow that push down. So Ultra, not the start they wanted. Who's gonna slow them down even more? No one getting even remotely close to hedges. Insight finally gets there. You think the trades are coming through, but maybe just for Ultra. Hixie nearby the hill.
Boss man, Ghosty, nice work. He's got now the team to back him up, and damn, Daniel holding it down still. Can he get another? His teammates are there. That is fantastic work out of OpTic Texas. It's not done yet. Good work again. Dashy now at a 6, nearly a 7. He's been a little quiet so far in the game. He does manage to get himself the cruise. We'll see if that helps out because you're going to need it to break tin. We roll over. OpTic, they're in. Who can't get any more out of it? Shotzzy still keeping the play alive.
He's flying too, because keep in mind, if CleanX wanted to scrap it old, OpTic had the advantage on this rotation, so they might be able to chain 3 hills together. They're going to have this time first, and OpTic from down 60, 70 points, right back, knocking on the devil's door of a comeback. Not quite tied up yet. The crew's coming in for Hixie. What kind of damage is this going to do? Nothing. Just hits the trophy. CleanX gets traded out, and OpTic still alive in the point.
Huge. Scrap and CleanX fly forward. They don't get anything out of it. Now OpTic Texas over 200 points. They go. Shotzzy in from behind. Oh, you thought you had a push? You had nothing. You have Shotzzy with 3. Massive plays. The lead change is within grasp.
Just like that, maybe a small mistake or two for Ultra, and OpTic completely capitalize on. Now in rotation, Huke already winning gunfights, so Ultra have to panic. So concerned about the back alley because of Huke, and well, here comes a cruise that Dashy was able to earn. It's the pinch on the point. Scrapz gonna fall on inside by himself on the hill. Good luck trying to stave off this pressure.
And it's Shotzzy just on the outside. Here we go. Hard points up. Nate's good. Oh, that's gonna slow him down for a moment. Here comes the hit. No one there. Tags in from inside. Big win. Can he get a second as well? Huke on the back. Ali gets his kills. Ghosty's in the point. 10 for the win now. No one close enough for Ultra. It's going to be on Huke to body block and keep him out of it. Ghosty on the soak. What a turnaround. What a comeback. What a map 1 out of OpTic.
An overwhelming force like the Tide. Just an eventuality that OpTic is able to make that comeback. I mean, I think after the first set of rotations, they were down. It was like 190 to 120, 130. Kept the bottom side spawns, made sure kept everything calm. Even had a nice fight to make sure that they were able to collect some of that P1 time. Had a perfectly played P2. CleanX took one gunfight to battle for 10 seconds to scrap. He was out of the picture on the next rotation. OpTic take full advantage, chain that till together, and then even guys like Huke winning the gunfights on rotations. That was just 4 hills in a row where OpTic ran the show.
Woo! Baby, look at them stats. Well played. Both teams, a wonderful string of kills to start things off for Hicksy, not able to really make much more of it. We saw some good stuff out of both Dashy and Shotzzy towards the end there. And of course, Ghosty, as reliable as gravity right now for OpTic Texas. Fantastic plays out of him. The crucial ones. We talk about the kills you need, Chance. They're the kills on the inside of the hard point, keeping the opponents out. They're the kills that win your spawns. Dan Ghosty, he wins them all.
Yeah, in all honesty, 240 in the hill with that many kills is a clinically absurd performance, and that's been the battle between OpTic and Toronto. Again, Scrapz had a 1.58 in hardpoint. Ghosty has had a 0.57, so there has been a radical difference in the rookie performances. Not this time. It was Scrapz that struggled. It was Ghosty that came out on top, and OpTic again just starting their series off right. But it's just sort of a game and a map of runs, because it was a nearly tied score here. This is where Ultra started taking advantage and went on a nice tear, chaining a couple of hills, but the lead they bought was all for naught. And OpTic just a ridiculous comeback. I mean, in this moment, down by 60.
Yeah, that is no small task. We talk about comebacks on a lot of the maps here in Modern Warfare 2, just based on the way they play out. Mikado, one of them again. There are, what, 75 hard points here on the map alone, and you know, if you can string together a couple of them, it really pays off. Brilliant 3-piece out of Shotzzy again, keeping the members of Ultra back. Once they get in, they cause problems. We saw the Elephant Room tin to many. That was the difference maker there. OpTic Texas get themselves on the board in a big way as Ultra back to the drawing board on Mikado.
Yeah, and it really felt like OpTic was very efficient in their slaying as well, because I never even had the time to notice that Dashy was going on a 6 spree, and all of a sudden he's calling in cruise missiles. So Shotzzy was Mr. Consistent from start to finish, but everybody picking it up where they needed to, and that's just to kick off the series. I mean, OpTic right back in form with their hard point. They've been utterly ridiculous, but now to aBeZy Search and Destroy. Between these two teams, again, at least with these rosters, we have had 2 round 11s where Ultra have come out on top of both of them, and then a 6-3 win on Fortress for OpTic Texas, but it has been nail biters quite a few times. Honestly, if map 1 was an indication, I expect nothing less.
aBeZy on its way, folks. Get ready to dive into the Search and Destroy in just a brief moment. Chance, which way are we dressing for this one? Because I think both teams very, very efficient. They're having fantastic stages so far in the run-up to the Toronto Major. Is there either team that you're looking for, you know, to take the win here?
No, not. This is very unpredictable, I would have to imagine, because, like, you know, Dash is going to be pulling out the sniper. He'll be efficient with it. Scrap might look for that sort of battle, but you have playmakers on both sides of the board. You have guys like Hicksy, who's like almost single-minded focus on getting the bomb down and setting his teammates up. But there's a couple big brain players in this lobby. There is no shortage of slayers in this lobby, and the S&D very comparable between these two teams. Every single mode except control is very comparable between these two teams.
Well, there we go. We'll get to control after this one. That's going to be Hotel. Thank God it's not El Asilo. Am I right, OpTic fans? Well, here we go. Into our Search and Destroy. We'll get to that in just a brief moment. aBeZy will be our battlefield and Toronto Ultra after that comeback. I mean, they're going to be feeling a little tense, but this is a team with a wonderful mental game, strong resolve. Not going to let that get to them. Same can be said for OpTic Texas on the other side, though. Win or lose, whatever happens, the minds have been sharper than ever here on these rosters. The new age of OpTic Texas, and so far, quite a fruitful one. Second places all around. See if they can't finally crack the dub in Toronto coming up. This current form, if anything to go off of Chance, they are looking fantastic.
And this is also, you know, looking fantastic, transferring that into the end stage of the year. But a match like this, it's already been a grand final series that we have had. So, you know, both of these teams on the day absolutely turned and twisted, ready to have that extra advantage. And try to win that mental game. But it's going to be fun to watch some of these SMG players, see how like sort of hefty they get with the playmaking. I know the snipes are always going to be looming in the background, but I want to know how good these guys are going to be at either stopping the plants or just getting the bomb down. See if Shotzzy and Hicksy can pull out something fancy.
Yeah, bomb plants. That's what we're looking for here, ladies and gents. That's a big deciding factor if he gets the win on aBeZy indeed. And the bomb site's right there out in that tennis court, which has definitely seen better days. The other one over by what many players call gas or milk truck, the back end of the kitchen. And we'll be dishing up some sweet plays all night long. Map number 2, aBeZy, search and destroy. Here we go.
And a question already answered for the snipe battle. Scrap right from round 1, going to be pulling it out, but no trophies, obviously, so can't, do much about the nades coming through. So no aggression on offense for round 1, but maybe a little bit of aggression for OpTic. Shotzzy creeping up on the flank. Toying with the idea, but it's a snipe battle, and Dashy, another hit marker where he shoots somebody in the chest.
Nearly hits the second as well. Lovely work. Scrap not to be deterred, though. He's still holding that line. Zero effect that bullet had on him. As he's now has to turn his eyes towards Shotzzy, who somehow snuck in the backline. Nice teamwork, though, out of Ultra. They isolate him, and they deal with him. Man advantage.
And OpTic also effectively, triple stack the A side of the map, so B has been left not completely open with Huke nearby, but Huke's had a big role. I mean, good news for him, the bomb hasn't actually been planted, but you're still dealing with a 3v4, you need a pick.
Time's ticking. Nice attempt again from Dashy, not over to hit this time. Less than 30 to go now, looking towards the bomb. Just swing and a miss. Dashy trying to keep him at bay. Huke now looking for the player on the plant. It's not enough to stop him, though. Hicksy will lay it down. 3v3 retake. Ultra got men all over the bomb, and a nice kill from CleanX gives them the advantage. Scrap finding time as well. Here comes Dashy with a pistol. Whoop. Not able to get it. CleanX is going to slow him down. Nice tags out of Big Bruce as he got the second. Can he hit Scrap this time? Oh my god. Chance now. Nearly did it. There we go. Ultra take the first.
I feel like that's the classic. Get a hit marker, lose the round. Could have been a nice thing for OpTic to have in the back pocket, but Scrap gets away with 1 HP. Dashy, effectively rendered useless with the sniper. They certainly played around it after the fact, but as soon as that bomb goes down and Ghosty gets traded on the bottom side of the map, Ultra, simply no way they're going to lose that one. Making sure to ice up in the clutch and keep those players around PD. So if you can win around on offense, without the trophies, without the dead silence coming through, feeling pretty good. Ultra, nice little bounce back round.
Very different look now, though, with trophies and dead silence at the ready, nearly. Shotzzy, here we go. The old classic 3-2-1 poke. You could definitely get Scrap here. You're not going to see Hicksy. Well, you might now. Scrap trying to bait out something. There it is. Shotzzy strikes. Gets his first. Uh-oh, and Hicksy's in trouble now. He has been stunned, and Shotzzy is out and about, and here comes the hit. Pushes him right in a Huke. Lovely work out of OpTic so far. Ultra down by 2 men. Can CleanX stay alive? Does a bit better than that. Traded out by Shotzzy, and it is a beautiful round so far, Chance.
Yeah, it leaves inside in a 1 versus 3. Good news is the bomb is down, so they're forced to sort of run to the pre-aims. The bad news, well, they knew exactly where he was. The nades are on point. I think Dashy connected on that from the middle of the map, and just like that, cheeky little strat, Shotzzy and Huke, perfect coordination together. Taking care of business, and perfect coordination at the start, perfect coordination at the end as well. A beautiful Kobe.
The ode. Through the air, it goes. Got more lines and now start spitting, get the boys going. Start up 1-1, round 3 on its way. Looking for more snipes. Dashy surely not going to put it away. This time from down low. Here we go. Trophies at the ready. SPX up, flying around that corner. Scrap. No problem. Gets 2. Oh my god. Ghosty joins him in the feed. It's all down to CleanX. No way, baby. All right. Tobias Yul Jonsson now starting to get things flying. An ace would be unbelievable to set the tone here in this search and destroy early on, but I doubt it. He's got a lot of time to go, though, Chance. He does have dead silence. Hasn't thrown anything other than a couple of bullets out the Vaz. See if he can do it.
Look, bombs down in the tennis court. Dashy can watch over with a snipe. 2 players on the top AC. This is the unwinnable round. Maybe he does have dead silence, but even just diving around like this, OpTic knows exactly where he is.
Yeah, Huke's not playing games. I can hear him. Dashy might cross. There he is on the stairs. This is a very, very difficult situation to be in for CleanX. It's a wonderful way for many folks to learn about how to try to tackle a 4v1 situation. A lot of noise. And that is the round. OpTic Texas, the two-piece from Shotzzy to start things off. What in the seven hells was that?
That is a straight up maniac strat, by the way. Like, I think the entire idea from Shotzzy is just to bait out the sniper a scrap, hope he misses a bullet for Dashy to go and get the trade. Instead, he just dives into two people and guns two different players. And I know if I'm on the attacking ground, I'm never expecting to see anyone ever dolphin dive out in the open in that back alley with zero cover. So Shotzzy, he's a crazy person, and for good reason. World champion in two-piece. Nice round from OpTic.
Crazy plays early on here in our embassy search and destroy. We're doing it again. We're smashing doors open. We're flying out. That's a stun and nade check over by the A-bomb site. That's going to create a ton of noise. Hixie's not able to create anything on the cross. Here we go. Kleenex now and finally invested dead silence. Everything has been thrown. Guns are up for OpTic though on the other side of the bomb. Here comes the chow. Oh my god. Big win from Huke. Staying alive somehow. The top rope here comes inside. Oh lordy. No. What a win. Scrap, can you get anything on the round? The rest of the boys have been absolutely handled. Scrap wins his first. The tags were great, but not enough. OpTic take another here in the search.
These are going through at lightning speed. OpTic are winning these rounds in the first 10 seconds. The round before, Shotzzy flies out, gets a two-piece, pretty much seals the deal. This round, they get the kill on Hixie, who, unfortunate to have a Vaznev in that spot. You're never going to win that gunfight. So he gets dropped, complete control of the site. Kleenex is forced into a bad gunfight, and the teamwork and coordination just completely ever-presently there from OpTic. So these have been a couple dominant rounds back-to-back. Toronto got to dig deep and figure something out on this attacking round.
Oh yeah, this is a tough one. Classic crossover towards B. No one watching it, but that means you've got players close by. Here we go, Dashy. Will he spot Scrap out? I don't think Scrap is in position to catch this one. Oh dear, the timing. Oh great though, Huke manages to fly on in. The snipes are still in play. Now Shotzzy from upstairs. The timing from Shotzzy. Oh! Jiminy Crickets! That's two-piece from upstairs. That might be the round.
Yeah, he's also got the dead silence, so he can fly just a little bit, but you got number 5. It's Scrap behind enemy lines that Shotzzy wasn't able to weed out. I don't know if they think they have top PD clear, but Shotzzy going back for it. But Scrap's down low. Someone's got to check this bomb. It has to be Hixie. Scrap might be a little bit too late, but in the nick of time, they get it. 2 players chow out, and Ultra, in spite of the World Star from Shotzzy, get another round on board.
My word. Big Bruce was close enough on the defuse there as well. Immaculate timing and incredible COD sense from Toronto to even check that bomb at that moment. Actually surprised they didn't check it a little sooner, but that was the right time. A round saved. It is now 3-2.
And that was a big brain play by Scrap as well. As soon as Shotzzy is world starring someone top PD, just hide for a bit, let him clear stuff out, play off the sound. You don't want to, run around in circles with Shotzzy when he has dead silence pop. So big brain play, but looking for insight to get on the board. 0-5. He's got to be feeling it now.
You get well started indeed. Still rolling. Huke's first blood. We'll take that. We see Hixie leave the round very, very early indeed. The nades and stuns will come to a close. Oh, that is just perfect stuff. I mean, Ghosty was actually wanting to get the kill, so the team fire was there. Insight's in a lot of trouble now. If you can rip Ghosty, that's one thing. We've got to contend with Shotzzy, who's now coming straight up those stairs. Zero hesitation. Now you're in trouble.
I mean, what are you going to do? Perfect stun as well. Scrap was like trying to help him out, but there's just literally nothing you could do. Perfect strat from OpTic. As soon as they get the first blood, zero mistakes. They just pre-aim the guy. They know where he's going to chow from to get him off the bomb, and everything like clockwork falling into place. And I mean, again, just clean and easy. Get the first blood, execute perfectly after the fact. OpTic Texas right now, they are just on cruise control.
I mean, it's the individual plays, man. It's those one-on-one gunfights. Shotzzy absolutely decimating Insight in the previous round. And then in this round, it was team fire. Crazy stuff. OpTic Texas, bold looks here in the search. Ultra still plenty of signs of life. The rounds are close enough. But it's 1 or 2 deciding moments really seals it. Here we go. Ultra on offense.
You got to shut down Shotzzy as well. It was flanking fast, by the way. Shotzzy is already in bottom PD. I think he's working the bottom hallway right now, but it's not just Shotzzy got to worry about. It's Huke too. He might get traded out, but it is still 2 OpTic players in your base. Shotzzy from one angle. It's Ghosty from the other. Another freebie for him. That is 11 kills in only round number 7. 3v2, 3v1 Ultra. They have nothing right now to offer OpTic.
Scrapping a slight off angle. This is interesting. Shotzzy. Oh, nice tags. Shotzy's hurt. Got a stun. Ghosty now trying to hit the pinch. Here comes the teamwork though, and that is never, ever, ever going to go anyone's way but OpTic Texas in that situation. The synergy of the team right now. The trades are on point. Lethality is only matched by their camaraderie. It is now 5-2.
There's just nothing you can do. You have Shotzzy flanking you from your own like stairwell to get to top PD in the first like 20-25 seconds of the round. Ghosty was right there with him, hitting the top PD from the other side. I mean, OpTic right now, they can just do whatever they want. It's a cakewalk. They're getting all the first bloods. That round was on behalf of Huke, but they're just looking unstoppable. Ultra, again, can't get anything going. I think for Insight, still staring at the donut cam.
.007, eh? Back-to-back days using it. It's never going to get old. Here we go. Could Jamie Craven get on the board? Can Ultra stay alive? Here in the search.
Once again, an A hit. This is kind of uncharacteristic. This is a lot more A pressure than you're ever going to be used to. Scrap. A lot of presence down range. At least gets the first blood, and I think he knows Huke's going to be trapped by the mill truck. If he did before, he certainly does now. Able to get the trade. Scrap over there, making a big place.
3 from Scrap. Might be on for the ace. Dashy now on a 1v3. He's doing what he can. But let me tell you, the A bomb site defense right there from Ultra, predominantly Scrap. Fantastic work, and Dashy has a tall task ahead of him. He got one. That's the bounce back round you needed from Ultra.
And I was just going to say, probably important for Insight to get the kill as well. I know pros have talked about this a decent bit in the past. You feel the pressure when on a donut. As soon as you get one, though, you're feeling quite a bit better. So, see, Insight's been doing a little bit of damage this game, now officially on the board. And, again, all the credit in the world to Scrap for that round. Picked up 3. Really couldn't ask for anything more. And I think that might be maybe one of the last times OpTic goes to A on offense. And, of course, it will be the last time they go to A on offense if they win this defense.
So I got that last kill, so he's off the donut now onto the breadstick. Slightly less calorific. Let's go, baby. Into the B-bomb site. He now saw Shotzzy here. It's a great read, though, and he is cut down a hail of gunfire. Dashy lands the snipe. It's a 3v3 before Scrap has something to say.
That's just good reads as well. I think we see snipers sort of do that little jump peek on both windows all the time. But Huke finds a freebie and just gets out. CleanX not too clean there on the angle. And just like that, at 2 versus 2. And shots being exchanged, but OpTic, they're going to be quick to jump over this A site. Maybe not quick enough, though. It looks like they pumped the brakes. He's going to get this plant down.
I think Ghosty just tweaked and tagged up Huke, but here we go. Hixie's moving slow and silently. Huke's managed to cross that threshold. He's in closer to the bomb site. Scrap's on the flank. Here comes the hit from Scrap. Timing is sweet. Snaps over the first, not the second, though. Ghosty now. The quick reposition. Time ticking. Hixie's dead silence has run out. Ghosty's has also now the reposition. The mind games are on. It's an AR versus a Vaznev. 20 to go.
It's also a trophy player versus a guy that had dead silence. So Ghosty gonna have to gun him quick. Good luck with this one. And Hixie just gonna dive away. And with only 10 seconds, Hixie just making the heads up play. No mistakes there. Ghosty might win the gunfight, but Ultra stay alive. Couple rounds back to back, and now it'll be OpTic's turn on the attack. But Hixie and Scrap working wonderfully together. Rookie showing up big in a game like this.
Hey man, that's a lot of ice out of both of them. Great heads-up play from the pair. Toronto Ultra slowly but surely solving this puzzle. OpTic again with the bloods and those individual fights. The kills have been so strong. See if they can't find a few more. 5-4.
Interesting to see what OpTic does here as well. Again, if you got shut down at A, looks like they're just going to be playing for picks. Spread the map just a little bit, but it won't be the same strat once again. Maybe an opportunity to see if Dashy can get a snipe, but he's worried about the flanking for Ultra. I mean, it is just a stable setup. No one really moved too much far past orange. Both teams content. Let that time take down, and HyDra needs to be very careful. Huke's waiting on the other side of a couple doors.
I thought that stun might have actually blown open the dud doors there. That would have been incredible. Either way, the battle over towards that side of the map's about to get going. Shotzzy has silently made it to the top side here. The timing has not worked out, though. Insight has managed to sneak on through. That is a completely free and open B bomb site. Insight made a little bit too much noise. Shotzzy is going to assassinate him. That is it. Done. First blood.
Hey, good luck solving this problem. Shotzi's up top AC in the God spot. OpTic are going to be able to get this bomb down. You have to clutch a 3v4. Scrapz needs to be quick to trade him out, but yeah, Shotzzy can throw the snakes all day. Wants the movement, buying Adam and gets the kill. 3v2 for OpTic.
Absolutely guns him. 3v2. HyDra though and Kleenex, they're both hit the deady. They're trying to win their decisive battles. One of them goes to HyDra, the other one no. Goes to Ghosty. On the Kleenex now. The 1v2 to stay alive here. Deady done. Has to rip Shotzzy. Not going to happen. OpTic seal the deal in the search and destroy, and it is all smiles from the boys in green to own the series.
And Shotzzy just having an absolutely phenomenal performance as well. 15 kills, not too shabby for a game number 2, and he was making round-winning plays, I think maybe quite literally in every single round that OpTic actually won. I mean, he's opening breaks, flying out with attack, getting 2 pieces. He's getting first bloods. Also with the TAC 56 on the A side of the map on HyDra. I mean, he's getting first bloods actually kind of like crazy. Yeah, Shotzzy gets 4, 15 killed to his name, and even in the final round, just finds the one angle, the one route to get to top AC, and is effectively just single-handedly winning his team the round. So good performance the whole way through, but tippable for the 15 kills. Shotzzy, just another day in the office.
Classic. Absolute classic looks out of Shotzzy. Well, the series so far is going very, very much the way of OpTic Texas. The first one, a little close to that McCuddle hardpoint. Things, though, definitely up in the air now as we go towards our hotel segment here of the series. Control and hardpoint coming up after this. McCuddle search destroy if we have to go to the game 5, ladies and gents. But first and foremost, it's going to be time to roll over to a quick commercial break. We get ready to dive into map number 3 here in this series. Should be a fun one indeed. When we come back, Hotel Control, OpTic Texas, taking on Toronto Ultra here in the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL, and the GMC Hummer EV pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Here we go, ladies and gents, ready to rock and roll in the map number 3 hotel. Now time to descend upon it. OpTic have got the lead 2-0 here in our series. Toronto Ultra, it's been close, but it's not been close enough. They have fallen short in both the Mikado hardpoint and just there in the Embassy Search and Destroy. What happens next, boys and girls? Well, sit down, shut up, and let's all find out together.
And make no mistakes about it. Like, Toronto Ultra have played well, maybe not as well as they want, but OpTic have just straight up been better. And Shotzzy is going to be something scary in this next map because he has been on point both in map number 1 and map number 2. Maybe though some good news for Toronto Ultra. They love themselves some hotel. Their record on control, completely absurd. 14-4, fantastic on offense, fantastic on defense. They can defend either point. Even if OpTic off the opening break, go and capture B off the rip, Ultra can defend A. It's not a problem. So they have this and a hotel hard point potentially to look forward to. A lot of that is easier said than done. This feels like a series where you throw the stats out the window, especially again if Shotzzy's playing like he is.
I mean, yeah, the way control works in this game, you get yourself 3 dead, maybe 4 dead, you're going to net yourself the point nearly every single time, as long as you watch for the right avenues of attack, and if you have a trophy, at the very least, 1. Here we go, though. A lot of love being looked towards B on defense here from Toronto Ultra right off the rip, but we're going to see OpTic get themselves in on that kitchen. Shotzzy with a sweet nade leaves Hicksy with no option but to die. And now Shotzzy looking to get himself a second on the round. Great work on a Scrap there. You're capturing A.
Yeah, poor Scrap, I was going to say, just next in line. Shotzzy too quick with it and gets in position. Now has either gun, whichever he wants to go with for whatever job. Hicksy, unfortunately for him, is now half the deaths for his team, as OpTic are happy to take the slow capture over towards the A zone. And again, maybe play with the idea, get a couple kills in rapid succession, maybe make a move over towards B. Ghosty, well, that is his job. Have fun. You're going to sit there for another 7 seconds.
He's doing a really good job, though. Look at this. This is a good job. This is a good job being done, capturing this point. Most of his teammates doing their thing across map. Dashy and Shotzzy working the bedroom side. That's going to be that. An additional minute added to the clock. 2 minutes and 12 seconds now to go for OpTic Texas to get themselves onto B. 28 lives as well. It has not been a very productive map so far. Chance for Toronto.
Shotzzy's already continuing to cause problems. I mean, he was just lying in wait in position. Kleenex, though, with the aggression, able to take him down and got Scrap doing a little bit of damage, but Ghosty had some help. Trade's not through just yet, but at least the good news for OpTic, they're getting close spawns and no one's in your bedroom. If you get a couple kills and Shotzzy has the tack for the job, that's going to be 3. Now you can make the move towards B.
Scrap had to win that fight. Oh boy, that's it. Huke's done it. He's in. He's going to get the slow cap. Here comes Ghosty to reinforce. Hicksy and Scrap now off of spawn, trying to make their way through. Kleenex cuts through mid. He gets taken out as well. 1 segment gone. Huke's on it. Gets 2. That's huge. B is basically done. Insight, you have got to go massive.
I mean, the good news, maybe OpTic haven't stacked the points, so you have another small window of opportunity to try to break it down, and Insight and Kleenex might do exactly that. Ghosty by himself, left on the point, and the lack of stack is going to cost him for a minute. But I don't know if that's going to be a problem, because 1:40 on the clock and Ultra down to 11 lives. OpTic have still played this round beautifully.
Yeah, Dash is 10-2. He's got streaks. Huke is now going for the jugular. You stick your neck out. He is coming for it. Here he goes. The nuke can't get them all. That's going to be the final tag. The last player done. And OpTic, it took 2 bites of the orange to peel it. But them boys got in there in the end. Round 1
That is absurd as well. Did you say Dashy actually had 12-2 in round 1?
Yep.
And he was never present in like the main action on the objective. So that means when guys like Huke and Shotzzy are like running around on B, they just know the middle of the map is never going to be a problem. They have one direction to look because Dashy is killing everything else on the other side of the map. So again, maybe a lack of stack for a brief moment, but it doesn't matter. That was a dominant round. Dashy is 12-2. There's a halfway decent chance he's got a cruise, and yeah, there you go. And if the first wasn't good enough, he's on a 4. Might be able to double up.
That's lovely stuff. Big Bruce swinging. You cut down that player there, Shotzzy, inside of restaurant. That should be an easy chance now to stack up. Captures point. Ghosty gets himself his second. And his third. Lovely shots out of Dan. That's going to be now onto the point we go for Toronto Ultra. Here comes the counter-attack from OpTic. Huke's going to be the man leading the charge. Dives in. Good work. That's going to be the first segment done, but massive attempt there from Huke. Still plenty of presence here from Ultra, and the counter-attack has been snuffed out. The battle is won, but the war still rages. That's the capture on A beginning.
These could be important kills as well, because Ultra, well, we're attempting to put the pressure over towards B. Shotzzy is going to shut that door in your face, though. He was able to pick up 2, and now Huke over towards A. I mean, A hasn't actually been captured by Ultra, so Huke's going for a late play just to try to be annoying and get him off point. Huke does lose that. So Ultra secure on one side, and Inside trying to keep him secure on the other as well. Bedroom not completely cleared out, though. Shotzzy's still behind you.
This is awkward. Insight has got himself onto the point, but now the awareness of where everyone is coming from, that's the real question. Tough to read. Huke's going to be there immediately. Nice trades, though. Oh, big wins out of Kleenex. Streaks are in. It's not going to land. The trophy's going to save the day, and that's going to be a big stack. 2 members now of Ultra on the point. First segment long gone. There's man number 3.
And Ultra not worried about the stack as well. Kleenex, the one-man pushed up aggressively, but he's already done his job. OpTic forced the flood into death. Not enough time. And that is where the comms reign supreme for Toronto Ultra. They knew Shotzzy was behind them. Someone was always there. Either it's Insight on the point, paying attention to it, or whoever's the next man in line. Keep bedroom control under wraps. And we know how Shotzzy's been in this series already. Lights out. So you got to make sure you don't let him do anything crazy. Ultra take care of business on the attack.
Yeah, nice work again. I was worried for Insight in that situation, being alone, but he times it perfectly with the kill onto Dashy, dives the point. The trophy he laid there saved him. Saved the round. Dashy's still going wild at the 13-4. Kleenex, 11-8. He is the champion for Toronto Ultra right now. And it's Scrap. Posted up. Looking for a couple. Gets them both. Nice work there on the opener, but Shotzzy right back on it. Into the point we now fly, and that's a capture on B from Ghosty.
And he's going to be looking for the Aaron kills. Hicksy's going to be trying to work the flank, but he's only doing damage, and that's all he was able to get. No kills collected. Still just Ghosty by himself on the point, though. So OpTic, again, they need to get the kills if they're playing like this, but they're going to get them all. Every cup pushed out. Now Shotzzy wraps back for the stack, and, well, I said it before the map started. Ultra can defend either point. If B goes first, we get to test that theory.
If B's long gone, good stuff. Now the setup from Toronto Ultra. Eyes on that mini-map. All 4 corners covered on the approach now towards that restaurant. OpTic can take their sweet time. 2 minutes of it to play with here.
Talk about Shotzzy working some angles as well. Still hasn't cleared it out, though, so they have to be heads up on Insight, who is still in jewels, but they're heads up. They just got 3. They just got 4, and just like that, the round is going to be done.
The round's done. It's over. The round is done. There's no hope in hell. Ultra fly. Anyone got any streaks? I doubt it. The trophies will be there in a moment. There are snakes all over that goddamn restaurant. Second segment done. Gunny is there. What a decisive round. OpTic Texas match point.
Oh, good God. Like, again, maybe just respecting our time, going for the quickest series possible, or at least it feels like it. I mean, Ultra, again, they have been successful all year long in defending the A zone. They just got broken down instantly. I mean, literally within a 2-second span, all 4 players died. That could not possibly get any better from OpTic Texas. These guys are turned on a Sunday.
Mate, they got to get out. It's Mother's Day. You gotta get rolling. Got places to be after this. Let's go, boys.
Yeah. Don't forget to call your mom.
Yep, absolutely.
Time after this one.
Absolutely. Ghosty on a 4. Shotzzy straight away another point. He now goes, crushing his way on towards the A side of the map on defense, and you have cleaned it out. Ultra have been purged from the north side of the map towards the south. We now fly. It's a 2-man stack, potentially a 3. Big wins from Kleenex there on the drive-by. He's going to fly over, try to get himself in towards restaurant, but again, Huke on the prowl. 3-man stack. B's going to be gone. Here comes the pressure. Can OpTic stop this? I don't think so. That's going to be the captured point, but they are nowhere near as decisive as OpTic were last round.
Well, I guess we get a test OpTic's resolve of how well they can defend A. And honestly, OpTic don't even have the perfect setup. Huke's going to fall as well. A couple players get caught sprinting. So Ultra long-term at least have kitchen control. They should get the close spawn, and a gunny like that going to open up the door. Ultra flying, and the bounce back is in. It's only Dashy to make the hero play. He's going to get chopped. Ultra wasting no time.
Yeah, it's not exactly 4, but it's going to be good enough. This could be the round. You have to win these fights, though. Shotzzy and Ghosty line up through the check-in. Hello, our table's ready. Hicksy looking the wrong way, but that's fine. The boys have got it covered. One more through the front. Who's the last man? Tags in. Insight on it. 3 spree. That's it. That's the round. Holy dooly, baby. We're going to a final.
Hey, we're going to a round 5, and this still might be one of the faster hotel controls ever played. Both of these rounds going by at lightning speed. And I'll be honest, with the way the round OpTic just had on the attack, I was kind of chalking the series up thinking it was done. That is wonderful resolve and resilience coming out of Toronto Ultra, but you are still very firmly back against the wall, 1 round away, and this series is going to be over. And that round, by the way, 1 minute and 20 seconds to capture both points. Blink and you miss it.
Lordy. One final round here on Hotel. OpTic Texas win it. And you got the series in a 3-0. Ultra, it means we get to see another hard point here on Hotel. More on that later. For now, OpTic on defense.
I mean, look, 4 for 4 on offensive rounds as well, so Ultra going to be happy to be back on the attack, and they're looking for B off the rip. Linux does get traded out, so you got to be worried about the mid-map cross, but you also have to be worried about Dashy and Ghosty on the Godheadies. Cleaning house, get this set up. You got the SMGs in kitchen, you got the ARs, push up the bedroom. OpTic right now, this is the setup they want on the map. Still got to get the kills.
Huke's desperately trying to keep these players pinned on the inside of the kitchen. Don't let them out. Don't let them get towards A. Here comes the pinch. Huke's not going to be able to survive this. He might take one with him if he's lucky. Sadly, did not get smiled upon today. Can Shotzzy get anything out of this? Nice snakes. Not good enough, though. Scrap cuts the head off of that beast. Now into the point we fly. Ultra, 2-man stack. They're going to hold onto this as best they possibly can. They are not opting for the 3-man. They're trying to get towards B as well. If they can take care of Dashy, they are smiling. Big Bruce has managed to stay alive.
And Hixie's making plays as well just to stay up. So now you have Ultra, 2 players to worry about. Dashy, you check the corner, you do, but it doesn't matter. Bruce able to shred you down. So no cheeky plays coming out over towards B just yet. But number 5 and number 7 scrapping inside the ARs now from Ultra. Looking to try to get some of these cutoff kills as well, the other 2 players stuck bottom bedroom.
And Ultra are moving with pace. They've crossed their way over. CleanX trying to get into the mix. Dashy from down low, not going to be super effective. Has to now reposition. Bit of a trade battle now upstairs. Oh, weird. Scrap gets his 6th in a row. That's it. We're on the point now. Here comes the cruise. Deal with one more player, and Ultra might have the map. This could be it. Streak's coming in. It's just going to clear out the players on the lobby side. Ghosty now through mid. Trophy saves a day. You've got a body blocker in the form of Hixie. As Scrap can't win the fight. Shotzzy's in. Might be able to save it right here, right now for the boys.
Cruz might have costed him. Now you got to worry about the mid-map pressure as well. There's battles all over the map. Hixie couldn't get one before he fought. Actually, he does. Huke does team kill. And Insight still with feet on the zone, but he's going to get shredded. OpTic is stabilized, but the question is for how long? Another 2 players fall. Got to win the big gunfights. Last man standing is Shotzzy. Has to make the hero play.
Oh, dives out. Shotzzy, though, with a pistol. Not quite enough, and the point is still safe for a moment. Insight. Back and forth we go. There's the fury and the rage here on the point. No one is letting this one go. Ghosty back at it. The TAC 56s from each side are burning hot right now. Hixie gets in, only gets 2. 55 seconds to play for here. Chance 8 lives left for OpTic Texas.
Just desperate to keep him off the point. Ghosty getting great damage, but no kills. Now Ultra can surge forward, but Shotzzy can do the exact same. I don't know if you have time to flank, but he's going to give the old college try.
Oh, stunned.
CleanX is going to read it, but it stuns like crazy. But Ultra also have presence on the point, so Shotzy's going to fall. For a brief moment, you have a 4v3.
Dashy's got to hold him back from the Godheady. Can he keep him at bay? Scrap, nice tags. Lovely smooth aim from both of the boys. 30 seconds. Stopped. Can you get on the point? Dashy looking clean house. Is he good enough? Yeah, he does get it. Trades again. Last man CleanX. He's doing this alone. Oh! Somehow gets the 2-piece. Can he capture it? Tobias! Oh my god! Dive onto the point. The last few moments. Ultra get it done. What a game of control.
Yeah, and Scrapz correct in the player cam is what he is saying. They had to work for that round. Shotzzy repeatedly just diving out from desks, picking up the 2 pieces. You had Dashy doing the exact same thing, but at the end of the day, the overwhelming pressure on offense was there. 5 for 5 on the attacking rounds. Ultra had the advantage in the end, and Miles, we have ourselves a series.
About time. Jesus, son. Big game there out of Ultra. What a battle on Hotel that was. 9 minutes, 51 seconds. One of those rounds being 1 minute 20. Wow, time really flew through that one, guys. Well, we are done. Here in control. We go to another hard point. We stay on Hotel, and we'll see what happens from here on out. Absolute effort from CleanX in the final points there. Some seriously sensational stuff. Dashy, that Godheady, time and time again, winning those big individual gunfights. We really saw it all there in that game of control. Chance. Now, another hard point.
an interesting moment because we're staying on Hotel for the hard point as well. So we saw the 14-4 record for Toronto Ultra on control, but combined just on Hotel in general, 28-13. So the record in respawn on this map is fantastic. They're very happy to see it there for the 3-4. Of course, not happy to see themselves still down in the series, and obviously we know OpTic are also phenomenal at Hotel hardpoint, so expecting it to be a battle. The guns in this lobby, they're shooting real straight.
Yeah, this is a good one. A lot of fun to watch this series. We're having a good time here. OpTic Texas, though, still sitting at match point. They win this hard point. It is all over. Can Toronto Ultra at least try to force that final map, that final search and destroy? We'll see, though. Next hard point is going to be a tough one, as you said, Chance. OpTic particularly proficient when it comes to the Hotel hard points. They are very, very good at it indeed.
Still, though, one of the very few teams, especially since Ghosty has joined this roster, that can actually shut OpTic down in the hard points, and Hotel included, has been Toronto Ultra. So it is back to the exact same statistics I was throwing out before map 1. It is Scrapz that has a 1.58. He has been dominant in the respawns in general against OpTic, and Ghosty that had the 0.57. We saw what happened in map 1, though. Ghosty popped off. Man had 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the hill. He was up there in the slaying category as well. OpTic had not a comfortable victory, but a solid one towards the end. But still, it's those rookies, man. Those two players to pay attention to.
Oh, yeah. They have been screaming for their teams, respectively. Ghosty and Scrapz. Not a bad look. In their first years in the Call of Duty League, they are making noise. Different kinds of noise, albeit, but very, very good either way. CleanX, though, was the man of the moment, the hero there for Toronto Ultra towards the very end. What an unbelievable set of kills he managed to get there, Chance. The reinforcements from OpTic flooding forward. He managed to win a couple of insane gunfights. He buys enough time, I think it was for Insight. Dive in, get the final few seconds there on that zone. Whew. We really saw it all there, ladies and gents. A very fun one. Let's see what happens, though, on the hard point. Going to be very different again, folks. It's OpTic Texas with a clear advantage coming into this map. We'll see if they can make it count. At the same time, Chance, I feel like it's just anything can happen right now, boys and girls. Quite literally anything.
I mean, it's a very sort of interesting time of the year because every single time a team wins a major, they sort of fall off in the next online stage. The question is, how well can they bounce back? Ultra so far this stage, been completely on point. Map count's been ridiculous. They're 2-0 as well, but now going against the heavy hitters, again, a grand finals rematch where I think this time have the edge, but maybe bite a wire, get ready to go back in a hotel and see what you can do. By the way, for CleanX, 25 kills in the Hotel control, 20 of those were on offense. So the 3 rounds that Ultra are able to win, CleanX was a monster in all 3.
That's a very important stat to have as a coaching staff, I believe. You know, you really want to know, like, hey, what's going on with CleanX? Well, it is definitely the defensive rounds. We'll see what happens in the future of Toronto Ultra's life on Hotel control. For now, though, Hotel hard point. Both teams lovely records. Statistically, very, very good. Hey, let's see what happens, man. I mean, OpTic, though, current form, nothing to be sneezed at. They are definitely coming into this one with the advantage for me. So the game do the talking, though.
And it is a sort of a funny thing as well. The Ultra are better at the holds, better at the breaks, but the record just a little bit worse overall. But again, specific to these two teams, when the rosters have been fully formed, even on Hotel, Ultra have had the edge. So another record looks better from OpTic, but the matchup specific thing, always going to be a little bit different. But for one side, Shotzzy, the other side, CleanX, either one of these guys can flip the switch.
Here we go. Nice opener. Oh, nearly. Big Bruce just managed to get that final bullet in. Hixie. Oh, god damn! That's a big win out of Big Bruce. Insight answers with a 2 of his own. The hard point, though, still open for now, but neither team really letting anything go by. That was a flying scrap, and a CleanX actually desperately trying to get into that one with OpTic Texas. It is an iron grip here on P1.
Yeah, and I know Hixie got the one-shot call-out from CleanX there because CleanX did a lot of damage on Dashy, so unfortunate moment. Dashy maybe just built a little bit differently again there to take Hixie down, and OpTic have already flipped the map on its head, or at least partially. Spawns are going to be a little bit funky. Huke's going to be in the back line, but he's going to have no support. The question is for Ultra. We know their comms are great. Got to make sure on point. They are, again, able to hunt him down. Ultra nice and secure on the rotation, but they're down by 20.
Now operation set up the lobby. Scrap. It's 2 for Scrap. Quick reload number 3. Oh, Ghosty, good shots. Not able to get the highlight reel right there. Inside, though. Guns up at the ready, trying to make something happen here. OpTic have managed to fly into the point. Are they going to be able to somehow, cut down 2 players? Shotzzy gets involved. Ghosty back at it. Scrap off spawn. Can't get... Oh, he does get 2. No way. The third, though, from Huke. As he flies forward, he gets 2. This is an insane hard point already.
There's just no time to relax. Scrap opens up the hill with a 2-piece, and by the time he gets back off spawn, OpTic are already in your face. Scrap off spawn gets another 2-piece. Again, he picks up a 2-piece. 3 lives in a row where Scrap is picking up pieces, but OpTic are just living at the actual time, and they still have the pressure at all. So Ultra win the rotation, but at the start of that hill, they were down by 20. At the end of the hill, they're gonna be down by 20. We go again over towards New, over by Kitchen. But even Ultra, they don't get the full setup. It's a scattered map once again.
Weird looking spawns. Shotzzy was going to be the guy on the back line. Here comes the rest of the squad through the front. Trophies in. Shotzzy timing so sweet. It's another 2. You cannot stop Ultra. The comms can't even be clear enough right now. This is pure madness. Utter pandemonium here on Hotel.
You literally just can't breathe. Every single time you try to get a setup, someone's picking up a piece. Shotzzy's always behind you. OpTic are just living in your face. And there's a 2 for Ghosty as well. There's all 4 in the feed. And OpTic finally able to stabilize on a rotation. And now just get to fly. I mean, this game has been played at an absolute lightning pace. And if OpTic's in control and it slows down, they're going to feast.
Yeah, this is real fast. Ultra. A team that like to play a little slower, a little bit more... cool. There's nothing cool about this. They are burning hot. OpTic still roaming, looking for that next hard point again. Ultra with the perfect rotation chance this time round. They've got all 4 players on that side of the map. Scrap with a nice 2. That should change things a little bit. Can Ultra get more than 20 seconds out at this point before getting broken?
And yeah, 14-8, by the way, looking like the MVP. So he's starting off the hill right. Ultra a little bit more stable. And for Huke, there is a player above you. And from the heavens comes the Kleenex, the SMGs, cleaning house. Ultra again. Even when the pace is slowed and they have that early rotation, things going better now.
Shotzzy, so sneaky. So dangerous, but nice teamwork there from Ultra. They're right back in it. It's looking perfect so far. Kleenex finally gets shut down. At least an eye of where these players are going to come from. Ghosty and Dashy up. Huke on the flank cuts them down. Into the point we fly. Scrap with the trades immediately. But the pressure is on. OpTic are in. That's going to be the break. Take care of Kleenex, and that hard point's yours.
It's just an overwhelming force, man. It feels like the Mercado, where it's like things are finally starting to go well, and then they are just back in your face, causing problems. Another multi-kill from Scrap, but 3 wasn't enough to get it done, and Dashy picks up the 2. Not a trade to be found. And now for Hicksy, alone in the restaurant. He's already got to worry about his teammates because Ghosty's getting the cutoff kills. He is truly in a pinch. Can he make the big play? There's one. Traded. OpTic stable on the rotation.
Ooh, 1 man in the point for now. Insight having to wait for the reinforcements. Can't get the trades going if there's no one there to trade him. And there we go. He and Insight. And Kleenex, rather, finally get in there, finally get the break. That's a nice bit of opening time. Huke, quick chow, doing it alone. Waiting for the boys. Nah, good nades again out of Hicksy, trying to slow down the approach of these members of OpTic Texas. Here comes Shotzzy, Dashy, Ghosty, lining them up. But the time's still going the way of Ultra.
And the way that hill started, Ultra happy to be collecting this time, and still a decent little bit to get. OpTic need to be a little bit fearful about overcommitting, but if you pick up the piece like that, well, the opportunity to fly is there. Inside, last man standing on the back line, gets cleaned out, and OpTic are already on the front of the rotation.
Ooh.
So a close game, back and forth, but OpTic still have the edge.
I mean, Ultra, they're starting to pick up that pace. They're starting to play at the same sort of level of speed that OpTic Texas brought in the first 2 hard points, and already things looking different. This time round, it's a sort of split here on this rotation. Shotzzy down low, Insight and Scrap up top. Scrap doesn't see it in time. Shotzzy, that's a clean kill. Trades are there. An unfortunate team kill for their chance from OpTic Texas, but I don't think it's going to hurt them too much. Trophies are in position. Both teams looking to grab this one.
Yeah, old habits die hard. Ghosty loves a good team kill from time to time. It's been a while, but now if you start off a hill like that, someone's got to bail you out. Shotzzy looking to be that guy. With the attack in hand, makes the reads. Makes it with a big gunfight, but OpTic, it's looking like Ghosty should be able to get this trade. Actually does it with the cover from above, and you got the ARs watching over you. Ghosty, his job is just to stay alive.
Oh yeah, stay prone. Who's going to be flying in over the top, making a whole lot of noise. Watch out for that awkward pinch, though. Insight nearly gets both. Wow. Great tags. Ghosty at 6 HP. That is a massive win and a lovely bit of time. OpTic Texas now. Final 10 on this hard point. We go back to P1 where they looked absolutely outstanding. They've got the lead. Let's go for a listen in.
That's for you. It's couches,
Inside Hicksy. Alright, Hicksy, we're missing Insight. Alright, we're missing Insight. Could be doubles.
Doubles
random rock. Good time. Ivory doubles.
Okay, turn to look at. Yeah, I think that's couches, top cat, and doubles.
I don't see him, Cat, by the way. I'm just staying alive.
Yo,
Where's white block? White block,
yo,
please.
Beacon and then fucking the captures him, man. Doubles. Couch is dead.
He's
He's dead.
Nice,
He could be let's get jump.
I'm spawning kids. I have your guys pull. One guy's back kitch. Back kitch dead. One more side kitch. Alright, one more pull. Scrappy. Pull Scrappy. That's it. It's good. Single.
Yo, yeah, he's on time. He's doubles.
Double's dead. I need your single.
They're gonna be
doubles. Top cat.
Pick up left.
I'm gonna stun doubles.
Was it?
I said Tim, go.
Watch out left. Absolute Kleenex. We'll go back to side. He ran away.
Soaking this, by the way.
He's satellite heart.
They're spawning out kids, by the way.
Spawning
out kids, your ass.
Yo, he's
Some of them are new.
Whole Kleenex.
What's there, brother?
Right, they might be behind you. No,
they're on time. They're just
they're near time. I'm gonna try
I killed the spawner.
Hard stun one
One spot. Alright, you back kids. Back in the back.
Great comms again out of OpTic Texas Chance. Both teams. This is a top caliber matchup for sure.
And well, Ultra down by 60 though, right? So this is the hill where they got the rotation the first time around, but OpTic just lived inside of it. Scrap again on this hill though has been a multi-kill machine, and this time it's a clean 3 in the feed. Shotzzy for the first time, what feels like all game, has to slow things down, wait for the reinforcements, but jump straight in, gonna get traded out, and it looks like Ultra finally might be able to breathe just a little bit on P2. Good chunk of time they're able to get, but obviously it is still a long way to go on this rotation. But Miles, if they can break through on Kitchen, they will be right back in this game.
We'll see if it can happen. We've got streaks now to work with the Kleenex. He's got a 6 spree, looking to add to it. OpTic, though, fully lined up on the inside of the kitchen here. Again, the pace has been stunted somewhat. Final few moments go to Ultra. Rotation's on. Here we go. Wall bangs out. Not a lot to throw here aside from the gunny. Beautiful shots from Kleenex right through that table. Shotzzy down low. Takes care of his. Trades are done. Dashy's there. Last man around the point is going to be Hixie. Here comes Insight on the back line as well. Is it enough to get in there, though? No, he's been cut out off spawn. That is unfortunate timing as OpTic still hold this one down.
As long as he's staying alive, though, well, I was going to say buy time for your teammates, but Kleenex gets caught with the knife, so OpTic main plays outside of the hill. Hixie can't win it either in the hill that Ultra were so desperate to break. Unable to get through until Scrap again, a bailout multi-kill. I don't know how he keeps doing it, but he is keeping his team afloat, gets the 3rd from the back line, and just like that, the lifeline is there. Toronto still in this game.
Oh, he stuns Ghosty. Can he get the kill as well? No, he can't. Pops are in. Huke's there for the late break. That's 10 seconds. Going to push you way over 200 now. OpTic Texas looking very strong and hotel indeed. Rotation done. Hixie versus Shotzzy. It's an awkward gunfight, and Dashy is going to make it all that harder. So I do not think you're going to win this battle, are you? Now, OpTic are in. This is looking good.
And that is great tax from Shotzzy as well. Hixie maybe in a spot to make the play, but the stuns and nades to back him down. And OpTic now with the full advantage. Maybe a bigger question, do they have the trophy? I see nades landing on the point, so I think the attack usage was clean. That's a 3 in the feed. That is the hill taken over. Ultra, beautiful use of the cruise.
Nice work. Forces the play out of OpTic. You've got a hard point now. 30 seconds left on this bad boy. Is going to get you up there, but not nearly close enough. You have to win the rotation as well. Ghosty in. Trades are done. It is absolute insanity here on this hotel. Unopened hard point for now. No one able really to get onto the bar. Kleenex can't win it. Huke's there. Trades again. It is non-stop. Ghosty tagged up. Surely his life ends fast. It does. The life expectancy of these players when they are not on a spree is literally 5 seconds.
And talk about these key gunfights going through. It's going to be Huke, the first one over towards Restaurant, but he has plenty of help on the rotation. And keep in mind, just because Hixie has to collect that time, he'll be out of the picture for a minute, so OpTic with the early edge, and they're getting all of the kills as well, setting the table, trying to end it at Restaurant.
Oh, here we go. Huke's putting them up on a dish. Here comes the hit from Ultra. Shotzzy finds himself one. The pinch is on. Nice work out of Kleenex to get his. Ghosty, the Dashy, all brought down. Kleenex somehow gets another. Trying to hit the pinch as well. Insight wins his fight. Trades are nearly done. Huke last man
all
for
4.
OpTic. Taking care of all 4. That's the time now going the way of Ultra.
Now can they read the routes though? Because you have Shotzzy. He is going to be taking a deep route. Maybe wants to flip the spawns long term. And Huke and Dashy, that means take your time. Play for the kills because now Ultra should be spawning out. 2 there from OpTic. The spawn out is in effect, but Scrap gets the double kill. Ultra, they need this time, and Scrap picks up 3 around the point. Long-term problem though. OpTic have taken the spawns.
They've got spawns. They got the outside of the map covered. Can you win the fights on the inside for now? Ultra trying to make their way out. They're trying to run for it. If they can catch a couple more, it's all down to Ghosty on the outside of the map. Scrap is gone absolutely wild. 36 and 25. That's the outside covered. Gotta watch out about Shotzzy though. He's in. Will Scrap snip him out? Time is there. He gets the kill. Ultra with the point.
Ghosty wins it though, the only man seemingly that could stop Scrap to at least keep you alive. That multi-kill monster is going to be back in the mix. Kills get traded out towards Kitchen. Hixie traded out on time, and Scrap on the mantle just gets caught. OpTic, that might be enough to get it done.
That might be it. Insight, you've got to rip somebody at great range. Put that tack to use. Say a prayer, baby. It's final 10 now for the win. Dashy on the back line. He's got another taken care of. You have to get the kills. Ultra has to fly. Final 5. Anyone close enough to get in there? Shotzzy, he's holding it down. Final few moments to contest. Ultra are in. Huke's downstairs. Oh, the crossfire. Who gets it? The nuke has wiped the point clean. Not even a roach could survive that one. OpTic take the series, and confidence is building going into the major.
And how do you do? Maintaining that perfect record throughout this stage. The map count utterly ridiculous as well. And they got tested. They got pushed in this matchup because Scrap was dropping bombs the entire map, but not good enough to get it done. OpTic as a team a little bit better on the day. A 3-1 victory as well. Started the series off right, and I mean, truly the only thing OpTic are having any issue with at all has been the control hardpoint class. That is a ridiculous stat page. 37 and 28 for Scrap, 4,400 damage. The man tried to do it all, but again, not good enough towards the end, but nail-biter hardpoints for both of the maps that we had. I hope we get to see this matchup in Major 5.
I mean, that was just such, if anything, just watching those two teams trade each other was so exciting. I mean, that, you could not squeak anything out. The comms from both squads so on point. That 3-1 does not represent, you know, nearly how close and how much of a brilliant series this was. I hope we get to see the matchup in front of a big old Toronto crowd in the coming weeks. That is going to be an absolute treat. But both teams going to be feeling very strong indeed going into the major. Look at that scoreline. Wow. What a fantastic series. But at the end of the day, Chance, OpTic, another big win, another 10 points. Not that it matters too much, but both of these teams going into champs, very, very happy indeed. We are looking at sort of final seedings, though. Again, the final standings will change just a little bit, I feel, before we do get to Vegas. But man alive, what a great day.
A fantastic day of Call of Duty so far, and I know OpTic fans are going to rejoice as well, because anytime they see their team get outslayed and still win, there's going to be a smile on their face.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was an absolute treat. I think a lot of folks thought I might have gone to game 5, but I'm happy enough with the 4. That was so much fun. Well, we enjoyed ourselves a lot. We hope you at home enjoyed yourselves. So what about the desk, guys? Did you enjoy that one?
We did. Chat, if you guys like this, put a W in the chat right now, because that was some exciting Call of Duty. And Ali, you said it in the green room. These two teams bring the best out of each other. Was this the most competitive Call of Duty you've watched?
Absolutely. These were two Titans literally going at it through every single map. I'm so happy Toronto brought it back in that Game 3 control because we wouldn't have got such a beautiful hotel hardpoint. The opener was just insane. The pressure, the pace these players were playing at. The fact that we were only at 51 and 28 by the time we got to Kitchen Hill was insane, but it is also that first Kitchen Hill is, I think, was the difference maker for this game number 4. OpTic Texas breaks in, holds almost the entire 60, gives themselves a cushiony lead heading into the second set of rotations, and then it's a second Kitchen hold once again to solidify them the game.
Nameless, looking at this map 4 in particular, there was no one better in the lobby than Scrapz, but his team comes out with a loss here. What went wrong for Toronto? Because they won the slaying battle.
Yeah, sure. There were a couple situations. As Ali just mentioned, that first Kitchen Hill, they had a perfect setup. Shotzzy ends up getting up and behind him and finding a 2-piece. They lose the majority of that time. And then on the second rotation, you think about the P4 Plat Hill. Well, they're there early. OpTic is still playing over towards the scrap time, but it's Shotzzy once again laying down in back hallway and spot, playing his life, allowing for his team to get close and sort of keep the time contested and then regain control. There's just these little situations where, like, neither one of these teams made too many mistakes throughout this game, but there were some individual big plays that was the difference throughout. And more times often than not, it was the man in the top right of your screen. It's Shotzzy, man. He's a slippery snake. He's hard to track.
Movement God, Kleenex having some ridiculous plays of his own, but Toronto ultimately falls this time around as OpTic gets revenge after the Major 3 championship. Looking forward, is this our winners bracket final in Toronto? Is this our grand final? I want to get there. We're just 2 weeks away.
Let's not get it twisted. If Thieves find themselves in the winners bracket, they're still in a good spot as well. It's those 3 teams. All right.
Come on, let us live our happy, amazing setup of Toronto versus OpTic.
I will say that a different team has won every major. It's time, bro. OpTic got to win this next major.
All right, we got to take it back to game number 1 for your scuff play of the game. This one coming from the man you just talked about, Ant, aka Shotzzy, lighting it up on the SMG, and no one does it faster. He is in your face, behind your base, doing it all. Anthony, what did you see here from the young gun?
This is the Steph Curry of Call of Duty, man. He's just a nuisance on the map. They were down in this map, and there was it was 10 back to Cantina, back and forth, where they were able to string 2 hills together, and it was Shotzzy right here. That's the play that I'm talking about. Finds 3 to give them the advantage, and they rotate over as well, get Barber control. Like, he is just so annoying to deal with. But we should also highlight Ghosty. This guy, first of all, he had a 0.5 in hardpoint versus Toronto coming into the series, balled out in both of these hardpoints, and had almost 6 minutes in the hills. So got to give him a shout for that.
That's a lot of hill time, but the man who is putting up the most numbers joins us right now. We got Shotzzy on the line after multiple 3Ks and I think about 17 2Ks. You guys walk away with a 3-1 victory. What was it like today matching up against Toronto Ultra? Is this your toughest challenge?
Yeah, throughout this stage, definitely our toughest challenge. Dude, that was an amazing series. It was literally just a battle back and forth. Yeah, we're glad we pulled off that last that map right there.
Yeah, Shotzzy, I was gonna ask you, was this the most fun series you think you've played in this game all year?
I think it's a FaZe one. It was one of the, I'm not sure if you remember, but
that hotel.
Whenever it was like 250, 249 or something like that in the hotel, and I think we had Indra on the time. Actually, I don't even know. I don't know. My memory's so bad. But
That's okay. It's okay. We know what you're talking about. But following up to that, I'm more serious.
We played FaZe that first time just because like it was just so back and forth, and then like obviously we won that match, but yeah, so definitely against FaZe for sure.
And then when it came to this series, a lot of big plays out of you individually. You're always that guy, you get the perfect timing. I see it so much where just for some reason, you're the one that finds the open lane and is able to slip by. Do you ever feel kind of pressured in those moments, like in your head? Are you like, okay, should I go now? Should I go now? Like, what is it like in the mind of Shotzzy in the middle of a hard point?
Mind of Shotzzy, just the first thing that pops up, I do it. Because like the biggest thing as a competitor is like, as soon as you start, thinking like, oh, it's like, should I do this and stuff like that, like, it starts going downhill. So whatever first comes to mind, I just do it. And most of the times it ends up working out just because, just how the flow works. But yeah, just whatever happens or whatever I think at first, I just do it.
Sure.
Shotzzy, we are entering the latter half of the season, only 2 events left, and you guys seem to be continuously improving. One of the few teams that are able to do that. What are you guys doing in practice? Like, how are you getting so much better each and every match?
I think we just enjoy the entire process, and then on top of that, we haven't won, so like our hunger's there. I mean, even if we won, our hunger would be there. But we want to win. We want to win champs. We want to win the next major. We want to win everything, obviously, and that's what we're gonna continue to try doing every single week. We just go in with the same mindset, just going hard. Playing SD8s, HP8s, all that good stuff. So we're just grinding. We're grinding, trying to get it done for the boys. Green wall, for Dan because he hasn't won yet. So. I get it done for everyone.
Yeah, 3 grand finals in a row could be fun. Maybe a world championship in your future. Final question for you, Shotzzy. Who's playing on COD Champs? Is it going to be the Minnesota Røkkr or Las Vegas Legion?
Oh, snap.
Basically, like, if I had to go with the team, actually, no, let me not even say that. I'd have to go with Vegas. I'd say they look better overall. Minnesota's a good team, but throughout the entire game modes and the way they've looked this stage, I feel like Vegas will probably steal it low-key.
Fan favorite, appealing to the fans in the chat who all have smiles right now. OpTic gets a win, Vegas gets a win, and we still have one more series to go. Shotzzy will let you go celebrate with the team.
Later, have a good one. Peace.
That is our man Shotzzy and our monster winner Spotlight OpTic. Now a perfect 4-0 with just one match to go, and that's against Florida. Before we go to the next commercial break, though, quick reminder, you gotta get it right now, and it's the Shinobi bundle. Look at this bad boy.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is sick. Stealth is always an option with the Shinobi
Always.
Tracer pack. It includes 2 Tracer blueprints and a Shadowy Operator skin for Chewie. Fantastic.
It's available in game now, and Chewie is an operator that is the pack for. By the way, I learned.
Do you have the Shinobi?
Shinobi? Oh, she loves the Tracer
Oh yeah,
pack.
absolutely.
100%.
I have it.
Chat, what bundles do you got? Let us know during the break. When we come back, it is the final battle. Another $10,000 on the line. You don't want to go anywhere. This is week 2 of our Major V Qualifiers. Seattle taking on the Juggernauts. When we come back, find out if they can pull off the upset over the Breach.
1v1. Awakening is trying to put in Square. Flashes up Nastie, gets the ball. Kremp staying alive against turn. Unbelievable from Kremp.
Since Kremp and Vivid got into the starting lineup here for the Boston Breach, they are 2-0 in our Major 5 qualifier, but they've only had to play Minnesota and Florida. Today, you're taking on Seattle, and if you're looking at our season-long standings, these two teams are side by side at 6 and 7. We have a hypothesis, though, from Dr. Alley of what's going wrong here for the Surge, because this team's coming off an 0-6 on maps to Toronto and Texas.
Listen, this is my Monster Energy pregame note, okay? Every time I watch Seattle on LAN at stage Major number 4, I got to stand behind them. Civ and accuracy, after every single round of search and destroy and respawn, they would fist bump each other. Like, and those are two strong dudes. I think they're literally bruising each other's hands on mid-round, dude. So maybe let's try and pause the fist bumps for this match and just see what happens.
That was
maybe
hard
that's what caused the stat drop off recently. Both of those gunnies need to be on fire if you're going to take down Boston Breach, because Awakening, he's number 2 to just scrap when it comes to numbers. A 1.44 across all 3 game modes. The man has been a monster, especially in the respawn. Is he your key player to watch, though, in this matchup, Nameless?
Awakening? I will say no. I think the sub duo are the key players that I'm going to be watching throughout this. Vivid, once again, he makes the game easier for his teammates. And we can get into the Monster Energy pregame. Keep the momentum up with Vivid. They've entered their honeymoon stage. They're playing well. The ARs are absolutely frying. And the Search and Destroys, that is where you're going to find so much success versus Seattle Surge. This is a Surge team that is number 11 in retake, number 10 in plant win. They suck at that game mode. Let's just keep it honest. And when you talk about Boston versus Seattle historicals, Boston is 5-0 all-time against Seattle. Seattle's never been able to beat them, and they're also 3-0 this year against this squad. So this organization, comfortable when they're going up against the Surge, and today looking at another victory.
We have an extra minute here as the players need a second to get into the lobby. Let's slow down and talk about this Breach squad. They're 2-0. They got as high as a 4th place on the season, but that wasn't enough for them. They're still looking for that secret sauce that gives them a trophy. Are they on the right path to raise the trophy in Toronto? What do you need to see from them for them to officially be a tier 1 threat?
I just need to see consistency out of the Boston Breach team right now. Their respawn looks great. I think Kremp and Beans have done a great job when it comes to search and destroy. The ARs have been literally unreal during this qualifier. I'm talking specifically about Beans and Gigawake. They're all in like the top 5 KDs in every category right now, and this is their road to Major number 5. After Surge, they have FaZe and Subliners, so not the easiest way to round them out. Yeah, so they have to get through Surge first, and they'll obviously go up against our Major 2 and Major 1s, but I'm not worried for the Boston Breach when it comes to the maps and modes either. Again, head-to-head wise, they have the edge in this matchup.
Yeah, you know, we were just looking at their schedule. Like, it was ideal situation. You started off pretty easy, you get Surge in the middle, and then you finish it off with 2 major winners. And when you talk about these maps and modes, looking at it, I love the HyDra. Fortress is a map that, you know, in prior events, Boston was very good at. Bringing Vivid back in, they're seeing if they could find success on it. We know that that is treacherous territory going up against Seattle, though.
Chat, there are only 11 matches remaining, 10 after this one, so don't be shy. Put the whole bank, all the channel points on the line, because we got a party starting right now. Lando and Study, take it away.
Oh, yes, indeedy. Let's have ourselves a good old end to the day. It is Boston Breach taking on the Seattle Surge. And, well, Jay, I think it's fair to say the city of Boston is looking to walk away with 2 dubs today, the B's and the C's. And, well, for the team on the bottom side of the screen, Seattle Surge, they're looking for a Jason Tatum type of turnaround. If you don't know NBA, well, then you're totally confused. Basically, Jay, we have 2 teams on total opposite sides of the spectrum. One looking great, one not so great.
Yeah, Boston Breach, they're looking good so far in this stage. They run into Florida, clean 3-0. You take care of Minnesota Røkkr as well, and a clean 3-1. So they have been looking in prime form ever since the addition back on the lineup for Vivid. They've been great in the hardpoint game mode. On the opposite side for Seattle, I know they're sitting at 0-2. I know they're sitting at 0-6 in map count, but they have played 2 of the top teams that we have in the game in OpTic Texas, who we consider the best in the game, and Toronto Ultra, a team who have won a championship this year. So it's just been tough for Seattle. I think versus a team like Boston Breach, we're going to see them come to life a little bit more because they're able to keep up in that slaying. But into this map number 1 we go. The main focus for me, for Seattle Surge, is win a damn rotation. They are 10th overall on this map. And whenever you're losing rotation, especially to a team like Boston Breach, they're usually great on their setups to hold hills.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing is that I think like on the year, you and I were chatting about it in the pregame, like Seattle Surge, they have been great on rotations this season. I think they're number 2, but for the majority of the year, they've been the number 1 team. They're top 5 on every map except for this one, and as of late, it has not been good. GP on GD has got to be solid, and well, it is currently looking great for the Aussie as player number 8 in Pred completely taking over at P1, and they have yet to drop a single second. This is about as good as it gets.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets, Lando. You allow Pred to be the sole man over towards that P1 hard point. Sid was rotating nice and early to make sure no one overextends through Røkkr. And his team is able to find all the kills in the feed. And currently, Boston Breach sitting on a goose egg in that score line. And it doesn't look like it's going to change for any time soon. But they do get those back spawns. Accuracy too aggressive on the middle of the map. He's trying to roster cross. You allow Boston to swan in towards the back. And eventually leads to the break.
Boy, do you need these seconds if you're Breach. I know we're talking about, oh, Seattle, you can't really afford to lose this rotation. At the same time, for Boston, you could really use some time at this moment. 30 very valuable points still to fight for, and right now, Breach in the preferred position to maybe lock those up. However, flanks aplenty. Pred off to a 5-1 start will help secure things toward the stretch. And now, well, Boston, you got the spawns, and really it's not the greatest time to have them. Final 15 looks to go their way. They eventually clear out Pred, but now we race toward the left side of the screen, and that's where Seattle happened to be.
And Seattle already making the adjustments. So far in this stage, I know they played Toronto, I know they played OpTic, 2 of the best hardpoint teams that we have in the game. But they are 10th in rotation, and they are 11th in hold percentage. So they're already setting themselves up properly in this first game. You're putting yourself on the preferred side of these spawns. You're getting this initial time. You're forcing Boston Breach to break with about 20 to 25 seconds. And this is another opportunity where they can try to chain it towards the P3. But Beans with the gunny towards the back end takes down Mack. Now the pinch is going to be in. Boston Breach with more bodies. They find the break, and now they are needing to get some much needed time.
Yeah, it's an early Seattle rotation, but a late Boston break. Beans, oh my God, solid as you'd like. Wins the massive fight toward the back, helps solidify the spawns, and from there, allows for the rest of the team to do the job that they have to. Such impressive work here from Breach. Definitely got off to a slow start, Jay, but as you called it, Austin picking things up, and as we said, for this team, they have looked so good in hardpoint lately after the recent addition of Vivid. The numbers could not be more drastic after adding him.
Yeah, you were 1-8 with your old lineup with Nero and Kremp as your aggressive SMG duo. One of the worst hardpoint teams in the game when that team was formed. But you bring back the guy, the veteran, the leader of this former Boston Breach squad in Vivid. And ever since then, it's been sunny skies in this mode. You have to try to continue it here, though, as Seattle Surge win another rotation over towards the P4 hardpoint, but their setups have not been the best. That's 2 early kills going in favor of Boston. Pressure coming in. One player is now going to spawn out, so Seattle have to iron up and clutch up in these fights.
Oh, and Vivid's been on this flight for such a long time. Problem being is that a lot of his teammates happen to have fallen in the midst of it, but at the very least for Breach, I mean, you are making Seattle really have to work. They've had this spawn, they've had this rotation, but Boston has been causing them all kinds of okay. The front, Sib trying to take matters into his own hands. Hits the deck at 13-6. We'll see if that can be enough for the team. And it looks like it will not. Nice little highlight play coming in from Sib. But if you are Breach, you just caused all kinds of problems at that Path Hill.
Yeah, you cause all kind of problems, but for what cause? Now the spawns are now going to flip. You're allowing Seattle Surge to win another rotation, and I think the biggest point was on Sib's performance towards the back end. He was able to find a couple clutch kills, already sitting on 14-6 on the map. And this is a guy who I wanted to put a lot of focus on because he struggled in his first 2 matchups so far in this stage, sitting at a .83 overall, which is actually the lowest KD out of any stage he has played this year. So already sitting at 14-7, double positive. He's trying to turn those numbers around instantly.
What do you think maybe has led to maybe a bit of that downfall, Jay? Is it like anything in particular? Do you think it's more team-oriented, or has it been something in his gameplay you've noticed?
I think it's just more team-oriented. You're playing against Toronto Ultra, who are great when it comes to that teamwork aspect. Now, you also play against OpTic Texas, who are the #1 team in hardpoint and are looking like the best team in the game. So just some really tough draws. Obviously, you weren't on that level of those teams in those matchups. But when you have a team like Boston Breach, who are not considered one of the top teams currently around the middle of the pack, this is where you're able to turn it around, build that confidence back up. And he's not slowing down, man. Another force for young Simp.
And now at 18-8, we'll continue to watch those numbers rise. More than pretty much double his next highest teammate, which happens to be Pred. He now enters into double digits, so that no longer matters, but still, love to see this dynamic duo. The sophomores lighting it up here so far on HyDra, a Boston Breach team that has looked so solid in this mode. Well, currently is absolutely getting handled. A not so great of a score line, 150 to 70. That continues to build, and the streaks do as well. It's 9, making it 8 as a team. Surge continue to roll. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding with them.
I'll get him close, okay? Okay. Front door me. I'm coming over. Front door, shit on. Front door again, front door again. Okay. Cremp on time, cremp on time. I'm aggressive on the left, okay? Cremp is on time. Okay, we're missing 2, we're missing 2. You on the left?
Yeah, we're push back.
Ruin's dead.
Nice. I reload the gun. I'm getting it. I got one bait, 2 gloves. Okay. Okay, can you get time a bit? Okay, yeah.
Globe cut. Dude, absolute globe cut. You went for globe,
Okay, I'm gonna go watch this cross. But play grab. Yeah, I will. Get out, he's out of Mack. I have the cross, get out her.
I'm holding your back right, baby.
Yeah, hold my back right.
I got naded. One more globe. He's low left down, take super.
I give you a cross, guys.
Stop globe still, stop.
You have the front close then, I heard you.
I'm holding your back right.
Play my kill close,
They're
coming up now. I do not my cross.
I don't see him back, no. I stunned one in the water. One shot dead.
Close, Mack. Front door close, shot.
Top dead.
Nice, front door close.
Absolute.
Front door looking for one.
Hold up again. He's
nice. P1 on back spawn.
I heard you.
I'm looking for P1.
One's in the back.
I got
stuck. Back dead.
I'm hoping to
I'm in.
I have your back left. I have your weak. Sit down.
They're nading me.
Hey, I'm in.
You got knees out there?
Yes, I'm in.
I got stun.
I got him.
Oh my god. Nice, Betty.
No,
one's P1 on top of news.
I'm back in. Stop, new dead.
Nice, not take 1P5. Carry.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there's 1 P5. Someone go to the back. Okay, not taking.
I'm laying that tower. Yeah, they're I'm laying that tower.
Well, okay then. This has been an interesting moment in time here for Seattle Surge as they are massive. Right now, they could do no wrong, specifically Simp. Now at 22-9, his tack is absolutely firing. Finally gets taken down in a fight that felt somewhat even, but I don't know, Jay, we head to the comms, and within like the first 10 seconds, you said, I love this. What did you hear?
The biggest thing I heard was that Simp was leading when it came to putting his teammates in certain positions. You saw Mack, he said, I'm playing super aggressive up on the left side. He backs down once he gets a kill, but then once his teammate drops towards front Pred, Simp is now the guy that was watching towards back Godrock. He tells Mack, push up, play aggressive on that side, so he doesn't have to worry about his flank. He's able to assist his teammate on the cross towards the hill. And that's what the story has been so far, all of map 1. Just the teamwork simply outclassing Boston Breach right now. As Seattle Surge are only 33 seconds away from taking map number 1, trying to get their first map so far on the stage. And with Pred and Mack finding those early 2 kills, it's Seattle Surge again winning another rotation.
Yeah, you can just tell right off the map. I say for Boston, got to be frustrated. They know Pred was behind them because their spawns are kind of more toward the middle. You've got Surge already in the objective. It just feels like Breach right now are overwhelmed. Simp bringing in that cruise missile over the top, getting the bird's eye point of view, lands it in. It's a no-go, but regardless of it, Breach able to get something on board. So it was a nice streak usage there from Seattle, but nothing's able to come of it. So it is Beans on the inverse who actually earns a cruise. So a little late game heroics here for Breach. We'll see what they can do with a little bit of momentum now.
They need a little bit of fight. Something to try to take it to this map number 2. You can potentially still try to bring it back this game. 30 seconds goes remaining to the Boston Breach. It's going to make it 60-point game. It's going to be Seattle Surge winning another rotation. Vivid starts off with a big kill, though, onto Pred. Now you open up a lane. You can start to push right through the front. You know that Acker's still trying to cut you guys off. You got the easy read on him, so now you put yourself in the man advantage, and the player's already spawning out for Seattle Surge. This can get chaotic if Boston Breach can hold on for some good time.
You can see those arrows quickly for Breach, all starting to unite, all starting to formulate. The Breach boys starting to make something crazy happen here toward the end, but they need to get Sid out of this hard point. 40 very valuable points now to fight for. Kremp falls off the spree, so no extra cruise missile in the arsenal if you're Boston. Here comes Wake, looking to his left, looking to his right, ready to eviscerate anybody who jumps in toward his line of sight. Give me Mack. Another one found here for Demon Joe, but Seattle with number Sib on the snap, 20 to go.
And Seattle can still win it here. They just have to not allow Boston Breach to get any contested seconds. Boston at least do enough to force another hill as they find the break. But Seattle Surge, you're not worried about it. You're spawning over towards Dome side. You have set yourself up to close out this game at P1. You just have to clutch up in a couple gunfights, and it all starts with Simp. Finds another massive 2-piece off the rotation. Seattle Surge on the team here early.
And now Kremp trying to go big, make a flank towards the water. That's actually going to be 2 beats.
All dead. Wait a minute.
Streak. They bring in the streak, and he fights 2 off a spawn. That is 6 very fast kills that go the way of Boston. And take a look at the positioning now of Vivid, catching a few players off, but on the right side of the screen, that's where Seattle happens to be. Boston, you've got yourself right back in this game, but can you close it out?
That's the biggest thing. They cannot win it off of this P1. So if you are Seattle Surge, if you decide to make that decision to chalk this one up, you have to maintain the better side of the map.
Oh my God.
Because you know P1 is all about keeping them off of the hill as long as they possibly can. But Simp and Mack was a one-on-one versus Vivid. He's just trying to soak up all the time to allow his teammates to get into the play.
Oh, 5 more seconds. Everybody from Boston begins to fall by the wayside. Vivid, a dolphin dive. Surge will hold on, but my God, was it close. Sam Phoenix has been waiting to come from behind that screen for about 30 minutes now. But eventually the boys are able to get over the finish line, but I don't know, man. That was just Breach. Slow out of the gates. They eventually arrive, but I mean, if that lead wasn't so massive to start off this game, Jay, Boston wins this. They win this at P1. Seattle, I don't know what the run that they had to overcome there, but just huge swings all throughout HyDra.
Yeah, that one really went down to the wire. I thought Seattle Surge, the way that they were playing it, winning rotations, holding down some of these money hills, only allowing Boston Breach to break into these hills with about 35 to 30 seconds remaining. So you usually want that scenario. But then Boston Breach is, with the break over towards P4, slowly was able to climb himself back into the game with a big 35 seconds. Seattle Surge can get to the spawn over towards Neck, but get instantly broken. So it just looked like Boston Breach came out a little slow, like you said. Everyone was sitting at basically negative as we got to the half-point mark of the game. But the AR started to step up, and you can see that scoreline start to change. But at that point, it was too late. As Seattle Surge win a couple key rotations, get some much-needed time. Great performance out of Simp in this map, number 1. It wasn't the cleanest, but you still get it done to now go up 1-0 in the series.
Like, look at that. It was 217 to 87.
Sheesh.
We finished off this game 250 to 219. Like, was it more of Boston slaying, just Awakening, in your opinion? No pun intended, obviously, Jay, but, or was it Surge just maybe lacking a bit of the fundamentals? What was it more, you think?
It was definitely the upgrade in slaying for Boston Breach. They started off with everyone getting basically slammed. You're spawning on the opposing side of the map. The gunfights are not going to be easier. So when you go into the second half of these rotation gunfights, you start to win a couple of those rotations, start to find a couple easy breaks, which eventually leads to everyone starting to slay up in the slaying department, and that's what allows them to slowly get back into the game. But if they don't have that slow start, like you said, they're probably going to be able to take this map number 1. But Seattle Surge, a much-needed map to go up 1-0 in the series, because we know their struggles all year long in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, that's exactly right, my friend. I mean, I feel like we come into this next Search and Destroy highlighting, you know, obviously who walked away with this game, but kind of emphasizing how much more that Seattle needed it in comparison to Boston Breach. Surge, as we know, 0-6 so far throughout this qualifier, but hardpoint has been their mode, and by no means have they been able to consistently rely on those Search Destroys so far throughout the season, Jay, especially if we're talking about the online qualifier type of moments. But into the LSCL Search Destroy, we now have Seattle up 1-0, and when you do look at the map records on the season, Jay, this is pretty much an even fight.
Yeah, this is pretty much a square up. 4-5 for Seattle Surge, 5-5 for Boston Breach. It's just a couple things that both of these teams tend to struggle with. Seattle are awful when it comes to the defensive side. Boston are terrible when it comes to the attacking side. And the reason why that is the case is because Boston Breach, whenever they play LSCL, they are terrible at finding the first blood, more specifically on their attacking rounds. Usually on their attacks, they only have an 18% chance of getting that first kill. That's awful. You're not going to be able to win a majority of these rounds, especially on LSCL in a 3v4 scenario. And then on the opposite side for Seattle, they're usually great at finding first bloods on defense. When they find the first blood on defense, they have a 60% chance at winning the round. But when they don't find the first blood on defense, another team that only has an 18% chance at winning the round. So a battle of the first bloods. One team sucks at defense, one team sucks at offense. You got to fix those two stats.
We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. We'll go and take a look at a deeper dive when it comes to both of these rosters. These are obviously map records throughout the season. You see the hard points, and of course, now we're talking about the search and destroy. We'll get to the control at some point where they are basically dead even in that mode, but there's definitely a favorite moving into this search and destroy. I know we talked about this map specifically could be different, but Boston much more clean on the year. It feels like they've been bringing in multitudes of different players, all of which who have been somewhat solid in the searches, but for Surge, this has been the struggle point, right? And it feels like, Jay, if Seattle are going to make a wild end of the season type of run, I know that they've been able to do it previously off of just winning respawns, but Surge has got to be there, like around the, it doesn't even have to be 50-50, just be a little bit better than where you have been lately. And it feels like they stand a much better chance, but as you touched on it, it's got to all start with the first bloods before they can even get to winning some of these searches again.
And I feel like the guy who can really set the tone for Seattle Surge in S&D more specifically is accuracy. This is a guy who was doing it all last year during the Vanguard season. And so far this season, he's sitting at a .79 overall S&D KD. We got to listen to the GP on GD, even if you're the leader. So you got to try to turn it around if you are accuracy in search and destroy. It's the bread and butter mode. He knows what it takes to win. Oh, so he's going to get into an early fight with Beans, throws a shoulder, and is able to get out his life. Missed that sniper bullet, still a 4v4.
Yeah, Beans is ready to give Lamar a nice little haircut, and I'll be honest, Jay, he doesn't need it. Lamar looking fresh all the time. We'll see if he can look fresh all the time. In the game, though, as you said, and the S&D has not been all that solid. To the top side of the map we go, and it is Demon Joe, the first layer of defense, basically the final boss when it comes down to any type of engagement, but he's hanging out over toward B. Meanwhile, Kremp, aggressive as you like, he is very much so in the game. Look at those eyes. Meanwhile, Beans, first blood.
And that's what Beans does, especially with that sniper pistol in hand. He knows he has the ability to make plays. Finds the first blood onto Sib. Gives his team the advantage. Now with only 35 seconds left, Seattle have to make the call. Whether they decide to apply this pressure. It's looking like it's going to go in towards A. And Kremp, he's just playing this so slow. He's trying to find a timing for this flank.
Oh, so patient. Pays off perfectly. Pred now left in a precarious position. A 1v3. And, well, 10 seconds left. So best of luck. This would definitely be at the top of his achievement list. He was able to come away with it. Well, one down. Definitely a chance to plant down the bomb. And now we've got a chance. That is, unless we do see a challenge for Beans. Knife is out. He nearly walked away with the fight. Got to give some love there to Pred. But it is Boston looking so strong there in that opening round.
Yeah, you just played super patient, man. Like, Kremp was the guy who eventually finds the kill on the flank. But they do the default setup. You try to see where Seattle Surge are trying to put the pressure on. They realize that it's over towards field. Beans repositions all the way towards the back cliff. Finds the first blood. And at that point, you just stay alive. Waste a lot of that clock. You know the play has to go towards Seattle. They eventually have to make something happen. And by the time they do, Boston Beach were ready for the pressure. As they take the first round. With Beans finding two with that snipe.
See if Seattle... They managed to even things up, as we said, on LSC between both these teams. We were desperately looking at that opening engagement, and this time it ends up going the way of Surge. Vivid, however, is there for the quick reply, already behind enemy lines.
He's moving. He's moving with that Denny pop. Sim's not going to have any awareness of where he's going to attack from. Finds his second kill on the round, tries to go for the third, but Pred saves Mack's life. So now it's a 2v2, the SMGs versus Seattle versus the ARs versus Boston.
And at the moment, I think it's Beans who's actually managed to find that Vaz off the ground. So see what he can do with it, or maybe if that's been the weapon the whole time. We'll have to check out and wait. But inside of the garage, they will wait. Surge, engines purring. Mack from one side, Pred from the other. Utility tossed. Information looking to be found. Awakening in the meantime is pop dead silence. I believe it's Mack and Pred who have already utilized there. So this is going to be a very loud 2v2 race. Oh, Mack! Head clean off of the demon. One more to go, but it's going to be Beans. 1v1. Beans versus... Oh! To him. Beans on Beans on Beans. Giving Breach the round number 2.
Oh, such a sick clutch as well. Awakening gets Mack one shot, so Beans knows that he has the advantage in that first gunfight. But then in a one-on-one versus Pred with the Vaznev, we know what that young man is capable of. But Beans gets the better of him this time around. Dances around the back door, finds the timing on the gunfight, hits the verse bullet, and is able to close it out. Lost the breach, 2-0.
Such an impactful first 2 rounds as well. There from Beans, obviously 4-0, but had the early snipe. Obviously walks away with the 1v2 there, and he's bringing out the snipe again. Well, the door happened to do it. Somebody locked the door twice, and for man, had to pay. Fred instantly there to drop the frustrating start to round number 3 here for the All-Star and Beans.
Oh yeah, that's so tough. That's so tough. You're thinking that tack is strong enough to open the double doors, but like you said, there was 2 locks on the damn thing. So he wasn't able to get that first kill. Pred finds 2. He does get traded by Vivid, but Mack is there for the trade. Now it's Awakening. Big wake. Giga wake in a 1v3.
As Nameless says, Giga. I love that. See if he can live up to the name. Didn't have to snap. Fall back. Thought about it again. Tagged up as well. Lots of damage there from Awakening, but it is no kill. And thank God if you're a Seattle fan. Get Awakening off the board as quick as possible. Surge finally able to get on the board.
Yeah, I wonder if Pred was like the janitor in that situation. He was holding on to the keys for the door. Just like there's no way in hell you're going to be able to get through this time. Finds the first 2 kills. His teammates trade. You play it slow and steady versus Awakening because anything is possible when that young man is on the map. But Sib is able to take him down. Seattle Surge stop the bleeding for now. Down 1-2. Back on the defensive side. Comes down to that battle of the first blood when they talk about Seattle.
So we can walk away with it again. We are instantly into this round number 4. That sounds pop from Pratt, and you know what that means. Up the soccer field he goes, or rather the pitch, excuse me. And that is a first blood with his name written all over it. Brought down to 10 HP, had to work for it. But once again, it is Seattle starting off nicely. We'll see what they can do with it. And for Breach, you start to close yourself in a bit. You know that you've lost your main Slayer toward the outskirts.
What? For some reason, Pred goes for that chow. You could just stay alive, force Boston Breach to try to locate you, but it doesn't matter. Your teammates win a couple gunfights around the map. And now it was a 3v3, is now a 1v3. All up to Beans. He does get that dead silence. Should be able to get the first freebie onto Sib. 1v2 now.
It's definitely doable. As you said, Deddy's still pop, but it is running down quickly. And so is that time. Oh my God, he spots accuracy toward his left. Does accuracy see him? Yes, he does. I am not sure if Lamar saw him off the start, but snappy work there in the end. Constant exchanges between these two, and yes, he did. Wasn't sure which angle to check, whether the left or the right side of the dumpster, but going for a dive was Beans. Accuracy there to clean him up. A huge round needed for Surge, and they've got it.
Yeah, that's a crucial round. Very, very crucial round. More crucial in that final gunfight, though, because if accuracy loses that, the Deddy resets for Beans, and he has an opportunity to make a play. It all comes to close as Seattle Surge win the round, tied up at 2. Sib's going to pull out the boomstick, try to be the island player to pay for some info. Many players playing over towards the speed bomb while his team is pushing up through courtyard. Tries to line it up onto Awakening, cannot hit the shot, but that's Kremp with the first blood onto accuracy.
Oh, that's so frustrating if you're Sib. You know, he would have had a little bit of a smile on his face had he hit that snipe. Doesn't do it often, but that would have been a snipe worthy of it. Problem being is that you don't find that snipe, and now it is going to be Boston with man advantage in the meantime. Vivid so good inside of the mattresses. Can he find another? You bet he will. Excellent work here from Maurice. Vivid the Warrior lighting things up here in round number 5. And on top of it, I was going to say dodges the snipe. Oh, Sib nearly had a chance for a second, but Breach can be very happy with what they accomplished in that last one, Vivid specifically.
Yeah, they find another first blood. Vivid knows that the play eventually has to come to him. Holds strong in his setup in towards the A site. Wins the first, reads the second. At that point, it's a 1v4 with Sib running a sniper pistol. Pretty easy round, pretty easy work right there out of Boston Breach to stay strong on the defensive side. Now they go back on their attack, though. I think the biggest thing that Boston Breach can potentially try to do is get that bomb down towards A. Because Seattle Surge, whenever the bomb is planted towards B, they are the best team at retaking. But when it's planted towards A, they are the 11th worst team at retaking in that situation. So try to step up the pace, get the bomb down, force them to the 4v4 retake.
See if they can do it. And, well, Jay, they may not have to. They already got 2 quick kills, so that bomb plant toward A could be a last resort. Simp tagged up his position known, and take a look at Kremp. Already behind enemy lines, ready to try and aggress anybody who wants to try and deal with him. You can see his mouth moving quite a bit in between this round and the last one. Known as one of the callers for this team. Rookie, incredible pace. A wonderful, wonderful player. Simp at least is able to find one, but the job only starts here. 3 more to go, 30 seconds.
Hey, time is ticking. This is looking like an impossible round for Simp to try to get. No players from Boston Breach sitting in towards the site. Just trying to find this timing on the flank. He actually does take down Kremp. Gets the information onto Awakening as well. So he's just going to commit towards the chow. But how much time is he going to waste in this fight? He eventually loses it. Awakening with the snap. As Boston Breach are able to take a nice deep breath. Because that play almost got out of hand. When you got a Gigawake on the map. And you know, every one-on-one gunfight is most likely going to go his way. Boston Breach take the round.
I was going to say, Simp, he's just going to move that gun just a little bit farther down. Awakening prepared for the challenge. That is so annoying when you're running around a corner in this game and the player just happens to be laying prone. Wonderful work for Simp, but just not enough. So many close clutches so far throughout this game, but it has obviously favored Boston all the more. 4-2 advantage. We'll see if they can build upon it. Swing round inbound here for Seattle Surge, as Mack will have that bomb on his back. Eager to lay the objective.
Yeah, they're just playing slow. This might not work out in their favor, as Vivid on no hesitation deep flank pops that Daddy. He's able to find the first blood onto accuracy. Another first blood goes towards the Boston Breach, and now Seattle forced to clutch up in the 3v4 scenario. Full mid-map pressure. Can they try to equal it up? Take down a player before they can get this bomb down? No, Kremp takes down Pred. 2v4 now, all of the Mack and Simp to try to clutch up.
Oh, Mack actually ends up taking down Vivid in the crossfire. Escapes with his life. Dead Silence popped. However, it's all up to him. Simp dropped. And best of luck here to McKenzie. Position found. Oh, heavens! This is still possible! Wait a minute! Possible, Mack! There's no way he's on the defuse! Oh! Everything right! He did everything right! But just not in time to hop on the defuse. There is body after body being thrown at him. And in the one moment where he just has to change up his angle. Oh, this shouldn't be a thing, Jay. He should get the round regardless.
Yeah, I thought Mack gained all the information of every single player on Seattle. Once he preamps towards the site, I thought he spotted the player's shoulder on bomb. But obviously he didn't. Once he got that second kill, he was throwing a couple snakes thinking that the next child was going to come in, but fortunately that player on Boston just sticks to defuse, and now Mack is pissed off. He doesn't stop. He finds the first initial 2 kills. He earns himself the cruise missile before he does get traded, but now it's Awakening left in a 1v3.
That's it. Hold up. You guys are going to let me do that? I'm coming different in this next round. Excellent work there from McKenzie. As we said, man, that is just one round that you wish you could have. Almost one of the best clutches of the year. Just milliseconds away from having it. At least makes his presence felt in this one. But still a tall ladder to climb. And we'll see if the journey begins here or if Breach can close out this search destroy and get us to a 1-1 series.
And I think if you are Seattle in this situation, just hold your lanes. Boston Breach have not been able to plant the bomb towards either one of these sites. Just don't give up your free first blood. So now they're back on the attacking side, though. And like I said, whenever they get first blooded, they only have an 18% chance of winning the round. You're going to turn that completely around, though, because you're going to invest that cruise missile. You gain all the information. It should be a free B-bomb plant for the Surge.
The quicker you get this down, the better. Boston, obviously, in the midst of all the smoke, all the chaos, are instantly trying to get right into this fight. Specifically, Kremp, who's popped the Dead Silence just to get to the backside of the mountain. Accuracy is waiting for him. Puts in some shots, and he's also damaged up himself. So all 8 players still alive. Breach, time to retake.
Yeah, and Simp and Accuracy have to stay alive in this scenario because your teammates are nowhere near towards the site. Just have to try to come out on top in a couple of these gunfights. Awakening starts it off. Kremp's there for the trade. 2v2 now with only 20 seconds.
Oh, and Vivid surely is going to be dropped here. Yes, he is. Kremp
Last one up, the player who went for the long route now has no teammates alongside of him.
Oh my!
Oh God! Lovely work, but it's going to be another play where the shots are fantastic. The kills are excellent, but it's not a clutch. Seattle managed to hold on. It's dicey toward the end, but thankfully Simp remained intact. They needed him every single life.
Yeah, and he was out in the open, Lando. He was sitting on the backside of top AC. So there's multiple different angles you can get to try to take Simp down from that position. But once you don't find the kill onto him, it eventually leads to Simp finding 3 on the round to secure it for Seattle. Seattle Surge stay alive in this search and destroy a little bit longer. Back to the defensive side. Hey, go. Just play for the first blood. Play for that first kill.
Both teams, bit of a passive look. Obviously for Pred, just want to know what bomb site are they going to, right? What is the lane where a majority of the players hanging out for breach? And really the answer to that question is right in their spawn. There's nobody really moved up all that far. You've got one player in white, 2 players hanging out to the backside of warehouse. Kremp pre-aiming as well with bomb in hand. Seattle are gonna have to play this patient. Make sure they don't give up anything for free.
Yeah, just take your time. Like Boston Breach, you can just tell that they're taking their time. They're barely taking steps out of the damn spawn. But time is starting to tick down with only 40 seconds left. Boston Breach eventually have to commit towards one of these sites. And it might be the pressure that's coming in towards A. As Mack is the only player here for Seattle Surge. He does invest that trophy system. He knows that the action is about to come on. He might be ready to get that first kill.
Oh, but there's this player coming from his side. Excellent work from the SMGs of Boston. Pred now to the rescue. Dead silence. He is indeed a superhero. He doesn't even need Daddy, but Simp, great work. Oh, Simp again. Put him away. Seattle, an excellent answer. Run right into the bomb site and drop Boston at the drop of a hat. And just like that, this is an unbelievable comeback for Seattle. Jay, they were down 5-2.
I know, they were down 5-2. Mack loses a clutch round to go down 5-2, but then with the kills that he was able to earn in that round, he changed them to the next round, earned himself a cruise missile. They dominate. They use a cruise missile on their attacking round to get it down towards B. Great work to secure it. But then Boston Breach right there in that last round just wastes so much damn time that you allow Seattle Surge to know when the play is coming in, and now Simp was able to earn himself a cruise missile. So just slow the game down, play for that first kill, and Predator finds it.
Oh! He's not able to find the second. Accuracy regardless. Comes in clutch. Ice in his veins and beads made quick work of the streak. It's more like a firework. Surge make the unbelievable comeback here in game 2. Down 5-2 in a situation where Mack nearly comes away with something unbelievable. And from that moment, Surge got mad and used that anger to harness 4 rounds straight to now go up 2-0 in this series. My God.
Like you said, my friend, they were down 5-2. Boston Breach, all you needed was 1 round. One round to close out this S&D to tie the series up at 1, but you let it get away from you. It all starts with Mack. Goes to that early 6-free. Like I said, earns that cruise missile, uses it on an attacking round. Go down 5-4. Boston Breach take their sweet time on their attacking side. With only 20 seconds left, even with Vivid finding the first blood, you allowed Seattle Surge to put themselves in a position to play those trades. And they eventually came out on top. But then when you get into the round 11, they were ready for the pressure. They were ready for the situation. As Pred gets the first blood towards top plat, accuracy watches over him. He gets the trade, eventually finds a second. Didn't even have enough time for Simp to invest that cruise missile to make it impactful on that final round. Seattle Surge with some serious ice. Where's to Lamar aBeZy to clutch up in that S&D to now go up 2-0.
We had turned that shot of UJ into another GIF. You've had some wonderful ones over the years. That one should definitely be added into the arsenal, that's for sure. But my goodness, some crazy games in your comeback in the map 1, but we are gifted one here into game 2. Seattle fight back from being down 5-2 to now be up 2-0. When we come back after the break, it is Hotel Control, potentially the final map of the day.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to the last match of the day, the last match of the week. One more week of qualifier matches before we head to Major 5 and Champs. It's a crazy time, and really what all this week is about, Jay, is our standings. The winner of this game is going to either hold on or move into that 6th seed. Currently, it is Boston with the tiebreaker at 180 points for number 6. It's Seattle and number 7 also with 180. So Boston looking to maintain, Seattle looking to overcome. And right now, they are one map away from doing it off the back of an incredible 5-2 comeback on the El Asilo Search and Destroy. It is fair to say, Breach tilted, but they've got to maintain. They've got to stay focused moving into this next game, OJ.
You definitely got to stay focused. You're down 0-2, but the series is far from done. And now you're going into a hotel control where I know the Røkkrs aren't really the best for Boston Breach. It's their least play control map that they have of the season. And on the opposite side for Seattle Surge, they played it a lot. And they usually find themselves a lot of success. But you saw that match yesterday versus OpTic Texas. They were not able to win an attacking round. And even on the defensive side, they struggled, man. They struggled. They allowed Ghosty to go Mike Myers on them for 1 second, and that eventually costed them the entire map. So I think if you're Boston Breach, this is one that you can definitely take Seattle Surge down. 0-3 in the last 3 times they have played it, 1-9 overall round count. So this is where you can potentially get yourself back into this series.
Absolutely. We'll see. It can't be possible.
Oh my!
And makes a very, very quick little ace. I know it's not technically an ace, but you get the point. 4 down in about 3 seconds. Go the way of both Pred and Simp. Simp has been a monster so far throughout this series. If you're just joining us, lit it up in the hard point, had some great moments in that search to destroy, and right now is off to a lovely start here in the control for Breach. Time continues to tick away, and you have got really nothing to your name, but that is about to change as Kremp finds a double. Then now opens things up inside of the restaurant. That A zone now begins to fly.
And that's a big 2-piece. Like the fact that a rookie at this stage of the game is able to make those reads on both of them. Yeah. Some of the best SMG plays that we have in the game. Gotta tip your hat to him. Opens up the lane. First segment now already done at this 8 point. All of Seattle Surge just trying to fight for that bedroom control, trying to maintain mid-map, basically deciding to chalk up this 8 point for free. As the second segment is about to come in, Boston Breach have been able to even it up in the lives department, and now could be able to extend this time by a minute.
Pred just wanted to hang out, man. He just wanted to hang out with his Boston buddies inside of the restaurant, but they were not all about it. Not wanting to hand over their food. Breach, a little selfish, but who can blame? At this stage of the game, you need anything that you can get. So far, things have been going quite nicely. As we said, a little slow off the start, but as you said, off of that Kremp 2-piece, they have rode that momentum ever since. Now to the back side of the spawns they go. Big win. Falls, so does Vivid, but at least Big Wake happens to be here. Still maintaining a push. Big Wake acting pretty much like a checkpoint currently for the Breach boys.
Yeah, he's just trying to take his time. You know that his teammates have mid-main control. Just trying to set up this pinch. Beans takes down Civ. Vivid finds one as well. So they have control of double desk. They just don't have anything over towards the bedroom side. So you're just going to try to hop this point, try to sniff him out. But Pred is too difficult to track as he finds both kills. And now Seattle Surge holds strong on the defense so far.
Yep, first wave down and a few more to go. And that's just annoying if you're Kremp. What? Wins it anyway. I thought he was dead to rights there from Sib. One of the best shots in the game. Kremp pushes on forward. Felt like he had that one, but it's 3 picks regardless. Sib still alive on 1 HP. Eventually found out. 2 members from Boston on the point. As it begins to run, can they get that second segment before death? Yes, they... Mack with a quick triple ends up putting an exclamation point on that team fight. Seattle hold, but they had to give away 2 segments.
And Mack just flew in, though. Like, what a play right there out of Mack. You saw Sim, he was just trying to play his life. Mack was the next closest teammate, and no hesitation on the jump down to find 3. And disrupt the setup right there for Boston Breach. Now time is starting to tick with only 25 seconds left. They're going to try to put the pressure on towards the back, but accuracy being the anchor, he's able to cut down 2. And with all the kills that he is finding through the back end, he might have just sealed the round for Seattle.
Yeah, right. If you're accuracy, you're killing everybody in the back, and then from there, it's just the Scrapz left toward the front. Pred is going to run wild with that being the case. Time ticking away. Nobody in possession of getting a foot, getting a toe inside of that objective. Boston, 5 segments, but some highlight plays toward the stretch from Surge, specifically out of Mack and accuracy.
And they had to clutch up again. Like Boston Breach set themselves up to potentially walk away with this round, but that was the play of the game that breaks the setup for Breach. You allowed Seattle to maintain the map control, push out towards bedroom, and then you only allow Boston Breach to get one more good push. They try to go on the flank, but it was accuracy's turn for a 3-piece as Seattle Surge secured the defensive round. But now they're going on the attacks. They used to be one of the best teams on the attacking side, but as of recent, they haven't been able to win any attacking rounds in the last 3 times that they have played this map, and that's not the way you want to start it. Early 3 go in favor of Boston Breach. Accuracy, you got to try to find a couple kills through mid.
I was gonna say, based off of that early engagement, I mean, we can see why. So it is a quick 4-0 in favor of Boston off the start. However, Simp and Mack finally able to make a decently sized dent now into that B zone. We'll see what they can do with it. As you said, Jay, it struggles for Surge. Obviously been coming on that attacking side. It's what's made them such a special lineup. Even going back to last year in Vanguard, their Tuscan attacks were legendary. So far throughout this year in Hotel, they have been as well, trying to get back that secret sauce type of recipe. And into this round we go. Time continues to be a factor, and they have got nothing on the board yet. Breach continue to take them down in stride.
Oh, Boston are playing this flawlessly. You have Vivid who's blocking that kitchen spawn, so they don't have free roams to try to sprint right up through the diner. You're forcing Seattle Surge to consistently spawn towards back bedroom, but they know time is ticking. We can't commit towards B. That's not an easy one to get done. We have to rotate back towards A, and it's playing into the hand that Boston Breach want them to do as Awakening finds another 2, currently on a 6th tree, earns himself that cruise missile, and with only 5 seconds left, Boston Breach trying to close this one out flawlessly.
Oh, we are feasted right now inside of the restaurant. Kremp, Special K, something on the menu. Here he comes. He's got 3 players in front of him. How many can he take down? The 0. Not 1, but it doesn't matter. Boston win the round.
He put on a lot of that pressure.
That was so dominant, dude.
Yeah, that was just way too easy right there for Boston. When you start off a control round with a clean 4 dead, you're allowing your players to take better positionings on the map to influence where the opposing team is spawning. And Seattle Surge just couldn't find an opening, couldn't find a clean 2 to 3 dead to stack a point to try to extend that time. As Boston Breach don't allow any segments to go the opposing way. Now, if you are Boston, you're in control of the map. If you take an attacking round, even better. They were 1 segment away from doing it in round number 1. Can they make up for it here?
I love you, Kremp. I apologize. At least you got 3 assists at the end of that play instead of running.
Yeah.
Oh heavens! Here we go. Right into round 3. It feels like the slaying has been top notch for both sides. Incredible plays, some wild clutches. Just a testament to really where we sit in the middle of the league. Such talent found here in the CDL, and it is absolutely across the face of all 8 players. Like we said, into round 3 we go. Boston attack, and Beans living up to the name. I think he's ready to bring that big blade out whenever the time comes, but he's still got a decent amount of ammo still remaining. Clearing out.
Oh my!
More 4 in a row as this team is running wild in Restaurant 2.
He's just trapping the sophomores right now. Simp and Brett cannot get past Beans. He's just staying alive, repositioning. And now he sets up Vivid to take down Pred.
No.
But what a life right now from Breeze, and he has no time on slowing down. He finds another 2 in the feed. 19 and 9. Earn yourself a cruise missile. Boston Breach has just turned up to a whole different level.
Oh, Beans has. Beans is unbelievable.
Oh my.
The map. Get him off the map. Beans. Jesus. 9 in a row. This is the game. This is the.
Oh my God.
It's out on 10. Boston, clean it up now. Please get this round off our screen. This has been downright disrespectful. So far from Beans. Thank you. This one is done. This one is dusted. Beans. Wow.
Exactly what I was thinking, Lando. Wow.
That was disrespectful what he was doing. Like, it wasn't as if he was killing players from behind. These were straight up one-on-ones.
Bro, he was coming off spawn. He knew that the 2 players he just dropped now have to respawn on the map. And he knows the perfect read onto both of them. Multiple different times. Spawn killed Simp and Pred in multiple different scenarios. And then when he had to stay alive and Spawn kill a couple more, he was just snaking around the main desk and just absolutely took over in that round for Boston Breach. So now you have 2 cruise missiles to work with. Your health hella when it comes to the segment column. There's absolutely no way Boston Breach should lose this map.
There's surely no way. Like, if you're doing that, it's almost like the Mack effect of the Search and Destroy, where he was just like, oh, I can do that. I can really clutch like 1v3, 1v4s versus you guys. Okay, I'm coming out different. And now it could be Awakening's turn. The dynamic duo so far here in Major.
Oh my God!
Look at them make a statement. It was Beans early, and now it's Awakening's turn. Oh, thought he had 8 in a row. Styling, profiling, Boston Breach are running the streets here on the hotel as Seattle just looking to wipe the sweat off their brow. Just pause the game for a moment, and they will do exactly that. That A zone's about to be done.
Yeah, just take the time now if you are Seattle. It all starts by finding the trades onto these AR players because they are just winning some insane gunfights in this control. But Mack takes down Awakening, actually there for the trade. So if you are Seattle, you're slowly starting to work towards this progression towards B. Trying to set up this pinch. Don't have any bedroom control, but Pred is slowly working his way up through couches. Just trying to find a couple kills of the players off spawn while their teammates are putting pressure through the middle of the map. And this might be the best case scenario right now for Seattle. They can opt the point and stop the time.
Oh, unfortunately, accuracy ends up falling. He stays alive. This round probably is done. Simp. Okay.
Hello.
That one works out great. Hello, Vivid. Thank you very much. Eventually dropped. However, Pred still lying in wait. Push is still alive for Surge. Obviously, as we said, minute 30 on the clock, still healthy. Despite the crazy streaks from Awakening, they are by no means down in the life count, so round definitely still has a chance. This next team fight's going to be huge. Early kills are going to be massive. Currently a 1-to-1 trade. Is now Pred looks to strike.
Oh, Pred might have just found the perfect timing. Gets the info player playing towards main desk. They eliminate Kremp from bedroom. So now if you're Seattle Surge, one more set of kills, one stack, and then potentially the round is going to be yours. But Boston Breach, they know we can't give up this for free. Awakening invests that cruise. You take down Mack. It's time to strike. Kremp finds the second, and now you're able to retake that bedroom control. A minute left on the clock.
And if I'm Boston, specifically like Kremp and Vivid, I'm like, hey, Beans, Awakening, if you guys just want to go to their base, just move past the 50-yard line, do what you guys need to do. Let's just go ahead and get this one done. We'll see if it's possible. Beans now 25-12. Tossing out that trophy and preparing for the brigade. Final few pushes here from Surge. Snappy as you'd like. Pred, not a chance. Accuracy, no, not happening. Ben McMillan having himself a time. 30 seconds to go, and as we said, the push is far and few between. One more good look at this if you're Seattle.
This is the last push. This is the last push. Mack tries to go on a deep flank. He gets taken down by Awakening, and absolutely nothing can go wrong for the ARs on the side of Boston. You throw a random nade up, it's guaranteed a kill. That's 3. Last player up is going to be Pred, but at least you get the close ones in towards bedroom. With only 10 seconds left, you win a couple gunfights. You can hop on the point. Simp rips him off with a heady. Pred wins another one, and now it's all on Vivid.
Oh, Vivid, he's got to go big. Seattle's starting to stack. Stunned up. Can he stay alive? No, not going to happen. Seattle.
Oh!
Comes the streak. It's Beans from the Skyz. Just when you forgot about him, there he is to deliver, and Breach answer back emphatically. Here in this hotel control, I just woke up my neighborhood, but I don't care. Beans and Awakening. I don't know if I've seen something like that in my life, what those two were just doing here on Hotel. Right, that was get the series come Boston J.
That was dominance out of the ARs on the side of Boston Breach. We're talking about applying the pressure with the TAC 56 in hand, catching these players off spawn when some of these close engagements, which are very difficult to do, but they made it look easy. 29-13 out of Beans, goes on a 10 spree, which is the highest in the lobby. Awakening in the following round, he was able to go on another 7 spree. He overlaps the cruise missile, doesn't even worry about the first one. Those guys just absolutely took over. And it's not like Kremp and Vivid weren't doing anything valuable. Kremp was staying alive in towards bedroom, forcing Seattle Surge to check every single corner as they were wrapping back towards that position. But just the way that they had that takeover ability in the control to not allow their team to get 3-0'd, this is scary now, man, because we know Boston Breach, so far throughout this stage, they have been lights out, 2-0, but Beans and Awakening have been the catalyst of that. 1.4 for Awakening, 1.3 for Beans. They had a slow start in map number 1. They start the fight back into it. They choke in the search and destroy, but you can tell without question, the guns are hot for Boston. So in my opinion, this series is now far from done.
I completely agree. I completely agree. Oh, I cannot wait to watch this back. I'm being told that we've got it prepared. But, oh my God. Again, words, Jay, they just don't come to mind when you see the talent like that on full display. I mean, if you are in the Breach front office, if you're a fan, this stuff has just got to make you so excited about what this team can do. I mean, we've been talking, can they finally crack the code with the right lineup? They've been working so hard on bringing players in from their academy team. And then we all knew, right? Beans and Awakening together, the talent, the ability that those two can have together just lit up Seattle Surge, one of the better control teams in the game. Those two combined for 51 and 26. Plus 25 combined as well. The KDs are outrageous. 2.23 there for Beans, a 1.69 for Awakening. Incredible performance across the board. As you said, Kremp and Vivid also had some wonderful moments. It's just the streaks that were done here. Absolutely outrageous. And now it is time to take a look back at our scuff play of the game. Jay, take it away. Just take it away. This is beautiful.
All right, so you see the first initial 2 fights. That's Simp and Pred. Now the next 2 kills are also Simp and Pred because he changed his positioning and he knows that those players are coming on spawn. He takes down Simp again, and then the repositioning towards main desk finds another 2. Even the pre-fire was working. Everything was clicking for Mr. Beans in this round of control. We know the young man likes to talk a little smack. He likes to get rowdy, and I expect nothing less after that performance in that round. But you can get all hype. You can feel great about winning that map. But you so know that this series is far from over. And now that you're going into a Fortress hardpoint, this is another one where I feel Seattle have the advantage. We're talking about Pred and Simp on Fortress HP. They have some of the most insane numbers throughout the entire year. 1.22 for Simp, 1.17 for Pred. But just the way that Boston Breach just came out, you can tell momentum is definitely on their side. You just have to make sure on this map number 4, you win a couple of those rotations, you will be able to set yourself up for some victories and try to force that game number 5. As the stats are there for both screens, obviously for Seattle, it's going to be a little bit more standout, especially when you look at that break percentage rank. 2nd overall. And on a map like Fortress, where there are a ton of money hills, Boston Breach, you cannot allow that to be an easy thing for Seattle.
This is going to be a blast. That's all I know. This is going to be a fun one. I don't care if the series ends here. Obviously, it feels like it deserves a map 5, but this has just been unreal. The highs and lows of this game, the momentum that has swung so emphatically. Man, direction is unreal. But into the opening team fight we go, and it's Breach picking right up from where they left off in that control.
And it wasn't a team fight with guns, it was a team fight with nades. Everyone throws the frag over the top. You find the first blood, eventually leads to a clean 4 dead. And now Boston Breach in full control of this P1 hardpoint. 30 seconds have already went down, and they're not making any mistakes. What happened, Lando?
This is godlike, dude. Like, the fact that they were able to do that off the start, it's just, I mean, obviously we know this, right? But they just instantly put them in the spawn trap.
Oh my God!
Right now, Beans, 6-0. The Beast has been awoken. Change your name from Beans to Beast. I'm all for it. I'm putting a petition on Twitter tonight. It needs to be a thing. This is 42-0 off P1.
Is that the fastest we've ever seen a player earn a cruise missile so far in the year? We're talking about the very first hill, only 18 seconds into the game. He somehow, someway was able to go on a 7 spree, get 50 seconds off of the P1. But finally, Seattle Surge with a response. All out pressure through the front arches. They find all the kills. They're able to flip the spawns and are able to now chain into some much needed time at the stage hill.
That's the point up too. We got to get props, right? Seattle just broke that hard point. I know we're talking about it a lot. Beans and Awakening were like the only 2 players who had kills throughout the entire P1. It's just unbelievable the slight talent that this roster has. Okay, we got to get back into this. Now, 20 seconds still to go. Seattle have made a very impressive break toward the end here of the stage, but The positive, really, if you are Boston, though, is the fact that you do have rotation for next. However, now it's a battle from the front. It looks like Boston had it dead to rights. Vivid with a huge double is now going to make things a little bit more manageable for the roster. Both teams spawning out. It is chaos going on in the fountain.
Oh man, the Vivid plays it beautifully. He was a sole man here for Boston Breach, and now he's still the sole man here for Boston Breach. Eventually he gets sniffed out, and what was scrappy off the rotation, Seattle Surge are able to come out on top and now try to tan it towards this P3, but Boston Breach all up mid-map pressure. They just can't get past Simp and Fred. Unfortunately, B's the wrong time to invest the cruise missile as all of your teammates drop. And now you do great work if you are Seattle to get that invested. Nothing impacts the game, and now you're able to take the lead for now.
Yeah, that's a moment there where you're Boston. You're like, okay, we definitely got a little too far ahead of ourselves. Streak basically means nothing, and from there, Surge, well, they're working on plenty of streaks. Sim and Fred both on 4, Mack on 3. Okay, it's 4 across the board. Well, Sim not able to find his. Not going to do it either. Is it going to be 0 for 3 as Fred looks to earn the cruise missile? Currently 74 to 55 to cannons we go. Boston with early second because they have been clearing everything out. But it is accuracy still in the back of the base. See if he can stay alive.
Yeah, accuracy. He's just trying to stay alive for his teammates. Mack opens up the street side, so it's time for accuracy to strike. He takes down B's. Mack finds another one into the hill, and that's a clean break coming in from Seattle. Second overall on this map, and it is showing early into this map number 4. As they're trying to maintain this lead for now. All of Boston Breach putting the pressure on through the back. You have one player applying the pressure through the front, so Kremp's going to be here for the trade, but it's an all-out mix fest and towards the cannons.
This is just utter chaos. Absolute chaos going on right now in cannons. Both teams shooting them. It feels like Awakening for a triple. Okay, that's fine. Unfortunately for Surge, in the midst of that hard point, you don't really get as much time as you would have liked. Granted, you held the spawn, then you lost it, then you broke back in, then you lost it again. Nobody earned a streak, but at the end of the day, you have the lead, and that is something to be proud of.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're at least in the lead when all the mixiness is going down. And that's sometimes where Seattle love to thrive in. Whenever game is full chaos, you allow these SMGs to roam, play a little snappy, and eventually leads to a couple kills as they find 3 in the feed. Boston Breach now spawning on the bad side. They find that kill onto Mack on the point. I don't know if this is going to lead to anytime soon.
We'll see. 35 seconds. You can definitely walk away with quite a few seconds over here, Blacksmith. But like I said, you got shooters like this on either side. You're not going to hold down time for all that long. Pret now 4 in a row again. Eventually does drop. So now it is Boston who are able to retain the seconds, retain the time. As we get ready to prepare for the second side of rotations. Last time around, it was Boston absolutely dominating. And it's funny, Jay, because if you look at the score, half of those points came from P1. That just goes to show how great Seattle were post P1. We'll see if both teams can start to adapt as we get ready for it. And it's basically an even game.
Yeah, and if you're Seattle Surge, you got to make sure that you're getting the preferred spawns. At least fight for that, because you saw the way that Boston Breach were able to set you up in that spawn trap. You cannot get put on the bad side, but Vivid, he's able to take down a couple players. Soul man here is going to be Pred, just trying to stay alive, trying to find a couple kills to make an opening for his team. Let yourself just find 3 to find the break and now flip the spawns. Boston Breach all the way across the map. This is where Seattle can start to pull away with this game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. As we said, for Seattle, so many reps on this map. This is like their 14th or 15th time playing it this year. Have learned from their mistakes, learned from prior issues that they have suffered as a team. As we said for this unit, it's really about those rotations. They were able to do it on the HyDra, one of the best rotating teams in the game. It's been a struggle so far here throughout Major 5, but trying to fix those mistakes, and right now the rotation is important. Thankfully for Sib, not giving up that angle. Locks in one, cuts away Beans. Sweat off the brow for the moment, but you got to stay focused. Slayers abound right now from Breach as Surge beginning to get overrun by the Boston foursome. Here they come again.
Oh!
Excellent 2. Now it's Surge who have numbers.
Oh, that's a big kill. Big 2-piece right there from Mack to set up Pred to apply the pressure from the front and eventually lead to Seattle Surge finding another break on towards this P2 hardpoint. The Predator, we know he loves himself some Fortress. Already sitting at 11 and 12, has been on multiple streaks throughout this game. But one streak is all that is needed to try to turn this game on its head. You can earn a cruise missile at this point in the game. You're basically going to call it a series as Pred finds himself on 4, make it 5 in a row. 1 kill of owning that cruise. Ah, man, that castle curve sucks.
It absolutely does, my friend, but it feels like Pred has gone on so many streaks, like 4, 5, 5, 6, whatever it's been. Incredible numbers so far from the Predator, 21 and 12. As the slaying frenzy, the highlight reel, it feels. This almost feels like an all-star game based off of how amazing some of these plays have been, but very tight-knit fight, and right now we head to the most valuable hard point on this. The fountain we go. Problem being is that Seattle we're here early, but it's Boston who are breaking through piece by piece. Accuracy, the sole man alive, is waiting for the cavalry to get here. And now on theme, Fortress is absolutely spectacle with things like that. Can the team get here? Accuracy still locking it down, eventually overran. 30 seconds to fight for. Boston, the break is officially in.
And you would take that, though, if you are Seattle Surge. Accuracy stayed alive for so long that you were able to chop it all the way down to about 30 seconds remaining on a money hill in P3. And now you just don't want to flip the spawns. With Boston Breach already pushing out in towards bottom maps, Viv is going to be the sole man now to try to make a play for his team. That dead silence is now invested, but Seattle Surge, they have set themselves up to go in towards this P4 with the man advantage, fully set up off the rotation to try to grow this lead.
See if Seattle can finally get a clean lockdown. It just feels like both teams, we obviously had some strong moments from time to time, but it almost feels like if you're just winning, 10 more seconds than the opposing team, you will take that at this stage in the game. Accuracy 1 away from the cruise. We'll see if he can earn that in the meantime. Vivid, some shifty movement in toward the front. However, he falls. Boston prioritize going for more of the back. Kremp again falls, so constant SMGs dropping, but it's Boston who invests in the long game. Chess type of plays as now they've got the man count advantage. Here comes Beans, fiery with the SMG. He eventually falls, and this is great work coming in from Surge as they're now within 25.
Yeah, Boston Breach, they just wasted a lot of time to set up the perfect break. Multiple players go from different angles, but when you lose those gunfights, that eventually leads to Seattle Surge basically holding on for a full 60 and calling game on this P4. Beans finds 2, but that's already 240 points breach for Seattle Surge. They only need 1 break at this next hill to close out the series.
Yeah, it has got to be perfect, flawless HP, spotless, really, for Boston, just to even make this scoreline look a little bit better. Surge, game is in their hands, and it's really just a matter of trying to initiate this final attack. 1 last good 3-4 down in the game, and the series is yours. Pred looking for his window of opportunity. Thankfully stays alive. That's huge. All 4 members alive currently for Boston, or rather for Surge, rather, as they're taking down players. Pred over the top, able to drop another one. Aware of the spawn. Seattle eventually make their break. They're winning the fights. Last player alive, and the hard point is Sim. Can he lock it up? Can he lock up the game? Waiting for the team. Sim starting to light it up for a moment. Eventually drops. Boston stay alive for now.
And if you're Seattle, you got to get out. You just got to get out. And Mack is able to do that with some great movement from top R. Accuracy finds another kill. So now you're Seattle. You will take this. You have full streak control. Your team is fully set up at P1. 3 seconds until I call series.
Oh, that should be theirs. Kremp with an accidental team kill. Vivid has got to get here. Oh, so close. So close. But Seattle lock up an unreal series. One they had to work for. One that was not given. But that is what it takes for the Seattle team to take down the Boston Breach. For the first time in CDL history, Seattle is finally able to catch a dub over Breach. And with that W, they now also will take control of that 6th seed at 190 points. Such a wild, wild game. Back and forth we went. But it's Surge and it's Pred coming away with a crazy final performance, 30 and 18. And Jay, look at that hill time. The guy literally did it all.
That's unbelievable, man. That's some serious ice out of Seattle Surge from start to finish of this series. You think about how Boston Breach started at map number 1, super, super slow. But when they started to get heat up, Seattle Surge just had to clutch up in one moment, and they got it done. But I think the biggest map in the entire series is that game number 2. But Boston Breach were up 5-2. You allowed Seattle Surge to chain a couple rounds together, put the momentum on their side, earn a couple cruise missiles, and close out that S&D all the way in around 11. You dominate in the hotel control, but when it came down to the Fortress hardpoint, Seattle Surge a little bit cleaner on the rotations, a little bit cleaner on the breaks. And whenever the mixiness was happening, Seattle Surge were making sure that they were the team that was always going to come out on top in those engagements. Very, very close hardpoint in this series between both of these squads, but Seattle Surge finally get their first W in the stage, and they beat them in 2 hardpoints. That's got to feel good if you're Seattle.
Yeah, I feel like we actually were able to see true Seattle Surge in form today. I got to say, I hope to see these teams match up again, because that was an absolute blast to watch and cast. That's going to do it for myself and Jay as we bring back in the desk. Guys, a crazy way to close out this week.
$10,000. Not a bad win if you're the Surge. You went 0-2 to start this qualifier. Now you get the W that keeps you in the running for the winner's bracket, and you do it on the day when 10K is up for grabs.
I mean, sure. I mean, actually 10K, a win you so badly needed to not start off the qualifiers 0-3 and maybe possibly still clinch that winner's bracket. So big day for Seattle.
And Nameless, a lot of people were starting to talk. If Seattle lost this game, if they started 0-3, the community was calling for a roster change before champs. Do you think you're safe right now as a Surge? Do you even worry about this if you're a player on the roster?
Yeah, you should worry about it. You know, it's almost like concerning, like Seattle get this win and now they probably won't make a change, although they may need one. This is a team that's very momentum based. Like if they were to come out and lose that first game, right, in the clutch situation, they would have been down horrendous. They're down 5-2 though. They bounce back in that S&D. Seattle, man, it's a wild ride with this team from start to finish of this season.
There's no doubt there is definitely star-studded potential on this lineup. They don't always reach it though in the hard points. Back and forth games. A hot start for Boston. Surge takes it back in their favor. Came down to the very end though, and you mentioned it. Surge seemed that they found that ice again. What was it that you felt confident in their gameplay tonight, Allie?
I don't know if it was so much that I felt confident in their gameplay. I will say, you know, I think that game 2 is definitely the most impressive from the Seattle Surge. I think it's funny because they took momentum from that Mack ace, almost clutching the 1v3, and from that round on, they were like, you know what? Like, maybe we can kind of just play at our own pace and run at these guys. And that's what they did. They started just running at Boston Breach. They didn't know how to handle it, and that's the Seattle Surge that we know. They have a very aggressive subs and ARs in Simp and Pred, and Mack is capable of turning up when needed to. So again, it's just about consistency with the Seattle Surge, but I was very impressed by that game number 2.
The Dark Horse coming into Toronto. They're still alive with 2 more matches to play. They've got New York and Vegas to go, and honestly, that 5/20 match, May 20th, mark the calendar, Surge versus Vegas, that could be a massive matchup for both teams.
Yeah, and you know, if you're Vegas, you're sitting here hoping Seattle Surge lost this series, right? Because they're above you in the standings. You could potentially beat them and gain some ground, but no, they get the win. So that bubble is becoming very, very intense. You can see that these are the post stats. I mean, Search and Destroy, Sib and Mack, unbelievable, dude.
Great stuff from Sib today. He's been one of the star ARs to watch, especially in that Search and Destroy, and he joins us live right now. Welcome to the Monster Winner Spotlight, Sib. It's been a minute. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Doing well. That was a quick series from you guys. It didn't go to a game 5, but the hard points were long, drawn-out battles. Are you exhausted?
I'm definitely drained. Definitely really, really drained. Didn't have a good series myself, so yeah, just gotta have to go back to the drawing board and keep tying some stuff up, and we'll be good.
Didn't have a good series himself, but dropped a 1.8 in Search and Destroy. I definitely did that, Sib. And I'm gonna start this. I'm gonna open this a little bit more lighthearted. You and aCrazy, you fist bump every single time after a round of Search and Destroy. Have you ever accidentally like just straight up hit like each other's hand like to where it hurt?
Yeah, there's actually sometimes when like for example, if I make it like a big play, or like he's like, Dante, you're so freaking good, and he like fist bumps me really hard. I'm like, yo, I gotta fist bump kind of like sideways sometimes. Usually just like straight fist, but sometimes I gotta give him a little sideways because he's destroying my hand. I gotta shoot straight, you know. So definitely is sometimes. Sometimes you definitely be going crazy.
Great answer, Sib. I wanted to ask you, you know, it's been a wild ride throughout the season for you guys. Obviously, the community has a lot to say about all the teams, but in particular, you guys have been on the tip of a lot of tongues. How do you guys navigate that? How do you shut out the noise and continue to try and improve?
I mean, that's just something that we hone on. We don't listen to the outside noise, and the only thing that matters is what, you know, the opinions are within the team and within the camp. So that's just the main important thing that we try to focus on.
Sim, there's been a lot of disappointments this season, but you guys have an opportunity to finish strong. You have 2 more matches to go before we head to Toronto. And then, of course, you are just 10 points away from locking up your spot at Champs. So tell me, what are the vibes on the team right now? And what is it going to take between now and Champs if this team is going to raise the trophy?
Honestly, we just got to be confident. Just make sure we play with each other the past couple weeks. You know, we've been playing as individuals or whatnot, so we really just been focused on playing for each other and just having that extra sense of just that teamwork level. And you know, if we keep doing that, keep playing confident, keep playing our game, I think we'll be able to make a run for sure.
Awesome. Dante, final question. Are we getting more chains with the 2,500 that you just banked, or what are we doing with the 10K, buddy?
I mean, my other one broke. We're playing basketball as a team. It broke, so I'm definitely getting another one, so you'll see me.
Tell Mario owes you one. All right, thank you so much, Simp. Seattle Surge getting the final win of the week. That is week 2 now in the books, and we got to revisit everything that went down in this series. One last time, Surge getting the 10 points over Boston. This is a big picture issue here. You're now jumping Boston officially in the standings. Big deal? Not a big deal, Nameless? What are thoughts here?
I mean, it is a big deal. You just said it, right? Like, these guys now are in a position to lock up Champs, and also, like, winner's bracket here at Major 5 is very huge for a team like Seattle, a team that has been inconsistent at times. They need that extra match buff. But also another team that's on the bubble is the Las Vegas Legion. They had the biggest match of their season today versus the Minnesota Røkkr, and it was an amazing match. I mean, it went all the way to a game 5. In the game 4, you had the 2 SMGs absolutely turning up. You had Clay knocking people out. In the game 5, him and Temp with some massive clutches.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable performance out of them, but they still trail Minnesota by 10 points. So a lot of work to do for both these squads.
And even though it was by accident, I think the execution from Clayster during the series might have been my favorite part of the day. But we had a bunch of amazing matches. Vegas and Legion was just the cusp. It was all those teams fighting for those points in our first and third matches of the day. And for Vegas, I think they're in a great spot. I can't believe they're winning as many respawns as they are. Their control obviously still a little bit shaky, but that's a tale for a lot of the teams in the league. The reason why we don't point it out as much is because they have a strong hard point, and Vegas Legion has proved to us during this qualifier that they have fixed their ongoing problems, and they are definitely a threat heading into Major 5.
Taking a look at our second battle, Texas versus Toronto, number 2 versus number 3, and I have to ask, this one was only a 4-game series, but was it the best Call of Duty you watched on the day, or do you think you saw it in that first Vegas versus Røkkr matchup?
Honestly, man, all 3 matches were absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I'm not going to award that to any of these matches, but this match was, in particular, obviously 2 top 4 teams that we have in the game, championship threats, and they went toe-to-toe today. It could have went either way. Both hardpoints were within 30 points. Scrappy put on a hell of a performance. Hicksy as well for the Toronto Ultra, but then when you look at the side of OpTic Texas, obviously you're getting the big moments from Shotzzy, but today the big difference was Ghosty once again. He is entering that discussion for Rookie of the Year. I mean, the man had almost 6 minutes in the hill and also turned up in the hardpoint, like a 1.2 or something like that. So for OpTic Texas, they're looking very good. Everyone's improved.
Yeah, and even when it came to that control that they fell to the Toronto Ultra, I mean, it was 5 offenses in a row. You know, Hotel tends to lean towards the attacking side of things, and the fact that OpTic Texas unfortunately got the defense, which usually isn't the bad side of things. It's just one of those toss-ups, but I mean, easily my favorite series of the day.
Toronto trying to catch OpTic, but OpTic continues to grow that lead, still chasing Atlanta 15 points behind there at the number 2 spot. You can see the real race though on the right side of the screen. Boston knocked back down by the Surge, who are now at 190. Røkkr versus Legion, though, I think is the 2-team battle we need to watch going into the final week of qualifiers.
Yeah, it's going to come down to some craziness in Toronto at Major 5. I can already feel it.
It all starts in 2 weeks as we will find out who is going to be raising the trophy. Next week, though, the final battle when it comes to online qualifiers. London Royal Ravens versus the Florida Mutineers. Røkkr take on the Thieves in our Monster Energy matchup at 4:30. And we'll close things out with New York as they take on Surge. Let's close things out here. Week 2 is in the books. What did you take away from it?
I took away that we had some of the best Call of Duty I think we've had throughout the entire season happen today, as well as we only have one more weekend left here to go.
It's kind of crazy, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, the points race is getting nuts. We only have one more weekend left. We'll see some online Call of Duty, and then it's back-to-back lands.
If you haven't already, grab your tickets right now. I hope to see you all in Toronto. We're heading there in just 2 weeks, but we'll see you next Friday, 2:45 p.m. Eastern, as always, right here on Headquarters for the final week of qualifiers.
Where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel. All I know, I'm a soldier standing. Attitude, check it out. Jealous with it, get the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the red, removing the bandages. Hopes up, wanna catch you with a man. Me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way. Look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Make the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs shit. They think I was able, but I'm came when it comes to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking PCs cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNAPs, they really just snacks. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Make the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs vanishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it comes to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it. Come on.